Futures back to the downside once again this morning as we get July reading on retail sales data just out. 0.1% expected on the increase side. Comes out exactly flat month over month. X autos, 0.1 to the downside expected, up 0.4% there for retail sales as we head into we continue to move through the retail sales earnings week as well. Target to the downside this morning following their report. We'll have a look at that coming up. Overall, though, the market coming off a fifth, the S&P and the Dow, that is, coming off a fifth straight positive showing, 18% now for the broad market off the June lows. So the rally continues and is attempting to continue this morning. A number of individual moves happening already in the pre-market, including Bed Bath & Beyond, including Fubo TV, back to the upside for both this morning as this latest rally in some of the meme stocks continues. Tesla, a little active here this morning, holding that 900 at this point as Elon is at it again on Twitter, jokingly saying that he was going to buy Manchester United. Man U shares, yeah, it's a public company as well, up significantly on that. So we'll talk about those things and more coming up here. It's Wednesday, August 17th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Here we go, more negativity as we saw late in the day yesterday for a few individual names. The market overall, though, holding on to positive territory, the S&P that is, and the Dow. The NASDAQ did finish the day yesterday slightly lower, 1%, better part of 1% right now for the NASDAQ, S&P and the Dow struggling a little bit here in the pre-market as well. TSX futures here in Toronto pointing to 0.5% start to the downside. 1.6 right now for Bitcoin, 1.27 there for Ethereum. So a little bit of negativity once again in crypto markets. Good morning, guys. It is a interesting Wednesday here. Again, retail sales data basically flat on a month over month basis. X autos number a little bit to the upside, but not much of a reaction there as far as the market is concerned. Coming up this afternoon, though, we'll get the latest minutes from the Fed meeting last month, which should be a little bit telling as well as to what is to come possibly in September.
Yeah, obviously, interesting morning or starting out here because, look, the squeeze names are going to be in place. We'll have to start off with those because that 2860 high from Bed Bath & Beyond is in play right now. You're seeing Fubo also try to go here. The market is heading southbound. We're actually watching Meta break a 177 to that downside. Retail sales kind of slow. It was a mixed bag. From the retailers this morning. Lowe's was up, Target was relatively weak. But once again, the volume leaders are where you would expect them to be and where they've been pretty much this entire time. Bed Bath & Beyond is going to lead today. It's going to do a tremendous amount of volume. It's going to be dragging a lot of these with it. Fubo was a late addition yesterday, but this is where the action feels like it's going to be here today. We didn't trade either of, look, Walmart and Home Depot were good trades if you had them earlier, onto those longs. But I feel like today the opportunities lie in these fast movers here, Sean.
Yeah, I mean, I'm already in the money. $2.50 right now on this name, Bed Bath & Beyond, as we continue to take out 29 right now. We're long 26 here on Bed Bath & Beyond, so that's going to be a good-looking trade here as we get ready to open up this market, man. Are we going to test 30? It's on the sticky note. We just posted it. Here it is. There's 29, baby. Everybody in the back getting excited, so let's dab it up there. People long on this one and having some fun today. Long on this reload right there, 26er. We have it twice, and it is nice. So a nice little move to the upside here as we start our day off, hopefully with, well, we've already started off with a banger, but let's see how high we can get. I mean, I think it's prudent to sit at $30 and take a little piece out there once we get back up. But there it is right now. I mean, we're going to see $30 in a matter of seconds here. So I'm going to put an offer at $29.80 and get hit and wait to see what happens through. You know what? Screw it. Why are we getting out? Let's just wait to see what happens at $30 and we'll go from there, Brendan. This is, again, another monster here. I don't know. When does it stop? Nobody knows. The market is still an hour before it opens.
Yeah, by the way, guys, you also have like AMC just broke out its high of the day at 25. It just got 25.50. Like that move on Bed Bath Beyond, almost like it just broke the levy on a bunch of these ones. So it's just across the board, right? Like Fubo, this broke from $6, it's now breaking towards $7. You got to start thinking taking profits, because if Bed Bath & Beyond rejects or has a pullback at 30 even, I'm already thinking there's going to be some dips in some of these other related names. So as I say that, I should try to get some shares out of Fubo TV up there. But AMC, Fubo TV, Bed Bath & Beyond, just pick the one or two that you want to be trading in, and understand that for now, Bed Bath & Beyond tends to be like, it's like the futures for the meme stocks today.
Unbelievable moves, unbelievable volume on both yesterday as well. As we saw late in the day yesterday, 300+ million shares traded in Bed Bath & Beyond. Here's a few things we need to be aware of as we head towards the open this morning. If you missed it yesterday, it seemed like this note kind of kicked things off. Ryan Cohen doubling down on his BBBY positions, picking up a ton of additional call options set to expire January 23 of next year. So January of next year, between 60 and 80, guys. So that was a note from yesterday that kind of kicked off the buying on Bed Bath & Beyond, and then obviously we saw what happened with the rest of these. But regardless of the reason, hard to avoid.
Yeah. I mean, here we go again right now. Let's do some backflips, because there's Bed Bath & Beyond. We're now in the money, $3.40 off this 26 reload. We hit it first at 27, reloaded that thing at 26.20 or so, and now you're taking out $30. So yeah, I mean, look at this move from yesterday. Everyone thought that was an amazing move. It looks like we're starting off today with an even better one. There's that 28 break that started early, and yeah, it's only 8:36 right now, and we're already losing our voice. Like, this is a nice move to the upside. We just dipped off 30 though. So that high, it did get to 29.97, it looks like. We said that we should probably be sitting somewhere around 30, but you know, we're trying to YOLO a little bit of this one here. We're already out of 70%, so we do have 30% left on this one. That was a good take at 28.50. Basically looking at where we were yesterday, we take a piece out right there, and now it's just bouncing off $30. So be careful with this name, Bed Bath & Beyond, here approaching that $30 mark. You know, there's the high back in April that we, 29, so we're right there right now. Yeah, maybe 30, it doesn't want to take it, but you still got this market to open up. Like I said, it's only 8:40 right now, and Bed Bath & Beyond, I'm probably on everyone's mind here, but don't forget about the Fubo TVs, like we mentioned, the AMCs, GameStop, BBIG, Vinco Ventures, right? So there's lots of names that are popping off here, but there it is again, a beautiful one to the upside, and we'll spit out some cash here early on our friend Bed Bath & Beyond.
Yeah, out of those, I'd be a little concerned with Vinco Ventures, because it gapped up and was only weak. I haven't checked back in on it. On that little bit of a dip at 30, I took the opportunity to go grab, because I missed the 25 break on AMC. That's a pretty clean one at 25 even, but I grabbed some on the way back in here at 10s. Was able to scalp some out, but as Bed Bath & Beyond comes back, if it gets below that 28.60, that was that high from yesterday that everyone sort of lined up when. That's when I got it. I was looking for that high break. And when it made that turnaround, this is when the dips can start to come back into these. I've taken some out of Fubo, so I'm all out of the 6s and into the 680 on that break. This is going to be, look, obviously we're going to get to some other names out here. Actually, I said that Vinco Ventures is moving upside.
Is
so
it?
I didn't double check this. It looked really weak in the pre-market, and I wasn't sure it would sort of react with the rest of this group. That was my first read. I was going to sit back and wait for like $1.10 and buy in front of $1 on Vinco today, but it's headed towards a 150 potential breakout on its own right. So hey, it looks like they are all catching a little bit of a bid here. But I'm going to go with the plan that I was going with yesterday, which is sit in, get in out, get back in on the next break. If it doesn't go, have relatively tight stop on the way back. And then if it does have one of those big moves back to the downside, like if you look at where BBBY, where Bed Bath & Beyond, had some of these pullbacks in the morning, like it gave you this early 16 break, it gets up to 17, but then it comes all the way back into 16 even. When you take that 17 break, gives it 18, it comes all the way back into 17. So these breaks, a lot of times, were giving you these dips. That's why relatively tight stops on the breaks, and you can re-enter the trade. The volume is going to be through the roof on all of these.
All right, I want to mention this one as well because it's worth a note. Gapping up this morning, Coin, we'll just call it Coin, Pharmaceuticals up sharply this morning, and I only bring this up. It had its earnings yesterday. I only bring this up because it has a 553,000 share float. So, I mean, earnings were a little better than expected, but nothing to go home or write home about. But $6 here trying to hold for Coin Pharmaceuticals.
Just wait until just one of these days, there's going to be something that we look at that has a float of like 100,000, which doesn't make a heck of a lot of sense. On a normal day, and I say on a normal day, I'd probably be looking at this, but it's in a different bucket as a low floater, and if it was going to show signs of strength, I feel like it would have already done so. So if this is back above like 6 and streaking higher, maybe for a 7 break, I could get interested in it, but you can see what's happened. This has been selling off at $7. I mean, the shorter in me would say, maybe I should have been looking at shorting this thing in front of 7. Quite frankly, I didn't want to be shorting something with a 500,000 float. So it's going to have to start showing strength to catch any of our attention here. Fubo just broke 7, and I'm not using our manual stops this morning. Sorry, I'm not using our actual stop orders, sort of manually getting in. So I've now added above 7 as that continues to take out levels to the upside. Oh, and by the way, the market bounced a little bit too. Not much, but a little bit.
Yeah, market bouncing. I mean, this has just been what a ride. I mean, I'm still looking at this Bed Bath & Beyond here, still going right nuts. But yeah, one stock that I want to look at today, if we're going to talk about the market rising up, is Microsoft being down below 290 finally. Yesterday was a pretty strong close for Microsoft, back from basically these bottoms of 291 up to this 293 there. So it was a nice little move upside. And then now today, because the NASDAQ is down that 1%, you are below this 290 level. So this is a name here on Microsoft that I'm trying to look at, because 290 was pretty key, I felt like, on the way up as we hovered around and then eventually broke it and hovered to 294. And now if the market comes back in, this is a name that I'm going to be looking at for a short, as well as TSLA looking short as well at 908. I actually tweeted this out as well off the sticky note, and that is that you saw Microsoft yesterday into the close, how it was pretty strong. Well, look at the opposite here for Tesla. So Tesla into the close yesterday looks pretty weak. I mean, and it does hold that 915 area there yesterday as well. But we had a bottom of 908. Right there. So this is the level that I want to look at for Tesla, 908. If you go to see where we are today, right now, it is that now it's 915, but we did bottom out at that 908 again right there. So, a couple big cap names to look at for sure in the space. So let's wait to see here. Obviously, we have some tweets going on from Elon again. It's just some funny things, I guess, going on, that he's buying Manchester United. He's not. He came out and said no to that. I also made fun, I guess, that he was going to buy Coke as well because that was his favorite drink. So I don't know, some jokes all about here. But yeah, Tesla, Microsoft on my mind as well. And I saw that you put on the watch list there, Brendan, that Apple had some movement on it as well.
They're talking about moving some of their production on the watch and MacBooks over to Vietnam, and there was a couple different options, but we'll get into that. Yeah, here's the other side of that story from Elon Musk. Man United is actually still up about 5% here in the pre-market. I'll show you in a second. Not sure how this is not a fade this morning, but here's the chart. I'm trying to hold 1350 right now, 5.6% for Man U, guys. Not a fade or a fade?
I'm actually surprised the volume's as good as it is. It should be, you think of it, should be a fade today. I don't see why it has any business going to its highs. I don't really know too much about its float or if it has any short interest on it, but look, he's not doing it. It's been a running joke of his. He's joked about this a while. We'll see what the SEC feels about. You can't make jokes about public companies. Like it's just the kind of thing that gets you into trouble. We'll see what ends up happening with it. Clearly, it's all in humor. I don't know that I want to be taking attention away and jumping to this thing, but if it starts going up for some reason at the open, well, that's going to be a different story. I can't see a reason why it should do that. If it tries to take out the highs, that's probably going to be worth at least getting on the radar for some short trades. We were talking about like some of the big tech there. I think there's a lot of opportunities in the broader market. I mean, Tesla's worth watching today. Meta showing some signs of weakness, down 1%, while the market's just slightly less than that. So there are some big caps that we're going to be watching. I don't know that Man U is going to be one of them.
No, I was. That's
It's
not,
just
yeah, it's
fun.
not really a big cap,
Yeah.
I don't think. But
I don't know what it is.
yeah, not
I have
big
no
cap.
clue how
But yeah, I mean, I don't know. We can look. I always think about this, and because we're talking a little bit about sports here, we can go over to DraftKings quickly. I mean, this is another name that's really bumped up over the last little bit. This has nothing to do with Tesla or Man U or anything like that. Just another name. I just thinking that at some point some of these are going to have to fade back in a little bit. So, this is one that's been really amazing on its daily chart here, just ticking up, like not even too many red days in here, 3 or 4 red days in the last 2 weeks. So this has just been an absolute rocket ship to the upside, and then running into this 21.50 area. So if there's anything that I'm going to be looking for a short, I mean, I'm not looking for a short right now in these names because you want to let them open up, but DraftKings is another big one that's definitely made that move to the upside. So you can look at that. We haven't looked at Penn in forever. That's only $37. So this has probably had a similar, I mean, I would assume it's had a similar move up from the bottom. Yeah, I mean, not a double up, but yeah, not as strong there as they have the casino game. But look at this. As I look at this, and I'm sort of glad we're doing it, you're running right into this level again, 36, 37, 38. So, some areas of support and resistance that we're run into that we took it out. This name is barcoding a lot. So, yeah, this is not going to be a good day trade name either. Only 257 shares today. But DraftKings, we know, can get moving here, 200,000 shares into some support or some resistance, on the upside of 21.50. So that's something that I look at here with DraftKings.
A couple other things to make note of here. One of the clean energy names just popping up on a volume scanner, Bloom Energy, if you remember, BE. Downside, $338 million equity raise just announced. Weber down, Citigroup cutting to sell, I believe it is, for their rating. Yeah, sell from neutral. On the barbecue maker, they reported yesterday. We'll talk about Krispy Kreme coming up here. D-Nut moving around here in the pre-market off of earnings. TJX also reported, speaking of retailers, downside here, 1.5% for TJX as well.
Yeah, Weber's another one of these names that's, I'd say, relatively heavily shorted. It's hard to tell because you get all these different numbers when you're looking at the actual short interest. But it's anywhere from, I see lows of 23, but it looks like 39 is pretty much a consensus there. Caught up in the old squeeze game, just a tiny little bit yesterday. It went from $7 into $8.90. It's only down 4%, but that, remember, you're calling it down 4%, but at the open, before all of the squeezing was happening, this was a stock that was trading at $7.20. So it's significantly up from there post earnings and was trying to sell off. In fact, did the exact opposite. So this is a name that you can add to the bucket of potential squeeze plays, but it's worth noting, and I think the reason that I'm staying away from it is when you just had that huge run, everything just made a huge move to the upside, about 10% on Bed Bath & Beyond. AMC made a move. I didn't check GameStop. Weber didn't go anywhere. So that's usually my litmus test. If it doesn't react with the group, well, then it might not be in the party. So I guess Weber didn't get invited today. I would have been willing to put it in the group, but it doesn't seem like it wants to go. Volume kind of weak. But I keep it on the back radar because it has a big short interest and is always capable of that kind of a move.
Yeah, we can. I mean, is this what we're going to do? We're going to talk about meme stocks again.
I didn't mean to. He said it was a Weber story.
No, it's okay. No, it's fine. No, I think we should. I mean, I don't
know.
That's what we trade, man. I mean, everybody likes to trade these names, and when they're hot, you got to do it. It's like you mentioned last year at this time, this goes through its ebbs and flows. Bed Bath & Beyond was $5 a month and a half ago. It's $30 today. So needs to be talked about. But look at Revlon. Here's another name that, once you declare bankruptcy and you get people sniffing around, this is what can happen to a name as well. So there goes Revlon. Revlon keeps on spiking to 11, 10s, 11, Yeah, BBBOI just pulled back to 28.50, so watch out for that one. I still like that 26 level. I don't have any stops to get out. That 11.50 though on Revlon could be a level there. And once they switch, look, this is another name. We just talked about some of the names going off there. Fubo with Neil, AMC, talked about those two. And this one kind of went as well. There goes Revlon, nicely done to the upside. So we'll see what happens here, but 860, I don't know, 865 maybe, a good little level there for Revlon. So this name wants to go up. Let's just double check resource here for all of you that are watching the show. Let's thank Luca for this one. It's called floatchecker.com. It's about as simple and easy as it can be. We are not affiliated, nor have we double checked any of these numbers, but they seem to be adding up every time we do it. So we'll continue to use it. There's Revlon. So let's go here, Revlon, and find it out. And you can see 50% short on FinViz. That might seem to be a little bit of blown out, but everyone else, 35, 35, 35. You compare that to like a Bed Bath & Beyond. Obviously, there's a lot of talk. Morningstar has this at 100%, so does Yahoo. Anyways, you're not too far away when you're talking about Revlon versus Bed Bath & Beyond here. So look at some of these names today as they continue to trade. We had to pay for shorts for Bed Bath & Beyond. I think it was about 3 cents a share, 3 cents a share or so for that. So not super expensive. I'll double check what Revlon's is as well. But if you're looking at a 2-minute chart here for Rev, you can play it back here when it starts to barcode. I'd rather look at a name that is doing tons of shares right now, and that is that Bed Bath & Beyond. But Revlon up here to 925. It just stopped again. So that was a move here that we came back in, danced with before tanking at the end of the day. I mean, tanking from 10 to 8 is 20%, but it looks like a pretty dramatic move, but we can get back up there again. So I would say Revlon near this 8.25 mark is definitely something that you'd want to look at if you're interested in these squeeze plays.
Here's another one to add to the list as well. Cassava Sciences, guys, popped up after the close, like right after the close yesterday. Almost like a whole bunch of people realized that this one also has a very high short percent. 28.50 on my terminal, 28.5% short for Cassava Sciences. Again, not doing as much volume or participating right now, but Sava up 20% here.
Well, the CEO bought some shares. I think it was the CEO. But insider buying, I guess that was the catalyst for this one to finally start going, because it didn't do anything in yesterday's run, and it's not really doing a heck of a lot today. Although when you're up 20%, it's kind of cold-blooded to say it's not doing anything when it's been that strong. This is not that bad when it comes like fundamentally looking at the chart here, the 50 period about to get taken out. I kind of prefer, I came in thinking I was going to trade this one, Weber, maybe, Sava, felt like it was going to be a go, and I was just eyeballing this 26 breakout. Like if it had been part of the party, I feel like we should have been taking this 26 out already. But Sava, we've seen what can happen when it does get going. Typically, when it has a really extreme day, it does tend to come right back in that next session. So you'd be looking for one quick continuation off 26. I think 28 to 30 would be a reasonable target area. It gets to that resistance at 30, and you might see it start to sell off a bit. But again, it's just not making moves right now. And yeah, thank you for the super chat there, Intuition Bet. Blue Apron is part of the crew. Actually, I'm pretty sure we had that one on the watch list as part of the group that has been running to the upside as well. And it's not like this is not really any different. So let's just talk about where it can go. It could go past the $7 mark, and if it gets past this, it has a huge 850 level. Like that's, if you're looking for like the 2860 equivalent that Bed Bath & Beyond had over here in Blue Apron, it's about this 850 into like 870. You get to that price, and this one could put a hard reversal in. We're looking for support. I think realistically on these types of breaks, I'm always thinking about the last break price for the next support. So this would be like downward, just bounced at 640. That's also yesterday's high, but it's got room to run, Blue Apron here. Just watch out for that level on the daily, because when Bed Bath & Beyond got to its level 28, like it rejected it 4 times and then fell. Blue Apron, that level is 850.
Yeah, the good analysis on the levels there, and you wanted to know the short interest on Blue Apron. So let's look quickly here. Yahoo Finance 23, 41, 23, 23. So I'd say we always try to like diddle in the middle of these somewhere. So I would say it's probably between 25 to 30% or so there for Blue Apron. So once again, a big thank you for the shout out to Intuition Bet. What bet do you have on right now? I mean, probably long in Blue Apron, which is why we're looking for that short interest. So we like that name. Fubo TV also looking to take out that 725. So yeah, Brendan, these things are not stopping, although the NASDAQ right now trying to pull back in a little bit here. So lots of stuff to look at, and another interesting day on tap.
Yeah, it's not going to matter much, but there it is. Fubo, top of the downgrade side today from Wedbush. Teladoc on here as well. There was 2 for Teladoc to the downside, so TDOC. There's that T2, Take-Two Interactive, TTWO, and Weber, as we said, Citigroup going to sell on Weber. Speaking of DraftKings, on the upgrade side today, this Smuckers and Sandstorm as well.
Yeah, after I remember GAN reported this week, and I think they got crushed. They were probably pretty bad. The first thing I saw when I see Teladoc on the downgrade side is, oh, that's a name that certainly is capable of making some runs on squeeze plays, but not really a heck of a lot happening there. So not a lot of pre-market volume. Fubo, who cares about the downgrade? You're going to see that happen, right? Like ultimately, you have a name which has been beaten up. Is going to the upside essentially on not a very fundamental move. I think this one has some room if it can get back into like 880 or so. You look at that 200 period, I look at that huge pivot point at about 880. That's where I'd be looking for that big dip in potentially to come. I've had 3 longs on it. This last one is up at that 7 range. So I don't want to be holding this past that 680. If it breaks this at the open, you start flushing back in and you've been going stair step long up, you want to leave yourself room, not holding back 10%, but thinking about get out, get back in, either consolidation off that 660 area or that 625. Bed Bath & Beyond just pull back a little bit, so you'll see some of these start to come in here. Last breakout price was $27.60. It just dipped to that price now. The pre-market break before that was about $26.60. That's where they found some support. That's where I want to give this latest entry to. So trying to keep the momentum simple for some of these names if we're going to try to do multiple trades there. Thank you very much, Jen R. We got 5,000 viewers. You're asking to hit the like button. We'll ask to hit the like button. It's going to be a wild one. We don't ask anything. Just make sure that you hit that like, hit that subscribe, but also understand that there's so many of these moving. Try to stay in your comfort zone. Pick one, pick two. If you've never traded these before, paper trade and just learn from it and understand price action is going to be fantastic here today. Just so make sure you got to trade your own book, but don't try to get too overwhelmed. If you see 5 or 6 stocks going at once, you don't need to have all 5 or 6 of them. Like I said, I keep meaning to look at GameStop to see if it's doing anything. I probably won't, because there's enough already happening.
Yeah, we also got another super chat. We are trying to go over a bunch of different names here for you guys, but what's up? Oh, we've had this before. Top of the morning, gents. What are your thoughts on Blue Apron? Thank you, sir. Artorius. Okay, so we'll look quickly again for you guys at Blue Apron. Look, I mean, when you're looking at something like Bed Bath & Beyond, I'm going to start with this because what I'm trying to talk about is going to be sort of relevant to both of these. So Bed Bath & Beyond right here, right? Look at yesterday's highs. That's where we broke, and that's where we ripped. That's where we just tanked. I mean, the word tank is going to be misused all day here when we're talking about these stocks. But, we came back into that high of 27.50 again from yesterday and then bounced up to where we are, 28.15. So let's keep that in mind. Now let's go over to Blue Apron quickly here. That's a New York name. You got to switch over symbols. That's the one thing about our platform. The symbol switching can be frustrating sometimes. But here we go. So if you're going to look at this play for Blue Apron for yesterday, the same kind of thing for Bed Bath & Beyond, right? And so here's yesterday's high of 640. We broke it. Not much happened. So that's the difference. But look where we've held 640. So we've held this high into yesterday. It has basically been the low for the pre-market. Now, I understand that, it was trading down here, but I'm just talking about in the last half hour or so when all these names have started to go a little bit off. They've held yesterday's highs. So if you're looking to get into Blue Apron, and again, we're not one of those pump shows, guys, where we're telling everybody to get into something and then let's move this to the high side. We're trading price action. We're trading what we see. So for me, this is a good take here, down to 630, 640, something like that. You're only at 655. So Blue Apron, we talked about the short interest, about 25 to 30% on this name. So this one could go as well. But, it started yesterday at 450, went all the way to 650. That's $2. That's a 50% move. If you get that same move today, then yeah, that's going to put you at about 9. So I don't want to talk about where it's going to go. I just think the important thing is that you sort of look for some support down here. You got a lot at 5 for sure, because yesterday into the close, we sort of bounced off of that. So if you're going to look at a deeper dive, I think 5 is good. But if you just want to try to scalp right now and take that that runner off the early momentum, then I think you're probably going to try to test this 640 one more time. And thank you, Sir Artorius, for the super chat. And thank you, everybody, for your super chats today. It's been a good one. And, we're just getting started. It's only 8:59.
Still tons of time. We'll try and give you a look at this on a regular basis about this time every single morning, guys. And I'm speaking of the social sentiment board. Here we go. Rightfully so. There it is. After what happened yesterday, Bed Bath & Beyond dominating this board so far today. And again, if you're seeing this for the first time, this just kind of visualizes all of the comments coming off of social media on individual stocks, the direction of each and the frequency represented by the size of the box on this board. SPY, green. AMC, always on here, seemingly always green. BBIG, gray. Whenever you see gray, it just means that there isn't enough directional indication on the comments to provide any kind of direction. There's Fubo down there. Apple's here, no direction on Apple. There's Blue Apron, APRN, a little bit smaller. A ton of little ones up here, including AMTD, had its own news yesterday. There's that Eargo we were mentioning, the FDA clearing the way for over-the-counter hearing aid devices to be sold. I just saw a note that Best Buy has already said they are going to be selling those over-the-counter hearing aid devices. Cassava Sciences, we mentioned as well, gray so far, but there's a look at a few things to know as far as social media sentiment is concerned. Let's jump into everything else you need to know that is on the watch list this morning. We'll talk a little earnings here from the retail space. A ton of stuff on that this morning. Make sure you grab the watch list. Every single morning, we send it out to you for free before we come on at 8:30. Target, top of the list. Retailers on mind, as they have been the past couple of days. We got Walmart, we got Home Depot. Today we get Lowe's, we get Target. Target missing, however, not huge, but to the downside for TGT.
Yeah, I mean, actually, look, it's not terrible to the downside, I think, but that's the context of it not being terrible, because 2.5% on Target isn't that great. It's because of what happened last time. I think when you pull a move like this, going like 25-30% down on earnings, that's going to cause everyone to react differently to the stock. But this is a relatively large move for Target to the downside. I think it's going to be under some pressure. By the way, just so you guys know, I feel like there could be a bit not a wipeout, but I think they could pull like a rug pull off of some of these at the open there. Like, had a tight stop on all these higher breaks where I've taken it a little bit higher up, and AMC just came out. I might be thinking AMC for a bit of a short at some point here, and then watch out for these to come back in at about 9:30 or even right at the open. We've seen that dump before, then it makes a floor. But Target, I favor this one obviously to the short side if we even bother trading it today. And I just simply look at when it made this breakout late in the afternoon. It was about 178 here. We had this huge break, $5 move after consolidating at that high. You look at the resistance on it at like 177 here, and I just feel like it can be shorted to that price. It felt like the market hit, the S&P hit that 200 period moving average on the daily and hard rejected in the afternoon. So unless these earnings from Target and Lowe's are going to be great, it was mixed by Lowe's. They're actually up, I think, last I checked, but Target to the downside. I do want to favor the short here, and it would have to be off that 178 above that, and I think you just sort of give it up. But it put in that level yesterday and looks like it's trying to hold it again this morning.
I gotta say, good luck. My kids are at the dentist today, so yeah, that should be. Yeah, I mean,
hate the dentist.
They've been, yeah, I know you do. That's why I said it there. They've been going. I mean, they've been going to the dentist since they're like 2 years old or something. I thought I was like ridiculously young, but we got them going there, so they like the dentist.
That is feel young.
Yeah, I don't know.
Not that I actually know.
I mean, maybe there's
we had this
dentists
conversation before.
Yeah. No, my kids are pretty legit for that. They like it. I don't know if they like it. I mean, every time I ask them, they don't seem to mind it.
They have the TVs on, don't they?
Well, there is TV. I don't know. I mean, the dentist has TVs.
My dentist won't ever change it from CP24.
Yeah,
it's like
too,
a news channel. It's like
yeah.
You clearly have, you can put anything on, but
you can ask. I don't bother to ask.
I just kind of feel like
I don't know. I don't really care. I'm sure for the kids, they're probably watching some SpongeBob or something. Actually, my kids hate that. My kids just like YouTube now. They like to watch like all these guys on YouTube.
Blippi.
I told you someone named Salish as well. Okay, so quickly here. All right, so if you could see, I mean, that's why my daughter's now vegetarian. She loves Starbucks. She works out every morning. She's 8 years old. All right, so right here, 27. Yeah, no, she can do. Yeah, she can do a lot of.
In gymnastics,
it's
about the chin-ups and pull-ups.
Oh yeah, it's okay. Right here, so we got back into Bed Bath & Beyond here on that dip. I do fear a little bit of a pullback happening. I mean, we've seen rug pulls before on this stock, including how nasty was this one? All of a sudden, like, you didn't expect this to happen at 234 yesterday when we were here at 26.50. And then one straight candle. Remember, this is a 2-minute chart all the way to 23. That's $3. And then it continued down. It stopped at about 20.21. And we got thrown around a little bit there. And then it made that bottom at 18.50 before waking up today to a Merry Christmas 30% upside. So we just took another piece there. So my average price looks a little bit worse. We're still $1 in the money, but we took another piece here at 26.30. So, sorry, 27.60 rate. As we just remember, you guys, we talked about that blue apron coming back into these levels. So that's what we did again. It came back and we just went long. So we do as we preach here a little bit and take this long right now on Bed Bath & Beyond. We take this 27.50. Let's see if it goes upside now on a reload position here. Watch out, man. There still is 25 minutes until the open. So these things could get nasty. We are very aware of the drops that could happen here. So you got to have stop orders out. And I feel like 24 is a decent spot to sort of give it up and then wait to see if we test some of these lows one more time on a quick little talk here on Bed Bath & Beyond.
I mean, there's a huge list here, guys. We can go through maybe a few of them. Once again, if you missed it yesterday, Ryan Cohen re-upping on a whole bunch of call options set to expire January of next year on Bed Bath & Beyond. That kind of kicked off the move yesterday. But I mean, there's the APRN, as we said, there's FUBO, there's BBIG, there's a ton of these moving around once again this morning as far as the meme stocks go.
So, I mean, Sean just went over Bed Bath & Beyond, so we'll try to cover these as best we can one by one here. FUBO was I would say just as strong, and it stair-stepped to the upside. There were multiple points to be able to get in. There was consolidation in front of like 460. There was a break at 5. But it's the latter moves that I'm more interested in. Like the last push before things went parabolic in the afternoon, right at noon, dipped back into 580. You had this high at 640, and I think that's the zone. In the afternoon, it was the same thing. Like you essentially had this mid-6 area down into 580 that it was playing around with. I came in, saw it right in the same channel. It's like, okay, first thing, have a stop. We don't have to throw a stop in the pre-market, but like mentally stop 575 here, and then just looking for longs. The first breakout happened to be 6.25. It then started taking out this mid-6 range, and then an entry at 680 just because it was the afternoon high, and now playing with the 7s. So I like this back to 675. If there is a dump at the open, then I want to go right back to thinking about that 575 on FUBO and then maybe taking some longs off of 6 even. It's diddling in the middle to want to short. So, I mean, it would have to do something extreme at $8 or possibly like a 10 for me to be interested. And just to go over Vinco Ventures, remember this thing was halted. Vinco was halted for a week and a half. It opened up, and it was pretty much free money if you somehow were in the open trade. But even after it got to $1, it halted at $1 and then opened up higher. So naturally, it's at $1.36, an extreme move if it goes down to $1, but I would be defending it if it got to that price. And there's a clean 150 break, which is the current high, which is put into play here. And then if you go back to the daily, like we said, it was halted for a little bit. That's a pretty significant 150 area. It's got a gap of its own to 180. So Vinco Ventures, that 150 breaks in the cards for me. I would have loved to get it at $1. I don't think we're going to see that price today.
Okay, so Bed Bath & Beyond just went to 28, so that looks like it was going to be a good reload there if you got out. We did not, but there's 28. You guys, there was some talk there that we're only talking about meme names, but yeah, we are because that is kind of what's happening. But here's the NASDAQ today. You can see on the bottom here, the NASDAQ is down 1%, and then you're kind of right at this level of 13,500 that we talked about. So, I am trying to look short if we break that 13,500. Right now, there it is right here coming through. So we've already made some nice tops. We talked about 13,700 yesterday as possibly being the high, and that's why we were looking short yesterday. And again, thanks to everybody sending the well wishes and the cheers on Instagram and on Twitter. We did have an amazing morning yesterday, shorting Microsoft, shorting some of these names. And again, we got into that 13,700, faded it out. It hit the high yesterday. Was the high 2 days ago as well. So now you're back in about 200 points lower right now on the NASDAQ. NASDAQ, looking to fade down to maybe 13. I mean, I don't know if this is going to happen today, but 13,300 could be a stopping spot as well. So if you are going to be short anything, we are trying to take a little bit of a longer time frame here on the NASDAQ when we're looking to hold something. So, just looking at some of those plays, I think that we can make a little bit of money here today on the short side one more time here for the NASDAQ. So that's something that I'm looking at. Bed Bath & Beyond, again, just dancing. As I said, it just went to 28 and stopped. So yeah, 20 minutes left in the market is pretty nice. At least we're getting that coming up to the open here. So we'll see what happens. I'm excited for some of these squeeze stocks. We've already cashed out on some of these, but we're always looking to make a little bit more. That $30 on Bed Bath & Beyond, always looking to be a juicy spot.
Biggest name in the NASDAQ, obviously going to be Apple. A little bit of a note on Apple to be aware of this morning. A couple of their suppliers talking about moving some of the production on Apple Watch and MacBook to Vietnam. They're actually testing out some production in that area as of right now. That's from Nikkei Asia overnight. There's also 2 separate upgrades on Apple today. So if the market is going to start to rally once again, we'll need some of these big names to go as well.
Look, that's sort of the thing. You're not going to have the major markets, sort of the major averages go without at least a pair here. So Apple maybe needs to be a part of that story. We always talk about Tesla when it comes to the S&P if it doesn't get going. Tesla relatively weak already to start today, but Apple is relatively strong. So I want to put it in the bucket, at least for now, of the tech names that if we get a breakout to the long side, I want to look for some longs. Obviously 174 and a break looks good, but then if you come back in and just, it's hard to see on the 15-minute because it's skewed, but you go back to last week, we had this 171 level, a pretty decent top. When it got put in, you had a $3 retracement, clean break through it, then support the following day. I think 171, if we get a downward move, that's where I might look to see it get arrested there in Apple. And then if you have shorts that are working, I'm looking at Meta. I like to the short side this AM. If we bounce off 171, that could cause the index to maybe level off a little bit. But that's the level I want to see in Apple. At 171 stands out, only because we're probably not going to talk about Meta. Clearly a lot weaker. It's at the bottom end of its range, looking to threaten below this 177 and maybe break this 176, which would open up a big gap here. If we get anywhere close to 181, I'm shorting Meta today. I think we said that in the afternoon show. It's just been too good a level for 3 days in a row not to take a shot at this. So I prefer to be in Apple longs. 71 is my support. I'm definitely looking at Meta shorts. As a matter of fact, I'm likely to have an offer out there just in case we pop toward that 181. I'll get some in the 180 to 180 half range.
All right. The only name that I put on the sticky note here, well, I mean, we also have Tesla. We talked about Tesla a little bit. I'm going to show the sticky note one more time. And again, a couple of videos up here on BBBY and whatnot. But here's the sticky note today. Obviously, it has BBBY in there. We'll talk about Walmart, I'm sure, coming up as we look at Target. But there's Microsoft right now. It's now below 290. So I feel like we got to fade pops until we're about over 292. So we're going to engage in that. And if the market rallies, we're going to be wrong. I don't know if we're going to talk about Tesla either, 908. But that was yesterday's bottom and then the pre-market bottom as well. It may not be the pre-market bottom anymore. I'll have a quick look at that. But this is Microsoft that we talked about. You could see yesterday in the AM we had this. These were the killer shorts. And again, thanks for all the talk there on social about that. But these were great, man. 293 all the way down to 291. And then we were respecting that 290 level, which is why we did get some out at 291, right? We tried the short again and failed. Then we went long. Yes, Mr. Randy.
Thanks,
thank you so much for that. Cheers, Neil. There it is. Cheers, Randy. We got to get Randy back on because Tesla's trying to break 900 right now off of a big move. So we'll
need to get that back up.
Maybe we'll. Oh yeah, there we go. We got to get that. Get Tesla back up. Yeah.
Well,
Randy started talking about it at 800. It went to like 970 or something.
Exactly. He gave a pretty good sales pitch for Tesla.
Thanks, Randy. Wow, that's good. Okay, yeah, it's finally good. Good, like warm coffee. Because there's a breeze in here, which we never know why. My coffee got real cold, real quick there the first time around. So we'll get a nice warm one right now. Yeah, thank you, Randy. How's that desk coming along? Yeah, I saw yesterday. These guys are going crazy in the back with it. Okay. Anyways, all right. A couple more minutes to go here, but 9. I'm looking at this level now because we've broken below, so we've sort of breached that 290. We haven't breached it very far, man. I mean, you could get short 290 right now. We did that yesterday and we took some profit. But Microsoft and Apple and Tesla and all these names tend to move quite a bit here off the open. So I would think that we'd be able to get a bump up here into 290 again, like 290.50, something like that. So my first offer is around that 290.50, and then I want to get more short at 291. And then honestly, like I wrote down 292. I don't even know if that's a level that I want to punch out at, but I just figured that we had some dips in here to 292, some consolidation around 292. So if Microsoft rips up $2, I'll probably just add to the short, but that is sort of my area of concern right now with this is going to be that 292 area. So I'm short Microsoft, and I know you have Tesla up, but that 90.
We'll next,
oh, it's coming up next. Okay, we'll just go to Brendan and get the big story, and then we'll talk about some TA after that.
If you are just joining or just waking up, possibly, Elon's not buying Manchester United. He came out and said this morning that that is completely not true and was a joke when he mentioned it on Twitter late yesterday. But here's, I mean, Elon stuff aside, Sean, you were mentioning early on, like Tesla relatively weak yesterday. We're down another full percent here. Here's 900 staring us in the face down here for Tesla.
Yeah, it's definitely staring us in the face. I like to have sort of two plans of action here. Look, it had a breakout from about 905. I think that's your current support, but I just look at the afternoon high, and I drew this sort of line. It's at 925. You had the top end the other day, support 25, and then we broke below that price for good yesterday in that little dump off that we saw late afternoon. It only got to 22. So if on any pop I want to fade, by the way, Bed Bath & Beyond just broke 27.
Yeah, I see that
I'm
right
feeling like, look, I mean, maybe it doesn't crash, but I've seen this with AMC and GameStop back in the day where you get a test of the high, and we'll get to them for the final 10 minutes, where you get a test of the high, and then at the open, they're essentially running some stops before they can go up again. So I'd be a little bit cautious of that. In fact, I am. I exited AMC. I've exited Bed Bath & Beyond. I want to short Tesla if it comes into that 20 to 25 range. Gets past 25, I'd be out. You can look for the bottom to break out here. It's clearly relatively weak. I'm putting it in the bucket of stocks that I'm looking for the short and the big cap names. But if there is a pop, I've been reluctant to fade pops, and 940 was a good one. I don't want to make that same mistake if we see 25 today.
All right, we average into Bed Bath & Beyond right now at 2670 there. So, we got another average in, and we're going to see if this continues to go back to the upside. I am obviously nervous at the same levels here, 24.25. We do have stop orders in case there's any issues, but the market is coming in. Look, there's still 15 minutes until we go, right? And so, you're going to have to let these things settle down a little bit, but you don't want to let it completely fall down because you don't want to be in the hole too much here to start the day. But $24, 25. Look, we've seen these rug pulls before. If this is not a comfort zone for you, like maybe it isn't for Neil or for whoever's in these names, understand that it could get nasty, and the risk to reward is definitely here in my opinion. So we're going to stick with it and watch to see where it goes from here. But big time movement to the upside. We've cashed out of this name, but it doesn't mean that we're not going to take an L on it if it does come back in. So you got to watch out. For me, it's still this break of 24. I'd like to see maybe even the 23 level where we had some support and resistance down there. I'm only talking about this because it's going. We're still in the money, but we're barely in the money now. We're long at 26.60. So could be a wild ride today if it's not already for you guys here on Bed Bath & Beyond. We did have to pay for a little bit of those shorts as well. Okay, so Tesla, Neil just talked about it. I talked about it. It is one of the names that's on the sticky note here today. So, down here at 908, that's just a key level for me to look at. I think we could probably smash this thing right off the open. The only thing is that you got to be careful about the amount of shares that you use, just because the market could just wick up and down a little bit here off the open as it tries to figure out what it wants to do. So we're at that 13,500 mark that we talked about for the futures. So, let's see if it takes that out. I mean, that's really what we're looking at right now in these futures. So 13,500 is definitely a level that we're down to now, off of 13.7. Tesla's seen better days, I feel like right now. It's still the number one EV company there, and I don't want to talk about shorting this thing from a long-term account, although I've been selling Tesla at lower prices than this, so I've been wrong. But I just think from a day trade, this bottom yesterday into a NASDAQ down 1%, I just don't see how it holds that 908, and then after 908, you see 900. So that's kind of where I'm looking at for this. I'd like to be right on this. I wish we were a little bit higher running into 908. So I don't think I'm going to put a market on open order or anything like that into Tesla, but it is a little bit of a dangerous name if you're going to trade it with too many shares. Here's Blue Apron right here, talking about that name earlier. There's ACHR as well. New Bank from yesterday. We haven't even talked about that once. It made that move to 6 and faded yesterday as well. So you can see that name down 2%. There's $6. Great call by Jose yesterday on that name. Here's that Michael Burry stock that we've sort of thrown cold water on a little bit. He only has $4 million worth, I believe it was. Or even if it's 4 million shares, that's not a big, yeah, it's dollars. And even if it was shares, I don't even feel like it's that much of a, well, 4 million times 8, I guess would be okay, but I don't know, not huge. Ford, Snapchat, yeah, not too many names here on the imbalance locator, but hey, look what's going on now. A little bit of a move up here in Bed Bath & Beyond off that reload. So hopefully it continues its move back upside as we have reloaded this one, Brendo.
Good to see Party City coming to play as well. That one also has a short percent, guys. Top of the list there on the imbalance locator. Here's D-Nut. We have a few minutes, so let's talk about Krispy Kreme. Yeah, they cut their annual forecast. Not a good report for Krispy Kreme to the downside. It was 1.49 billion to 1.52. That's down from 1.53 to 1.56 prior on the forecast. So that caused this. Although we are trying to bounce here off some of these levels for Krispy Kreme.
Yeah, there's a rule I like to try to apply in earnings season for some of these, and it just comes down to if it doesn't break the low, only one place to go. Well, D-Nut was down significantly. It looked like 12 was an obvious level on the daily chart here. It didn't get below 12. It touched 12.30. It's already up at 13.40. So I might throw that notion out the window, just sort of taking any long, hoping for a squeeze. If it goes up, I mean, if you can't see $15 on the daily and give it a few pennies, this stock has been unable to break above and hold above that price since April. And it's been an absolute wall on the stock at $15. So we get to that price, I'm looking for the shorts. If I get it, I'll be happy that we're able to, hopefully get a little bit of price action there. It'll have to have broken heavily. I just can't bring myself to buy it on a bad report that high up because I don't have an out. If I take the long up here, the risk to reward to me is way too skewed. So I'm looking, if it does test down to 12 even, I think there's a chance that could be some longs, but we're looking at some vastly different prices. I'm not diddling in the middle. I thought that was going to come into play when I sat down this morning. Unfortunately, unless I was looking long at 7 a.m., which I, quite frankly, no chance I wanted to do it that early. I might have to sit this one out altogether unless something crazy happens and gets us to 15, where I'll be locked and loaded and ready to go. Like, that's a price. I look at it on the daily chart. I got to have it. Yeah, there's some other small caps that are running that we haven't got to here, Brendo. I was in one of them, so let's listen up to see what stock Brendan wants to talk about here at the big screen.
Yeah, one of the other ones, Ergo, popped up yesterday. If you remember, this thing had a huge day yesterday on that FDA note. They make, if you miss it again, they make hearing aid devices. FDA came out and said they're going to allow a specific category for over-the-counter hearing aid devices to be sold. Best Buy this morning then said they are going to sell those hearing aid devices. So popping up here again for Ergo. Relatively low float. This thing has a ton of room to the upside. 350, 360 maybe on the daily chart would be a stopping point. So watch for higher here initially. This is 215 and then 2. If it's going to go down, needs to trade below both, for me anyways. But let's look for support first on Ergo, guys.
Ergo. So I was in Ergo, obviously. I mean, some people were talking in the chat, like what's moving, and we're listing off like everything that's available for us to trade. And Ergo was great in the afternoon. There's no question about it. It was a good long trade. Probably had to take it off too early as it ran. As usual, you get that move in the aftermarket where it eventually broke the highs. But it gave it up. It was looking like 240 was pretty solid. It couldn't take out this high of the day. The reloads weren't really that good. So I'm now patiently looking for this $2 area. We're either going to get $2, pull back in at the open, retest some of yesterday afternoon support levels, or we're just going to have a clean break of the high of the day. If we get, like, there's still room to go on the daily chart here. So before you get like $3 and $3.50, where I think clearly there's probably going to be a lot of sellers eyeballing that 350 area and 3 psychological. Quite a ways to go. If we do get that dip in not just the market but in the squeeze names, then I think EAR comes down, tests that $2, where I'd be much more interested in grabbing a long. Initially, I wanted like a 95 stop. I think I'll stay with that. Might not have this one at the open. I feel like there's going to be bigger moves in some of the other squeeze names we got to, but I do like EAR today. I just haven't been on it since about 8:30. I want to revisit this one if we get back down to 2, or take out that high sitting at 265 clean.
That's funny that you guys are talking about getting some shares here out on Bed Bath & Beyond. I see some people in the chat talking about 30. So I do have an offer. I mean, look at that reload right there, man. I mean, we haven't got anything out. We reloaded that at this 26.75. So we reloaded this $1 ago, and there it goes right back to these levels. Like, I'm debating taking a piece out because we're right back to this high again. But at the same time, I'd really love to see this thing open up. So Bed Bath & Beyond here. We do have the NASDAQ imbalances coming out in about a minute. So at 9:25. So I don't know. I don't know if that's going to affect it or not. I mean, if it comes at a huge bid, then you'll get a rally. But what if it comes the other way, right? And so you're kind of dancing a little bit here with these levels of yesterday's high, where we've only broke it once, went all the way back up and didn't really hold it that well, to be honest with you. And there it is again. It doesn't hold again. So that's definitely worth looking at there. Maybe we should have got something out when it went that $1 into the money off that trade. But here it comes pulling back in. We said this kind of stuff is not for the faint at heart. So there it is. So just as we talked about it there, $1 comes off of this name, right? So yeah, very, very tricky name here to play if you're not like scalping right now. But if you're going to hold it, you only have 5 more minutes until these imbalances, until the market opens up. And as I say that, the imbalances just came out. There's Apron there with 400. Fubo with 500. There it is, Bed Bath & Beyond right there with 250. So not a big number for sure, considering it's already done 25 million shares. That's it. TTO was another name that was running around for a bit there. Ford on a sell up to 16. I still like that number. Party City was there as well that Brendan's mentioned to us a couple times. So yeah, right now Bed Bath & Beyond is really starting to come back in a little bit, down to 26.50 one more time. So yeah, I mean, this market for me can't open fast enough. Like, it probably is going to halt right off the open is going to be one of my guesses.
One or the other.
You remember, it has to move, that 10% still, right? So that's $3 one way. If we think it's going to halt, I mean, I think the danger would be to the downside, but that high of 30, I mean, does it test it again? That's what we're all sort of hoping for here. So let's wait to see if that can come into play. I just want this market to open with only 4 minutes to go.
Yeah, I kind of went back to the well to only have one of these. And like Fubo I've been the most active on, so that's the one I want to have at the open, and just sort of stick to that. Like, I was in 3 positions at once. I actually even had ear at one point today, but at 9:30, at the open, I want to make sure I'm locked in, only in one position, and then looking for entry points into others. But Fubo gave me a bounce at the price we liked, at 680 for the second of the 3 longs. So I'm right back into this. I'll take some out in front of the high, look for that top end break. That's going to be in play. With only 3 minutes to go, worth going over a few things. We all know about Tesla. I like a fade if it pops to 925. I'm looking for Meta as well on any strength. Oh, give me a break. This didn't happen, that wick on Meta. It never goes. 181 is not going to happen. The first look will be the pop and fade if it can take at 178, but it's already through that 177 bottom. So you go back into the daily chart, so the 15-minute chart, and you see that 176. That's the channel of concern for Meta, below that recent support, and then just right in that channel, 176. That was that sort of resistance that we had last week. If it wants to head lower and break out 176 downside, I think Meta's in for a rough day. My first look will be pop and fade, so I want to short off the pre-market highs. Going to let this one open up to be sure. I don't want to ignore the chips because we ignored them yesterday. NVIDIA, very similar look to Meta. That 191, I think it's a sell. If it even sniffs 191, I think that's going to be a sell for me on NVIDIA. And then that 187 is more of a pop and fade idea there. So we're going to be watching these meme stocks. You can't get around it. I understand not everyone wants to trade them. Vinco Ventures is another one that I want to make sure that we're paying attention to. Open back up here. Could be challenging that 150 off the open. I do like that 150 for a break on BBIG.
All right, we talked about Revlon. We have some low bids. Fubo there. We talked about Bed Bath & Beyond as well. We're going to look for Microsoft off the open. AMC is another name that's back down a little bit. I know we tried that earlier with not too much luck there, but AMC off that 25 break, could happen easily again. So, I don't know why my chart's not loading on that to the back. But anyways, I'm not looking at AMC right now. Obviously, my mind is on Bed Bath & Beyond because that's the only name I've traded so far today. And then if you want a big cap, we talked about Microsoft and Tesla. Tesla obviously at that 08 level, probably already broke. What is Tesla at right now? 08, no, it's right there. It's at 10 right now still. So Tesla at 10. I think an 08 break is I mean, almost as good as it's going to look right now. Whether or not it happens or not, we'll have to see, because the NASDAQ is still down that 1%. And then the name that I really want to average into, or starting to sit right now, and I'm not in it yet, but if it does come up, this is the name Microsoft, that I just think, just because it's at 290, we really shorted that yesterday off the open, which was great right here. So we'll see if we get a pop again into this 292 area for softies. So that's what's on my mind. And then we want to short Walmart off of yesterday's high as well. Just quickly, I'll just show you that one. That 141 yesterday with a bad target number. We'll start to get short around 140 and see if that comes through as well. So yeah, that's what we're looking at, and it should be a good one now with only 30 seconds to go. I look over and I see it's El Tigre there, so that's going to be really good as well. CFVI on watch now. Something more about DWAC and former President Trump there. So we'll wait, and valuation, all this kind of stuff. Canadian company Rumble right there, CFVI, but Bed Bath & Beyond trying to get going right now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be adding something to what I'm going to be looking at the open, but that is worth probably paying attention to a little bit later on. It is going to be a wild one. Tony's on the bell, and when we ring it today, you know there's going to be fireworks. Watch out for some, I'm not saying a couple names could halt at the open, but you have to watch out for those. 3, 2, and 1. Let's get the party started there.
All right, let's go. All right, so Bed Bath & Beyond is now open. Microsoft's not doing anything except for doing nothing. And then Bed Bath & Beyond down to 26 right away. And it's, I mean, everything's open. Is it? I don't think it's even open yet, is it? I mean, normally NASDAQ opens right away, but it was only 100. Oh, no, that was a million share print. Okay, good. So yeah, we just have stuck quotes. That's all that it was. So let's flip this up there.
Yeah, we do.
Again, now it's 25.60, 20. I mean, I don't know where the quote is right now, but right now Bed Bath & Beyond is coming back down into the downside.
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing like 26 has come off the book when it's clearly trading in the low 26s, high 25s there. Meta did make a bit of a press to the upside. I wanted to try to fade it on any kind of strength. Not a ton there. Oh no, this is okay, this is crazy Meta, our quotes there. It's actually trading down around 176. Yeah. I'm looking at this 177 thinking we're up there. We're not. Looks like we're headed to the downside a little bit on Meta. I want to see if it can have any kind of a pop. Tesla did break down. It's basically holding inside the range here. I don't want to force my way into anything, but Bed Bath & Beyond just made a temporary bottom. I want to say temp bottom is headed higher. This is going to give me a chance. If we do take out the top here, I'm going to be loading into Fubo to see if we can get that one. Bed Bath & Beyond now breaking out big time.
Let's go, bud. We tried to get those 25s there, but we missed it. We did not know the quote there, so we missed that one. Now you're up to 29. That's good enough, man. There it is. Yes, we get that order out right there. Someone just hit us, 29. So I thought I was at 28.50. But there's a nice move as we continue to go to the upside right now. And we are blasting. We're at a monster spot for us right now. As here we go, taking out 30. Is it trying to halt right there? It is taking out 30. There it is, a fake halt there. I don't know, man. This is nuts. Back up to $30. Bed Bath & Beyond making my day right now, making everything.
Holy crap, that's insane.
Right now. That just dropped to 28?
That's insane. It touched 30. I'm not even.
Where are the prices?
It touched 30. I got a fill at 29.35. Then I'm like, there's no way. It's sitting at, in a second later, it was sitting at 27.60. That was clean. However, I'm in Fubo, so that's going the other direction. I had to get a piece of that short. I'm going to take Fubo out there. Oh, wait a minute. No.
One more time, baby.
Fubo's at 50. I should be taking that long.
This is nuts. I'm at 29.50 there trying to get something out on Bed Bath & Beyond.
Well, that's a bounce,
man. This is just, I don't know. Like, why am I even at 50 when it's printing 40s? What's the difference?
That was insane.
This is just insane, man. This has just been such, like I said again, man, you never know what's going to happen, man. Hit the likes if you're liking this action right now. Over 10,000 traders watching. Your boy just hit this. We're long at 26.70 right now. Give me a 29.40, baby. That's what we're looking for. I don't know why we're waiting at 50 before. If I can't get that, that's going to be bad, especially if it flushes now. But there it is right now. We have averaged into our softie. Oh, here it comes back down. Don't tell me I missed that by like 11 cents. Hopefully we can get that. Microsoft is ripped city to the upside as well. We got to watch out for this trade.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, the market is bouncing here, so I'm on the offer trying to get some Meta into this push. We wanted to get a pop in fade there. So Meta about to come into the short side for me, but this 30 break is lingering here. You got to watch out. I think we're going to get a 30 break at some point. The tape is pretty strong on Bed Bath & Beyond. You'll see Meta pop in. I still have that Fubo, but all eyes are on this 30 level here. And remember, like I was shorting this because I'm like, if it goes through 30, I was willing to reverse it. I do not have it. Now it's starting to capitulate. If we get through 226, I want out of Fubo, and I'm looking at AMC at about 24 for an entry to the short side. So all I got on for now is Fubo, trying to work that long again, and into some shorts on Meta. I know some people are watching Tesla, not making a heck of a lot of a move there, and not to ignore some of these. Vinco Ventures, not going to test that 150 just yet. It's headed southbound. If it sees $1, I do want that long in front of $1. Probably not going to happen, but I'm ready for it.
Man, this is insane, man. We actually only got, we got enough out on our Bed Bath & Beyond there when it went up to that 29. We got that 29.40. Remember, we were talking about that? We're like, don't miss us, don't miss us. So we do take a piece out there. I feel like I want to take one more piece out if it comes back up to that side one more time. So we'll wait at like 29. I mean, is it even worth waiting at 29.80 really for this? I don't know. Like if it comes back up, it's probably going to break that 30. I feel like one more time. We did average into our Microsoft here on this short. So again, this is what we're waiting for. The market did spike up a little bit. We were interested in Microsoft below that 290, but it has ripped above it. So on the sticky note, follow me at TraderTV Sean. You find the sticky note there. 292 was a key level for me on Softy, but we're short right now, 290.50. So it's a flat trade as Bed Bath & Beyond comes all the way back to 27. Watch out for your Fubo. And Fubo. We talked about that yesterday with Fubo. Fubo and your AMCs, GameStops and whatnot, because, hey, if there's a rug pull, there's a rug pull. What's up, Brendan?
Another early mover, guys. Blue Water Vaccine, BWV, announcing this morning. They're going to explore using their platform a monkeypox vaccine candidate, so up big time. BWV just touching 70%.
Yeah, we're just talking about, this is the problem. We had this conversation yesterday that the technology in this market is what it is when these volumes get going, man. It's like I didn't even know what price I was really looking at there for Bed Bath & Beyond. And I was like, do I want to get out now? What is the price? What is the price? But, often you can look at the tape and that should be right as opposed to your level 2, because sometimes you get those bursty quotes in there and it's like you don't really understand what prices are at.
Trust the tape.
Yeah, exactly. And trust yourself. Honestly, like if you're noticing charts as well, charts generally won't lie. Some of them will filter out those deep prints. So if you are on a trusted platform there, something to look at. All right.
This market's starting to bounce.
Yeah, the market is bouncing. Bouncing. I'd say it's bouncing a hell of a lot, man. This is bouncing way more than I thought it would. So we're going to have to get some more short here. Did we just get some? I think we just got some more anyways on Microsoft. Yeah, because we were waiting for those 20s. So there it is. Microsoft now into that short, but I like it against this 50 level. So let's take a little bit more here on Mr. Softy.
Yeah, by the way, just this ear, not my ear, but the stock, 265, it went right to that pre-market high. I'm still looking for that breakout, but forget about this too. I don't think, look, if I see that, it's on a failure of a double top here, so I'm not going to be that interested. At this point, it's a breakout of the high, or it holds consolidation at 230, and we can work off of that. Meta, the one short I'm in, I just got another leg in front of pre-market highs. It wick topped, and then came back below that 178. That's an entry for me, and now I can sort of stick a stop right above that high. It's been tested. If the market wants to come down, I think it's relatively weak. I don't want to forget the fact that I liked Apple for relative strength. We didn't get anywhere near 171, but you can see what's happening. We're going the other way on Apple. On my 15-minute, you can see this is 174 yesterday, 173.75. We get through 174, and it's going to be hard not to like the Apple longs. I do favor Meta just as a directional play to the short side. As a matter of fact, as I see what's going on in Apple, I'm kind of crazy if I don't try to take something out on Meta for some profit. But Apple looks like it wants to go. 174 is the big level here. It's about 30 cents away.
Yeah, Meta. You're short Meta there. I'm going to be short Softy. Maybe I need to be into another name some of these names dancing around a bit there. Microsoft goes back into the money for me, but we don't take it. Oh, just an update. We did get out at 28. We got out at 27.90 there on BBBY. We are very light on this name now. We were able to get it out when we went up to that $30 mark again. We talked about that high, and here it comes back in right into 24.25. Probably worth. This is where we were trying to get long before. So let's see if we can get that down here near that 25. I guess I could cancel my 32 offer right now. Here it comes back in 25.20 on this name, coming back in here for Bed Bath & Beyond. So watch out. Not that there's a rug pull happening, but that's 28 to 26, pretty quick there in a hurry. So we're light. We can get more. So that's what we're going to. We just missed it. We were at 25, like I said, 25.20, trying to get longer into this teeth here. So that's what we're doing right now with Bed Bath & and Beyond. And then our Microsoft is doing Microsoft things and not really moving too much. So we'll hopefully that can come down with the market. Probably should have shorted Meta. Like this is back-to-back times here where we're looking at the wrong names. But at least Neil's got the Meta. Actually, Meta's not really. They're both.
It's coming.
At
Tesla's
least
coming
Meta's
down
coming down. So that's nice. Hopefully that can happen now for Microsoft, because this is really where all of my effort is right here, Microsoft.
Yeah, and I did get into EAR. It looks like it tried to make that break. It did go to 72s. I looked at it, got past that 70 level. I had the 70 long. I'm trying to get a little bit more into it to try to take this like whole entire consolidation area from 55 to 70 as a target entry. But I just got triggered out of Fubo, so that's giving it up a little bit more here. And as we say, like as Sean was mentioning, Meta did come down. It's testing those lows. I do want to find something else that I can get into. And something that'll go long side. I mean, Tesla, I like Tesla shorts at 25, 925, but this did not break that low. At the open, wick bottom, now trending back into the upside. A lot of times that can be bullish for Tesla. It's hard not to like what you see out of Apple. That is a heck of a lot of strength. If we do dip, I think we have to defend the pre-market lows, but right now it's all about that 174 breakout for me on Apple. I'll get to EAR in just a quick second. I want to make sure I have my order locked and loaded for Apple if it gets through that high. I just have to have something into the long side that's going to follow the market. It's not that EAR, that's a totally different ballgame. I don't think it really cares whatsoever what's going to happen in that market. And then I don't want to ignore one other one. I see you guys talking about like Party, and Sega is apparently going as well. So there's going to be other names out there. Sega on the high of the day. That's one of the monkeypox stocks names. I have not been trading those because I feel like it just adds another element to what you're trying to do, which is all of a sudden waiting for headlines that might be coming out with regards to that. But Sega is making some power moves. EAR is the one I decided to get back into. We talked about that break. It's up at 284. I'm looking to get. I got to get shares out in front of $3. Once we've taken a couple legs out in front of 3, it's hold for that 350. As a matter of fact, if we consolidate long enough, I'd look for a 3 break just to take the next level up.
All right. We got some 29, 290 60s there. We're waiting in the 50s. I mean, obviously, I'd like to get there. We go. We just got a 54 there on Microsoft. So we are printing on this name right now. It's going to be a good one, hopefully to the downside. I'm going to cancel my Revlon and my Fubu and all these things. I know it's Fubo. I don't know why I keep saying that. But I don't know. Okay, Softy, come to the party. Here it comes down to the downside right now. So far, so good here. We're waiting at 290 flat now for Microsoft. So let's take let's take another bid out here. We're rocking right now again. We're doing it again here today. So that's going to be a good one on this Microsoft short. Now, still big shares, man. 290.80 right here. It's only 50 cents. I'm just going to keep taking some pieces out here. Okay, here we go. Now
Facebook's cratering.
Yeah, good. Meta cratering as well. I should have looked at all of these names before, man. Look at this. If I was just on Meta, that's 178. We'd be short. This would be now $2 in the money.
Look at Amazon,
and I'm 50 cents in the money on Microsoft. So, yeah, Microsoft too strong here today. Damn it, we picked the wrong one again. How can I pick the right ones? Message me at TraderTV Sean and find out what am I looking at? What am I missing? Why am I shorting the strongest names?
Yeah, look, Meta's making some moves here, but don't ignore, Amazon's down 2%, which is actually more than Meta here. So this might be the weakest one. And 142 is a big level. It was Amazon again. What do you think? It was 143.5. So that 144, that's been an out. That's fantastic. When it broke 144, it was a great long. When it resists it, it gives you $2 almost instantly. If we get any pops here, Amazon has to come into play for me on the short side. Thank you, True Trading Group. So at 3K likes, True Trading Group is going to give 200 memberships free if we get to 3,000 likes. You guys know what to do. Hit that like. Take those free memberships. Enjoy the show. We are not done by an absolute long shot. It looks like the market is, in fact, reversing back in. So the NASDAQ or overall market shorts working. Some of the memes starting to go here as they try to get going. EAR is now up to that $3 range. I've taken out what I'd like to take out. I have one offer left in front of $3. Then we're looking for that $3 breakout as EAR as sounding good right now. Brendo?
Yeah, big move so far back to $3. JCSE is another one to watch. Big, huge volume spike just came in above $3 there. This one has a 3 million share float, guys. 10x on the relative volume for JCSE.
It's doing.
All right, we're getting out. Again, I'm a little disappointed. We're really cashing in here. Let's not get this twisted. I just want more money. I feel like Microsoft should be down a hell of a lot lower than this. Like, why are we not down to just 289 level? I mean, it should be down. The NASDAQ's cranking. When NASDAQ took down that 13,500, it's just below it right now. We talked about that on a longer time frame. I feel like we should start to head lower here on many of these names. So I'm doing that mistake again where I'm getting frustrated, so I like take some out a little bit too early. Let's try to wait now, man. I mean, I have that 290 bid. Let's see if it can come back in and test that 290. And then we were below it all morning. So, you know, it has a home, and its home is below 290 right now for Microsoft. So let's see if it can get back into that level. Yeah, but see, like now I'm seeing it bounce off these quarters. Walmart? And I'm thinking to myself, maybe this is another one. We are short Walmart. Yeah, so we're short Walmart now off of yesterday. So we'll wait to see. Walmart is absolutely ripping right now.
I got Target offers.
I don't know what is going on with Walmart. I'm going to assume that it's Target.
No, Target's still at the low.
It's Target. No, it's not. No, it's not. Target, nice bounce back.
Oh, yeah, never mind.
Yeah, so Target is probably the creation of Walmart here, making that go back up to the upside. So we're going to watch out for this trade. I mean, a break of, I had 141 right now. So there we go. We're out. So that was easy on Walmart. I wanted to test it up to that 141. We step aside on Walmart there and get hit a little bit on that trade because it just took out that level. We could go short again, but I feel like as Target it wants to make these moves, we have to be careful of Walmart. So we'll get out of Walmart now, that 141.50. I mean, you could short it against the 50 level, but you don't want to stand in the way of this name. So that's Walmart, and it is going back up to the upside right now. Brendan?
If anyone missed it this morning on the watch list, guys, Walmart and Home Depot, it's worth mentioning, a slew, I guess is the best word, of upgrades and price target increases. 10, I just counted here, for Walmart. Home Depot, very similar.
So that was my bad. I was on my 15-minute chart, and it looked like a bad wick on Target, but it has been making strong moves. It didn't get up to this 177 pre-market high. So this is where I wanted to be able to get in. I did cancel my order because I was like, oh, Walmart's breaking the high of the day. My first instinct was just hit. I have like a hotkey for cancel offers and canceled bids on an individual stock. So I said, well, I don't want it if we're screaming highs on Walmart. I'll go back and sit in front of that offer in front of the high of the day. So my offers are going to go back in on Target. Just to update here, it's now breaking $3. So we're in earlier. Then we got that 270 break. Well, 65. I got 70s. Now I'm out of most of those, and then in again on a break of 3 even. So look, if you're playing a move like this, there's always the just buy and hold if you're scalping. Then there's multiple entry points, but ear is certainly off to the races here. I do want to check back in on some of the other names, the squeeze names. So I've got the last of the shares out at 270, the 270 long. Now we're just in the 3 even long. But if you look at what's going on in Bed Bath & Beyond, it's not really cratering. Look at it hold supported off these pre-market lows. Give it respect. Like $25 here is holding pretty well. I jumped out of Fubo after being really active on it in the pre-market, and look what happened. It is just dumping. Like absolutely dumping. Our first entry point was 635, but when it couldn't hold that, I got the heck out of Dodge. It is heading all the way down toward that 575, 580 area where I think you have that last line in the sand. That was the afternoon support. That's where I'd like to get involved. I am now into that target short that I just put back in. Hopefully retail isn't quite as strong as it was yesterday.
Yeah, like I just asked, I have no idea why Microsoft continues to go up when Amazon continues to go down, Meta's continuing to go down. The market the market bumped up a little bit there, but not enough. So we shorted again, man. We put on some more. If I don't understand it, I'm going to put on a little bit more. We do have our 292 out. Like I am a little bit depressed because honestly, like I thought this name would be the one that would work. So it really does suck. I put a lot of my effort into Microsoft today. Hopefully it will pay off at some point. There's that 908, man. We already took that out early. Remember we talked about that here on Tesla. There's the take of well, that's not 908. This is 908 right here. So when we did break 908, man, the floodgates opened up a little bit. Only down, actually not really. I mean, they opened up to 906 there, and then it bounced back a little bit, giving you a little bit of worry. And then it went back to 905. So a little bit of a $3 pull down there on that. I'm trying not to look at Microsoft because I see the market going down. And if it's not going down, the 8 ball is getting thrown across the room. And I just don't know if I want to do that. 906 coming in right now for Tesla. So we'll have to watch out for that. Yeah, of course, I'm not going to throw anything around. And we did miss that Bed Bath & Beyond there. How did I miss that? I'm at 25.21. Like it went to 25.26. So let's change our order a little bit there on Bed Bath & Beyond and go a little bit higher, maybe 25.50.
Yeah, like that's the way that's trading. When I look at it, I still have the tape up of it. It is just levitating like 25, 30 cents at a time. So you got to be really careful when you trade it with stop orders. And maybe sometimes when you want to get in, it's just like remove liquidity when it gets to that key price. So the first curl looks like it could be happening here in Target off of that high. Just got Vinco Ventures. That must have taken out the high of the day. So when I get some out in front of 175 on Target, I'll get a bid out in a second. But Vinco just took out that 150. 53 slippage. That's on a 50 break, whatever. So I'm going to get some out on the way to 60s, 175, hopefully $2. Vinco, a late runner. So without Bed Bath & Beyond, this one decided it wanted to go. A little bit surprising, but here we are anyways. Brendo.
Look at it.
Even Sava as well, SAVA trying to go. CANO, if anyone's seeing this. UNH among others, apparently with interest, buyout interest in CANO.
Can Robinson can no just
damn it, like I'm getting really upset because like honestly Amazon was so primed.
Well, that's a good one.
I mean that you know that now that I think Bed Bath & Beyond is somewhat rug pulling maybe a little bit.
I'm throwing a trailing stop on this ear because if Bed Bath & Beyond goes, you gotta watch
out for
out
all these names.
Yeah,
here.
I'm throwing a trail on
Revlon to the
too.
downside, everything Fubo, everything's kind of slipping up a little bit right now. So just be careful. I mean, you're back down to this 24 area because we're already dug in. I mean, we can dig in some more. And again, like this is not, we're not trying to YOLO these things. We do have some levels here that we're trying to get out. We did talk about, breaking back down through 23. There's 22.50, 22 even. So look, it's going to suck when you lose. But this is typical for these names, just to pull back. You're still up 22% today. So just be careful here with Bed Bath & Beyond, as it looks like there are some sellers stepping in here. Look, we double topped here at 30. Like that's why we got out when it came back to that upside, right? And so you're going to have to watch out for that again. Maybe now these upsides is 27, 28. So look out for that. VWAP is down to 27 already. So yeah, there is some pressure here on Bed Bath & Beyond. And I'm sure, Neil, it's everywhere else. Like, I mean, let's just... AMC's down. Yeah, AMC's getting hit down too as well. Back down to 23.50 right now, guys. Hit the like button if you're in any of these names and you like to buy them. We have 3,000, we need 3,000 likes and it's membership time. Thank you so much to True Trading Group, I believe it was called. True Trading Group there. 300 likes are going to go 200 memberships. So if you want a free membership, why not? And thank you so much again for this. CC Chen. CBYN receives DEA license for first Inhuman. We'll get Brendan to check this one out. Brendan, if you mind, so I don't want to say something that may not be true here. Cybin, I guess, CYBN. Find out some news, Brendo, if that's on your track. I just don't want to talk about something that might not be the truth because that's not what we do here. Okay, Microsoft's coming back in, but so is Bed Bath & Beyond.
Yeah, watch out here. Tesla. Watching Tesla hit that 905 bottom as I'm trying to talk about Apple, which did hit that 174 mark. That triggered me into the long side, so I do have something long. It's at a top, however, but as that fades back in a little bit, it's still in the pocket. I think it should be okay. If the market wants to go up, it's been relatively strong. Target starting to test that high. So we got into Target first leg, just above 176. I'll add it to this at 177, but if it can't hold 177.5, I'm going to get out of Dodge on that name. Vinco's managing to hold up. Vinco Ventures, at least for now. Vinco, that breakout, looking like it didn't rug pull or anything like that when the other meme names went down. So Vinco kind of doing its own thing here. Brendo?
Yeah, here's a note on Cybin, guys, a former guest on this show. They got the DEA Class 1 license for the first in-human trial or clinical trial of psilocybin. So good on Cybin.
Okay. So there you go. Thanks, Brendan. We knew that there was something there, so let's go by. And I knew they had been on the show before. That's why when I saw it, I was like, Cybin. But is it Toronto? Because right now I don't find it in NASDAQ. I don't find it in New York. If this, I don't know, is this what it is? CYBN in Toronto? Probably, as we've had a lot of guests on our show in Toronto. So it is NYSE? I just tried it, cbyn.ny. Let me see here. Yeah, it's not, is it C? Do I have the spelling wrong? C. Oh, M.
That's why.
Yeah, that's why. Okay, so NYC ARC. Okay, so thanks for that one. 80 cents right now. Yeah, I mean, look, sometimes it's fade the news, right? I mean, people wait for that to come out up to $1. Dollar's obviously key levels. You got to watch out for these names because they have to stay above $1 or they're going to get delisted. So this name, and again, this is on the Amex, so I'm not actually sure about the rules there. But right now, you are making a move here off that bottom, 55 cents. I mean, what a great barcode. Congratulations if you're long there. Based on what I saw this morning, I mean, any move back to $1, I think you might want to get out of that name. It's just that's part of the risk, is that you get to that dollar and then people start to hit it down. But obviously great news there if you do believe in psychedelics. It's always nice to get these coming through. And look, new medicine is what it's all about. So good look and good super chat. Thanks for that. Microsoft did go down, and we did get out of some of that on Microsoft as it went below 291 finally. But I'm really fighting a fight that I don't know if I can win here on Softy. So we'll watch out for that. Nice little bounce back here nice little bounce back. It was down to $23, $23.50. Now it's back to 25. So yeah, I'd consider that a little bit of a bounce back here on Bed Bath & Beyond.
Yeah, that's a big bounce back. I almost want to call it. So got someone from got all out on big Vinco Ventures here at 159. I actually meant to take out a portion of it, but I got all out. We realized that, then it broke 160, so just jump right back in and taking that 160 to the long side. I should have still been in it. If we do dip down, I think protecting it to 150 is about where I want to give this. 175 is the obvious next target, and then $2 stands out as well. Apple long,
Microsoft,
I mean, it's holding the top end of the range, but it's not really doing a heck of a lot more than that. So as long as we're in the pocket, 173.5 to 174, we still like to hold on to this. Target, what's that out? Like 25 pennies, so I guess that's not really moving. But Tesla bounces
Walmart.
3-4 times off 905 and is headed right back to the upside. So Tesla showing some strength. The market is trying to reverse here. The NASDAQ is holding 1% down, but it's bounced off 13.5 a couple of times here. So that's why I wanted to have something in the long side, like Apple, which was the one big tech that I did like in those longs. Brendo?
It was a mixed report, guys. We missed it from Lowe's, but profit in the quarter did actually beat. So I just noticed Lowe's here trying to get back to the upside, 1.5%, testing these pre-market levels.
Okay, so we took out some pressure there. I mean, obviously Microsoft did blow through 292 there, so we did take something out. I just didn't want to hold it all the way, but we did hold it. Bless you, we did hold it all the way, but a little bit too high there. I mean, now I guess we got to wait for 294. It's just amazing because the NASDAQ's not doing anything, and Microsoft is just shooting straight up here. So unfortunately, we shorted, and I told you to be frustrated with that. We've shorted the wrong name there, I guess, on that. I mean, Google is still red on the day, pretty good. I mean, not pretty good, but decently down 0.6. So if you do think that there's going to be some shorts in, which I do, I mean, I think these are shorts, but there it is, right back to the day's high here for Google, 120, 121. This is probably where the short as well for Google. But I mean, I just don't, I'm short here. Microsoft, we might have just got taken out right there on Softy. But yeah, right now, nice up to 121 flat there on Google. I think I'm going to try the short here as well. But the market's starting to go now. I mean, the NASDAQ is now above here on the 2 minutes. So yeah, we're starting to get a little bit excited now, breaking back above. It looks like we take that 13,500 again. So maybe once that was holding, we should have realized that and got out of the way there on Microsoft. But, that's okay. Nice little move back up to the upside. The names I want to short are Amazon and I think Google now.
Yeah, I'm going to do this one. We'll flush Target down toward Lowe's breaking, Walmart breaking.
Walmart
I like
huge.
Target for the short side, but it's now through that high. I don't love it enough to go long. So, but I can't ignore the fact that retail is starting to go again. So I'm out of Target. We'll chalk that one up as a loss, and it just has to be that. The long is starting to come in here. So the Facebook short, the trend is still established. It's below 177. I do like holding on to it and want to play for an add to that trade. But Apple starting to finally go here. It hasn't done much since the break of 174. Like you can see, it's check back, didn't really retest VWAP, but it wants to go. Looks like 174.5. I'll get some shares out. Then obviously 175 on the way up is a pretty big psychological level. But it's dragging this market with it. But so is retail. Like the ES over here, the S&P 500 is doing better than the NASDAQ because you got some strong retail names. Of course, Tesla making a bit of a bounce and Apple making one positive on the session. I mean, I wish Apple was, since I got in, it's like Microsoft's been going up more than Apple, so go figure that one. But I don't want to completely ignore where a lot of this started. Bed Bath & Beyond continues to hold the pre-market low and has now put a wick bottom through that low at 24 and is now bouncing back into the upside. It's a kind of low that maybe you can get going. I'd love to see it consolidate, maybe lull people to sleep and then go. It just might not be that kind of a stock here today. So we'll have to continue to watch that one. I understand that there was you also have some of the monkeypox stocks going. Sega pulled back heavily here.
There goes Bed Bath & Beyond right now, Neil.
Oh, now it's gone. I just flipped away. What
it's gone. It's gone up. So nice little move there for Bed Bath & Beyond. I feel like this is a profit spot for me right now. So let's do that. Yes, sir. I mean, diamond hands maybe there it goes back up to the upside. Let's hold a little bit. Halting to the, no, maybe, no, maybe halting. Yes, halting. No halting. Yes, halting. No halting.
It's going to
halting. Halting?
15 seconds. This is the longest 15 seconds
Where's 15?
Ever.
Halting? No halting?
Halt. It's going to halt.
Halt? Yeah, it's going to halt right now. So we're out. So we got some out there. A good out for us at 26.65. Not a good out because it halted there at 27.20 there. But we had to take advantage. We were sitting right there at the 50 period. Yeah, nice little halt move there for Bed Bath & Beyond as right now it's tapping, guys, 27.30. So basically right where it halted. So not much going on there. Just a quick update. We're in Google short now. 121 flat. Basically on this Google short. Let's see if it prints a little bit lower than than Microsoft did for sure. We're going to get out if it takes out this 121.25 or so anyways. So if the market keeps on ripping up, we're going to have to get out of the shorts here today. The short on the market appears wrong. Like I'm never going to be right, I guess, as I just don't really believe in what's happening in this market as it just keeps on going up. Like I thought today, starting down here might be something. The tap before we go over to Brendan, 27.55 right now on Bed Bath & Beyond. So looks like a good one. Let's go over to Brendan, who's over there one more time at the big desk.
Hey guys, yeah, there is a business inventories number just about to come out here for the overall market. So heads up on the futures. We are still looking at a red board right across the entire thing, although a bit of a bounce underway. 0.67 here, 0.66 for the S&P to the downside, the Dow about half. It is the Russell 2000 once again leading 1.4% downside this time. There was some strength over the past couple of days, if you remember, but not the case today. NASDAQ Composite, NASDAQ 100, both about a full percent, 0.93, 0.9 to the downside right now. So red top to bottom so far on the big board. Target was on the watch list this morning. If you joined us in the pre-market, this happened off the report. We are trying to bounce nicely right now, back above some pre-market levels. Still a red day for Target, but again, the report itself not that bad. The other one was Krispy Kreme that reported this morning as well. There was a bit of a bounce up to 14, but about to make day lows, it would appear here for D-Nut. Guys, back to you.
D-Nut. I don't know. I can't say it without chuckling. I really can't. And the conversation we had about this morning was like, didn't they realize when they made that symbol what it was going to be? And I kind of said to Brendan, I think they knew exactly how people were going to react to that symbol, and that's why they did it. 12 even is a monster level. Not as big as 15, but if this gets through 12 even, I think Krispy Kreme is in a world of trouble. Down 11%, so it is short sell restricted. Obviously, we're going to be watching Bed Bath & Beyond for this this reopen, which should be in about a minute and a half. Right now, it's saying 27.40 indicated open price. It halted at 27.26. So watch out for some of these other like meme squeeze type names. I did get a leg out on Apple. So finally, it's like, okay, I had one long, and then that wasn't a small cap. It went right to like 174, 40 or so in front of that 50. Now it's pulling back. Very late to this trend, but I did like that top end break just because the resistance 174 has been able to put in on Apple. We'll play back to VWAP. I favor this one long. I favor Meta to the short side. It's just been relatively weak. I did miss out a chance here. We slipped below VWAP again. So I let it test VWAP. It slipped below VWAP. I'm looking to re-add, not re-add, but I guess add back into this on Meta in front of that 177 level. So want to continue to play that trend. The open should be very shortly here in just under 1 minute on Bed Bath & Beyond. You can be watching something like that, and I'll have another one up here like AMC. If it opens, like AMC relatively weak. If it opens up and flushes and cannot break that 30, which everyone's been watching, then I'll look for some AMC to the short side because that's been relatively weak all morning long. But that 30 break, I mean, gotta have it. So I'm gonna have that 30 break on Bed Bath & Beyond if it happens.
Why won't it It's funny because I just offered ARCA there, and it won't even let me put an offer at $29. It says it has nowhere to go. Okay, it's probably because I know why, because it's trying to route. Okay, so yeah, that's why I'm going to offer. No, all my orders are doing that. Okay, we'll figure that out as Bed Bath & Beyond making a move. I'm not going to waste my time on that right this second. Okay, so Google is starting to come back in a little bit here. We wanted to short off that. I was already not destroyed, but we got a little bit destroyed there on Microsoft short. And again, I don't know, man, just picking the wrong one here, I guess, in Softy. We did take it a little bit more into the short, and so now that it's come back in a little bit, I feel like we'll take some profit if we can get it. I just tried to get 72s there, and it literally just ran away from my order. That's crazy. Now it's going to have to come back in to fill me, but I bid 70. There we go. Did I even get filled there? No, I did not again. So I don't know. This needs to print me, and now I'm going to get really frustrated. There it is, down to 70, 72 now, so that's good as it's coming back in. We always talk about, don't get too emotional here on trade. Okay, so I'm going to put a bid now. For some reason, now it will let me, I assume. Yep, there it is. Yeah. So we're open. Yeah, we're open on Bed Bath. That's what I was saying. We're open on Bed Bath & Beyond, and we're starting to head southbound right now. So, hey, I guess the other way is coming in here on the short, but just watch out. That 25 reload has been pretty good, but yeah, definitely making the downside move off the reload there, off the halt, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I said if it opened and looked weak, I would try to get some AMC, but I wanted 24 quarter. It might be a break of 24 even to the downside that I have to end up taking here on AMC if I'm going to get it. It was a rejection of that halt price that I wanted to jump into AMC shorts. I also said I wanted to make a decision in the chat there on Vinco Ventures. Is it going to continue that move up after we open? If we opened higher and started running, I think this could have been even more easily defended, but it really needs to bounce here. You got VWAP pulling in at 146. If it wants to continue this trend, I bought some at the top at 160s. I bought some at 152 as well. Looks like going to get challenged here at VWAP. If it holds, I think we can make that next move to 175, and it's worth that add there. But my futures for these squeeze names are Bed Bath & Beyond. So if this one wants to continue back into the upside, which it looks like it's doing, that'll be one of the reasons why I have to add back into Vinco Ventures here. Wanted to see it show signs of strength first.
I mean, you want to talk about strides of strength here. Bed Bath & Beyond just lifted itself off of VWAP again at 26.50, now breaking 28.
28
so
break should be good.
We're long at 20. I mean, we are now $2 in the money. Shout out to Brankles back there. He got long 25 as well as us. So now it's starting to go back to the upside. I mentioned to Sir Brankles over there that, maybe we could break through 30 today. So let's see if that comes through. That'd be pretty nice if that does happen. So let's just see. There's the take again at 29. So again, it's kind of bouncing off some of these dollars. There's the bounce off 26. We basically halted on that 27 break. So, and right now we're having a problem at 28, including just touching right there, 28.50. So yeah, I mean, it is edging up. So hopefully our next take, which we are sitting here, we did put this order out at 29.70. So yeah, that's probably a little high for now, but we'll take it if it's going to go into that. That's a level that I don't mind looking at again. As this market just takes off, by the way, we were able to take some profit on Google, but there it goes right back up to the upside again. And we talked about getting lighter on Microsoft, and we did that, but that's still going to the upside. So this market is taking off here a little bit. It doesn't seem like it is. It's just a lot of these names that I'm trading are making these moves northbound, and I can't stand it. I don't think that this is what this market wants to do, but fighting the tape is the wrong thing to do. So 13,570, there's the high in the NASDAQ. If you break that off the open, then I guess that's a trend change, and we're just going to continue to go long. So, or the market's going to continue to go long. So let's see where we go from here.
Yeah, it's hard to ignore what's going on. I just got some more shares of Meta to the south side. And it's breaking VWAP. The trend is still very much in play on Meta, and it did a wick top there, breaking, getting to 177, and then right back at 177.50. So that didn't really last very long. Wick off tops, I like them to the short side. So now we're playing to the other end for this continuation to the lows. I'll continue to scalp this one for the initial exit points. Probably about 176 there. And then Apple, which was so strong a second ago, it's like it just took a fresh high. I'm like, okay, Apple's going to make a decision that it gets up to 175 here. It's continuing trend, and then instantly reverses back. So you just have to get really patient with this. I feel like the way this should shake out, if it ends up an up day, then at some point Meta's going to come out, the short's good early, and then we can just run Apple and it should be able to head to like 75, 76. If we end up going in the other direction, there's plenty of room for Apple to now pull back in, and I'd still be okay, but Meta could be dumpsville. I don't really have any other big caps that I love. In the meanwhile, as Bed Bath & Beyond just goes all over the place, I jumped into, and this is the thing AMC does, like Bed Bath & Beyond went from like $26.50 to $28.50, I think you said, right?
Yep.
That's a $2 move. Meta, it tried to pop back up. It went 24.10 and is holding the low. So for now, Meta is relatively weak. So I jumped in the short at 24. If Bed Bath & Beyond crushes, I think this should be a relatively easy one to the downside, probably to 23.50. This worked in the afternoon yesterday. We'll see if it can again here today as we go to Brendo for our crypto update. I think, yes.
Hey guys, yeah, a bit of a quiet day so far, headline-wise anyways, for crypto markets. We continue to see this slow kind of grind back to the upside for both Bitcoin and Ethereum. Continuing today, we are down for both. This is Ethereum down here, Bitcoin on the top. Down about 2% for both. We're back to 1830 right now for Ethereum, 23,392. Off about 2.25% right now for Bitcoin, or $500-ish. Interesting note out of Australia, this Monochrome company with one of the first over there apparently. Spot Bitcoin ETF. The only problem is you got to go to Australia to trade it because the US still won't allow it. But in Australia, if you are, the ASX guys soon to have a spot Bitcoin ETF. Back over to you.
Like, those are just going to start, I mean, look, they're going to be all over the place. You already got one in Canada, so Australia, just line them up. Those are going to be coming everywhere, to be sure. The market's starting to, I got starting to, we already talked about it, going back into the downside. There's that 176, a bit of a stacked bid on Meta, so I'll just go ahead and try to get in front of that. A stacked bid at 176 even, so I'll just try to get in front of that there for it to get a leg out, and then play back to this 175 low. So Meta's starting to come back in here. Apple's trying to hold on for dear life above 174, but once again, it just feels like this one's working to the downside. I don't want to jump away from Meta, and the only long that's making sense is Apple, unless you're sitting in one of the retail names to the long side. Right. Those are still working out.
Yeah. All right. I'm starting to get a little happier here with Softy as it's come back down in a little bit. So we're taking some profit now off that short. So still going to be a negative name for us. But what's not negative is Google. We nailed this one again. So unfortunately, we did get taken out there. Sucks for sure. But, you know, that was a high wick right into that level. I got to do better about stopping myself out. Like, I wanted the short there. It just wicked high, and we got out. And I don't know. I don't know how to solve that problem. So if you do know, let me know, because I don't know what to do. Those are levels that happen to me all the time. And then kind of something similar on Microsoft, except for that kept on going. So this is why it's like you don't want to... Like, you don't want to like data mine these ideas, right? And what I mean by that is like, just because one time maybe it wicks higher doesn't mean that, you know, by not getting out one time means it was right. Like, if I don't get out there at 292, well, it does go to 292.50 basically, right? And so I probably get taken out there as well. So sometimes you save yourself and sometimes you don't. But wow, that Bed Bath & Beyond, like, I was just like, oh my God, it went to 27 again. And it did. It went right to 27 again just a couple seconds ago. So I don't know what's going to signal this thing to start, ramping up again to $30. But I just feel like a lot of these wicks to the high side, not many wicks to the downside right now. It's just it kind of wants to just float down or take out crazy highs, right? And so I feel like waiting at 27 is probably a good little out for us. We're long at 25.80 right now, so I'm going to put an order, at 26.80 like I've been doing. We'll sit there and get another piece out, hopefully on Bed Bath & Beyond for that $1.80. We're long at 25.80, so it'll be $1 if we can get out on that. And then just watching, like, there it is. Now we're starting to break lower on this name. So good name for us so far. Yes, look at Google, by the way.
Now we're going down.
Now we're starting to heat up, guys. So we're heating up to the downside. He's heating up.
We should get one of those.
Let's see. Who knows where that's from on the chat? You guys should know that. He's on fire. What's up, Brendan?
Big mover earlier in the week, guys. VEEE back to the upside here, 3%. Big volume spike just came in there through to $8 once again for VEEE.
There we go.
But you guys knew NBA Jam. Come on, son.
Bang
and
for
you guys know the
Softy.
team too.
Oh.
It was the Charlotte Hornets. It was Muggsy,
Yeah.
LJ, Grandmama, and Alonzo
sir.
Mourning, who somehow could hit some threes every now and then, despite the fact that he couldn't shoot.
He's on fire.
Downside movement here. AMC just cratered to 23.5. That one's going to work in. Obviously, Apple is going to be a bit of a concern. And yes, Meta's continuing to go, but watch out for Tesla. Tesla 900. Incoming. We're there in about $2 or so, as the market reversal is certainly coming in pretty heavily here. 900 Tesla, obvious level. There'll be a lot of people going long in front of it. It'll be a crowded break as well, but one we have to watch. But don't ignore the chips, man. Thank you in the chat for pointing this out. Micron be dumping.
Micron be dumping. I like that.
I don't know. I had nothing else. 4% to the downside. Watch it. 61 has been a pretty interesting level for Micron. I think it does a bit of a bounce here, but the chips are really weak. This just broke a huge floodgate at 62. So if I want to join this party, I want it bouncing off 61, and I want to short 62s on the way back up here, as Micron is in Dumpsville with everything else, it seems.
I like that. Boom shakalaka.
That was the other one.
Yeah, so we'll do a little bang on the boomer there, and then we'll spin the money sign as well, because again, right now the market continues to be going down right now to the downside. Hit the like button if you like what we're doing so far. There's Google absolutely taken to the shed here, down to the downside, just like we thought, man. We knew we wanted to go short these names. We found one finally, a lot shorter than Microsoft right now, but I'm glad that we switched up our game and went over to Google right there. Amazon, I was waiting at 143. It didn't come up. I mean, my order's still there at 142.95. The best we got was 142.70, so that would have been real sweet if we had that trade on. And here we go, man. My net's at the highest spot we've been at since we started getting smoked on Microsoft, because Microsoft has come back in right now. So we are short Microsoft right now at 292.09. So a good little short there for Microsoft, 80 cents in the money. Also a whopping 85 cents in the money on Google. And I just kind of say that tongue in cheek, like, if this market wants to fall. Like, I've been calling the short all day. I'm honestly thinking now that I have to put in the basket futures, because, like, I would be up so much if we had just stuck with the futures, because equity, and maybe this is the key. I talked about getting wicked out a lot on these trades. Like, I'm feeling like, although it can happen on futures, and it does all the time, where it breaks levels and comes right back. So this is not a stock specific problem, but I wonder if you just sit there and trade the futures, if you have a little bit more luck on holding things on key levels. So we'll engage in that. But yeah, down goes Bed Bath & Beyond right back to that 25 level, possible reload spot here.
Yeah, watch out for, like, there is a squeeze name that's at the high of the day.
Yeah, here it comes.
Cassava Science is up 35% now. This is a heavily shorted name. It was insider buying that caused the catalyst. Thank you guys for pointing one out. It looks like it's on a collision course for 31 here on the daily chart. That is a monster level. Just like Bed Bath & Beyond turned at 28.60 because it was huge on the daily. I think that's where this could terminate, which does leave it a lot of room to go. I'd be looking back, maybe not VWAP, maybe more like 27 for dip buys if it wants to continue. But 25 just got taken out in Bed Bath & Beyond, so I got to go over and make sure that I have some bids on AMC. That it touched 23.50, but if it breaks 23.50, I want to be in front of the quarters as well, as the trend is definitely coming back in. Tesla didn't get to 900, but Meta did get to 175 even. So it just bounced off 175 even. This is going to be me getting out of Meta. If it pops back up to VWAP, I'll look for a re-entry point. Otherwise, it's an even dollar break, and this one to the downside here on Meta. Potentially.
Yeah, we just good out again on Microsoft as it's coming back down, and I guess I can cancel my Amazon trade. Obviously, Google's now at day's low right here, and we take a bid out on that one. And then we just missed. Like, we averaged in at 24.60 here on Bed Bath & Beyond. We were sitting at 24.31. And again, like, I don't know. I feel like that was the bottom was 30, so I must have just ticked a D print or something, because I was on the Arca Gateway down there into this level. So I don't know how I picked 24.31. I just looked at this level right here and I thought that was 30. So we'd sit in front of it and we were right. But my best one is 60 there. So that's okay. I feel like I was saying, man, all these wicks are to the high side, which is not good. These candles are filling out to the downside. It's not like once it starts to go, it starts to go. So just be careful. I'm looking at this 23.50 mid print. I mean, I think that's what everyone's probably looking at if you're looking to get out of some names, or out of Bed Bath & Beyond, it would be like this 23.50 break, and we came pretty close right there. So I'm going to respect that if it does come out, and then we'll take a hit on the last little piece here of Bed Bath & Beyond as we try to hold out to see if there is that runner happening today. I mean, it's already up 22%, so there is some part of looking gift horses in the mouth here that you may not want to do. So just watch out. Like, we could have just got this out for flat a couple seconds ago. This is pretty much flat right now. We're long at 25.50. So, you know, this is about as flat as you can get here on Bed Bath & Beyond, because it's moving 25 cents just by blinking your eyes. So watch out there. I do have an out at 26 if we do get up there.
Yeah, just a note there. I just added to Apple as it held up VWAP there. This is a 3-minute chart, by the way, but wanted to show you guys the NASDAQ. Wick bottom to the previous low. It did break that 1350, but it is getting to that low of the day. And then if you go over to the ES, sort of a similar thing, but we never really broke the low of the day. So trying to bounce and make a higher low on the S&P 500. Apple's been relatively strong. I did get out of Meta. I'm looking to get back. Any kind of a pop we get from here, I'll be shorting Meta again, close to VWAP if I can catch that trade. And then looking to stay long in Apple as long as it wants to hold its trend to the upside. It can't do it forever if the market looks this weak, but I can work back into some Meta shorts if we do get that pop, and I can take some Apple out here around that 174 and then back toward those highs that we got. And I'm also going to be looking for reloads short on AMC. And as long as I keep checking on Bed Bath & Beyond, if that trend looks like it's maintaining to the downside, then I think AMC's been weaker. Bed Bath & Beyond up 23%, AMC down 4%. So I think that's a pretty clear, not really a correlation anymore, but if we're going downside in Bed Bath & Beyond, AMC is likely running out of gas. Sava has not run out of gas just yet. It is still... Forget about a 27. I just said dip buys to 27 on Sava, and it just broke 28 higher. Because Sava Sciences is absolutely on one here today. That 31 is the level for me. I have to go pay for some shorts. At the open, I didn't really think it was going to get there. I wasn't that convinced, but that is the level. I got to have some shorts just in case it gets there.
All right, there it is, man. There's another, we'll do another 150 if we get to 3K. So Trading Group right there just dropped 50 on you. So thank you to True Trading Group. 50 free memberships out there right now. Become a member of our channel. Would be greatly appreciated. Come on, Veru, I see people talking about right there as well. Okay, we're getting close, man. I mean, this is good enough for me right here. We were waiting at, oh no, did we get that, Phil? No, we didn't. I thought I was waiting at 25. No, I'm not. I thought I was waiting at $26. I'm actually waiting at $27. I feel like this is a good little level to get something out. So let's do that right now on Bed Bath. Oh no, I am. Sorry, I am waiting at $25.95. That's where it was. I thought it was 65. It's $25.95 we're waiting for here on Bed Bath & Beyond as it just went up to $25.75. So let's just change that. I mean, we can do that. We're allowed to do that. Let's go to $25.74 now and see if we get filled on that. If it does make a move back up to the upside, this will only be a 20-cent win for sure. I'm not taking this out because, like, oh my God, this is a winner. It's testing lower, man, and it's just, I want to get something out. So if it flies up here, obviously we'll still have a piece on. I'm talking about getting out of 25% of this at that 26 mark if we can. We were close enough to doing it right there, but we missed it. So thanks again, True Trading Group, for that, man. You guys are legends. Thanks for the free memberships. A lot of people hitting that up. So do that. You can enable it in YouTube somehow. If you don't know how, just Google it. I don't know how either. So we'll check that out. But all right, waiting over there at the bid desk. It's a small cap recap, and I think I've heard of this one before.
Brought to you by Casino, guys, with free-to-play slots games. Check them out daily. Amazon Fire and Roku. Check out the QR code on screen right now for Casino. We thank them for jumping on. Yeah, we were talking about Ergo just before the open. If you joined us in the pre-market this morning, this was what I was talking about over here, 350, 340, 350. So this thing had a ton of room to the upside, so I was only looking long unless it was under $2. That gave you a quick break of 250, which was the pre-market high. Goes straight through to 325, so a nice move to the upside today for EAR. QNRX, 550,000 share float. Very weak. Wasn't expecting it to be, but 590 was support a couple times in the pre-market. That goes straight through to 510, straight to the downside for QNRX. Bed Bath & Beyond is, in fact, a small cap. It's about 1.8 billion, I think, market cap. This was 2680 the guys were talking about, so it was long versus 2680. Had bids layered $1 at a time up to this pre-market high. It failed at 28 there and then was holding below 28, so I actually flipped short for a quick scalp back to 27, then got away from it a little bit. But great two-way action there on BBBY as well. Guys, back to you.
Apparently, well, not apparently, it is happening.
What's that?
Well,
Oh, the weed stocks. Yeah, that's
yeah.
What,
So guess what price just broke on CGC here? 420.
Yeah.
I'm not making it up. We just came back from the segment. It broke 420. Tilray's to the upside. Sundial's even making some power moves to the upside here. So you are seeing a bit, I'm not calling it a squeeze, but you are squeezing to the upside right now on a lot of these cannabis names. Clearly, they're joining the party. They have been relatively strong, but this is one of the bigger moves that we've seen in the last couple of sessions. This just broke out on the daily as well through $4. I think that's where I'd be looking for some dip buys, probably around that $4 range. If you're looking at CGC, Tilray on the move as well. The market bouncing back to the upside, which means hopefully we get $1 higher so I can short Micron, and then hopefully we can make a bit of a move on, I want to get some more shares short on Meta. However, Apple bouncing off you up here. Want to get some out. If it gets to that 174, play it to the high of the day. That's the one I like to the long side out of these big tech names. I don't want to ignore the fact that if you guys are watching, the retail names are holding up stupid well. Walmart is just consolidating off the high, regardless of what the market tries to do. If we take out the high, if we take out, it's about 42.80 or so on the ES, get back above 13.5 in the NASDAQ and trend up. This is what Walmart looks like on the daily chart. There's your 200 period broken. There's 140 broken. If it wants to make a top end break, I mean, why not eventually go long something that is stupid strong? It is Walmart. I'm going to like this at 143 if it can break to the upside. However, if we're at the low of the day, when we hit that price, I'll probably cancel the order. For now, I want that one in on Walmart.
All right, so there we go, man. Money, money, money on Bed Bath & Beyond as it goes up to that level of 75. So we're out right there. Let's see if it can continue to go a little bit higher now. 27 and change is the level. The level of concern really would be 28 for me, but I don't want to get out anymore. I want to see 30. So let's see if we see 30. If we talked about that, I'd be beside myself if it goes up there and I don't have any shares left. So let's wait to see if it goes. There's breaking through 26. Just tried. Bed Bath & Beyond approaching $100 on the day right now. There it is. Broke, and then someone showed up with 10,000. So, but that's not going to take very long to get rid of it. There it is. It's gone right there. Nice little upside move to go again. So there goes Bed Bath & Beyond. Nicely done. We'll step into it. We'll give a thumbs up here for this weed stock call out right there. We'll go long on Tilray, and we'll see if we can see clearly through the weeds now and make a good play on this one. So now we'll have to wait, though. But there it is. A nice little move to the upside. Here goes Tilray long through 450. We just punched that level. I mean, unfortunately, it was brought to our attention a little bit too late. Not that anyone has to bring it to our attention, but we are trading a lot of things here. So there it is, a nice little move upside there for Tilray, up to 450 and trying to get going now again. So we'll take that. My first offer is 460, then 470, then 480, all the way up to 5 bones. And we'll see where that goes. Again, we're $1 in the money on this Bed Bath & Beyond. It just keeps bouncing off this 26, 27 area. So watch out here. If you want to take profit, nothing wrong with doing that, as you don't get paid until you're flat and or realized some of your positions. So, nothing wrong with getting paid a little bit on these names. We still hit Google. Did we re-short Microsoft? No, we didn't, because that was coming up to 292. I wanted to get a little more greedy. But now that we're all the way down here again, this is silly not to punch out. So yes, sir, pigs get slaughtered, as we say, and there it is. We're not going to try to take out too much profit, but we are hitting that Microsoft back in, as this has been the only red name. Well, actually, I was red on Walmart today as well. This is kind of a cup of coffee, but Walmart right here, big time movement. Didn't think that we'd be strong again. It took out yesterday's 141, so we had to get out. But short into yesterday's high, like we talked about, and then out on the break. So that name did not work. And Tilray's pulling back in a little bit here, but Google is not. Google's still down near the bottoms of the day. We do have a great fill there, though, 120.10 right there on Google.
Yeah, going to try to keep it to the symbols that have been working for us here. EAR got a great consolidation off that breakout price. It was 265 that broke out. I got a 70 fill on the way upside there. The 3 was pretty lame. It got up to 320 and then stopped out, but it's trying to arrest this pullback in the trend. If we get below 260, I'm out and waiting for 225. I want to make sure I also have a stop order down there as well. So, back into EAR. I want to go to the well of the names that have worked out and been pretty solid. We talked about Apple bouncing off VWAP just there. It's bounced off VWAP. It just got back up to 174. So we'll continue with the upward trajectory that at least Apple is showing. The market is obviously weak. You can see the downward trend, but Apple has been strong all morning long. Did prefer it to the long side. It would have been nice if we could have got 171, but it never even tested support. Now I'm looking for what test of 175. If we're getting a green day, I want to be in the Apple long, but until this market makes up its mind and wants to hang out at its lows, I want to be getting involved in Micron, shorting this one if it gets back up to VWAP. I'm looking to get back into Meta if we can. That's starting to creep back up toward VWAP. We took it out because 175 was a big level. So we started at 78, got back in here at about 176 half. I mean, it's a $3 move. Halfway is where we got back in. It's obvious it's also VWAP. If we get back up to around that price, I want to short this one again. So sticking with Meta and Apple. If you're watching Tesla, it did not really give you 900 the first time. It went to 902, bounced a little bit to 908. 900 is now about to get retested, so I'll watch out for that level. I think the play is right in front of 9 and then a break of the even. But I got the 2 that I like to the short and to that long side. Like I said, if market's at the lows, I don't want the Walmart break, but as long as we're not, I want that top end break on Walmart.
All right. I don't know, Brendan, when you came to us on news there for the marijuana stocks, was it CGC specific? Because,
I thought it was.
Tilray's only up 7%, which is fine.
It is CGC,
but CGC is up 14% right now. So CGC is up double, obviously. Well, yeah, 13.5%. We got to hit some water here. 13.5% up there on CGC. So this name is definitely ripping more than Tilray. But for me, that's fine. I'll still sit here and hold on to Tilray. I mean, we're only long right there. It only dropped down into the 40s there. We were waiting to pick something up in the 30s if we got it. But let's go hear from Brendan on this story.
Yeah, it wasn't. It wasn't much, but there's multiple guys price target cuts and negative moves from analysts to the downside on all of them, on CGC, on Cron, on Tilray, Jeffries, amongst others. Jeffries on weed and CGC, and also on Cron as well, all to the downside. So, it's nothing positive at this point.
So squeeze.
Just getting squeezed.
Just a squeeze, yeah.
Yeah, these stocks getting squeezed out. Shout out to my boy Prad getting ready to hit you guys with some of that good stuff here at 10:30. We only have a half hour left, and then you'll go back over to Pradley Beal over there, and he'll be able to get you some hitters too on that. I do like your meta calls. I'm waiting for those shorts as well. Google has fallen back in. We got a little silly there and took some out, as I thought we were approaching that VWAP pretty decently there, but we did, and we got a little bit out at 40, but now we're coming back in right now to 120.20. We still have some lower bids in case it does flush one more time, but this is pretty good right now. Let's just, I don't even want to mess around with this. We've been, 30 is okay. We'll take a 28 bid there. So we'll take a 28. We're waiting for 15. We'll take that 28 out.
Here comes Sava.
Right there. God. Here comes, Cassava is ripping to the upside
Stock
as well.
Absurd.
Bed Bath & Beyond just broke again downside. So watch out for this name. Good thing we got that piece out here on BBBY, but we'll take another spot here around that 24 and change. But it's social sentiment time, and a lot of these names that we've been talking about are all over this thing. So definitely a great time to go over to Brendan and see what everyone's talking about there in the world of social media.
Yes.
Worth a note as well, guys, crude oil inventory is just out. A big drawdown, 7 million barrel drawdown just came out for crude. So you might have seen oil spiking up there. Yeah, no doubt all of these going to be on here today. There's Vinco Ventures front and center. BBBY, the biggest by far. And again, if you're seeing this board for the first time, the size of these boxes represents the frequency as to which they are being discussed on social media platforms today. Genius Brands had earnings. They are here. BBIG, as I said, SPY to the downside. There's Fubo. If you remember going back to the pre-market, I believe it was positive, but red now on FUBO. Tesla's here. Target, APRN, Mullen, EAR, Sava, all of them Both directions, in fact. These two, in fact, Sava and Ergo have flipped since the pre-market as well, and GME as well. So a lot of things being discussed as per usual, but the main ones to focus on, Vinco Ventures and Bed Bath & Beyond, guys.
Go, go, go. Oh, come on. I'm on 11th. So Cassava Sciences got to 31 exactly and then turned around. So when that happened, I was able to get short at like 75s on the way back in there. My stop is thrown through 31 even. I'll try to scalp the first little bit out here in front of 30 even. And then, look, this is a ridiculous trend. It's stupid. But $29 makes a lot of sense to me. Just keep it simple, $1, $2, and then it's probably going to try to head back higher there. I've taken half out, and it's just going to be a clean scalp trade. No idea for a home run. Not on a day one, the way these things have been going. It's interesting that the weed names were just a squeeze play. I thought maybe there was like something going on there. Cassava is 30% short interest. I feel like I didn't mention that when we talked about it earlier. My bad, but it's 30% short. It is absolutely going crazy at this point. If it takes out that 31, it's a monster on the daily chart. That's the only reason I was looking at 31 was because of what we saw on the daily chart. So if it turned there, I wanted to make sure we got some of it. And as I say that, hits 30 and is now right back toward these highs. It's going to break. And we break. So if you can't beat them, I mean, you guys know the other end of that. Sava is insane, man. This is crazy. Crazy. The fact this is up 50% is terribly... I thought we'd be looking at Bed Bath & Beyond breaking 30 this morning. I'm with everybody else. Thinking, yeah, Sava, whatever, was doing nothing all pre-market when these others were going crazy. And of course, it's the one that decides to go. Sometimes it's the one you're not paying attention to that is the path of least resistance. Feels like that was the case with Sava here today. I'm probably not going to be able to hold this 31 past 32 because I just don't believe in the long in this stock ever all that much. But hey, it's a break at 31. I'm just going to scalp it out and say, be happy to be up on the stock. To have missed out on this move, it happens to you, but look at 27 here. It gave you a top right at 9:30 in the opening range. Opening range top, 10 o'clock, it made the breakout. That is as clean as it gets technically, and I'm there watching Vinco Ventures and BBY and AMC, everything but Cassava Sciences, but a good scalp either way off of 31. Best I could do.
If you can't beat them, join them. Someone said that's Kevin Durant's motto. I think that's about right there.
Ouch.
What's up to Joe Peck there?
Ouch.
Well, it's true, right? It's true.
But he could join us.
I mean, now
though.
he's blaming.
But
like,
he could join us. You don't want him to come to rap?
Not anymore, man. That guy's a crybaby. Honestly, I think the talent is there, but honestly, forget about it. I mean, to give up Scotty Barnes would be ridiculous.
Well, if we could get away with not giving up Scotty Barnes,
like I think Gary Trent and.
I'd get
I mean,
OG.
I do OG and Trent, but I mean,
and a pick. You give him picks too.
Well, you'd have to, but I wouldn't. I wouldn't. I mean, I don't think they're going to be able to trade Durant. So, you know, he's just going to have to sit there all year again. The NBA has some big time problems.
That
okay.
I'll agree with.
All right, so let's just move on. Like the guy blaming Steve Nash, he brought Steve Nash in. Like I just. Honestly, bro, like look, it's called a mirror.
Steve Nash is great,
look
by
at
the
that.
way.
All right, so yeah, and plus we also have to shout out. I mean, you know, there's a reason why we're defending Steve Nash. Obviously MVP. There as
he didn't deserve that MVP.
Well, he won it anyways.
I know.
So there you go. A lot of people don't deserve a lot of things. But okay, here we go. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we don't want Durant. He'll ask for a trade in a year, and then that'll be it. Okay, so Microsoft, we did get a nice little low there on Microsoft out again, but this has been the most frustrating stock for me, but we'll still ring the register on that as it goes. We are waiting for low on Google. This was a name, again, that's frustrating to me, but we actually got back in the same amount of shares, so Google's going to be a positive stock for us today. I didn't believe in Microsoft as much because I was like, why is this even going up in the first place? And then we went over and we found Google that was negative on the day, as opposed, like you see Google down 1.35, Microsoft only down 0.6, so the relative strength versus weakness hits us there. Okay, I'm sitting at 02, and what is the difference if you're at 02 when it goes? I mean, there it goes. It just went down to 02, and I canceled my bid. Let's put in 04, I guess. What's the difference? There it is. Yes, sir. A nice little dollar win there on Google. So, yeah, if you're looking for longer trades, a little bit longer holds, I've had those the last couple days, and they're working out. So there's Google, $1 in the money. There's Microsoft, $1 in the money. And Bed Bath & Beyond, man, I mean, we took that bid down there at $24.75, and now it's kind of getting back to the upside. I'm still waiting at $25.70 again to see if we get that print, but we're just kind of like, rinsing and repeating this trade at the bottom. So hopefully we can get it out again at the top. So our last take was at 60. We bumped it down. I'm going to wait for 70 this time and see if we get that, because realistically it went to the 50 period, which is now at 26 flat. So maybe we'll get that again. 25.80 is good enough for me. Actually, 25.70, check that.
Oh, these are, I'm probably not going to take the breakdown on Tesla at 900 because it looks like Meta is going to happen at the same time. So Tesla's testing 900, but Meta's at 175. I already have the stop break for Meta in. So if that one goes, I'll definitely get that. I don't want to be I don't want to take two breakouts in the same direction on in the same space. Generally speaking, they're both sort of tech names and big cap as well. I don't want them at the same time. If it's a fail break, you just get ruined essentially twice. But I am going to buy the dip. The market's at that low on the ES. The NASDAQ is turning through. Apple, this might be the last time we have it, but I did get that one on Meta to the downside, and I just got to reload on Apple. This is decision time for the market. Are we heading lower here? Is Tesla going to even break that 900? Or are we going to catch a bit of a bid? I'm still favoring Apple for the long, but the only thing I even like to that long side. And I am back in Meta at that low of the day. I'm watching Tesla here for you guys at that 900 as it is bouncing just a tiny little bit here. And then watch out. Bed Bath & Beyond has been holding out really well. I'm interested to see what happens if the market breaks low on the ES. Do some of the squeeze names start to come in? It was the other way around in the afternoon. We saw the squeeze names go down, and the market came as well.
Shout out to True Trading Group. There it is, man. We hit the 3,000, and there come the memberships. So true to their word over there at True Trading Group. Thank you so much, my friend. You can hit me up on Twitter like you've been doing as well. Thank you so much for all of that, man. Means a lot to us there as we go. But yeah, look, they're bangers, man. We're $1.80 now in the money on Microsoft. We're $1.40 now in the money on Google. We are flat on Bed Bath & Beyond and Tilray. We have a little baby spot here. Hopefully it can go back to the upside. But I can't even be happy because I just should be up so much more money today, period. But there goes Microsoft to that downside. I guess we'll take a piece out. This is kind of bouncing off where we were earlier in the day. Unbelievable that I have to even take some out here. And I don't have more shares to do it on. So Microsoft coming back in. I just wish we would have hold on. But the thing is the market's now tanking as well. So tough one to call, obviously, on the downside. Some moves like this, that much. But at least if you're watching me, then you're on this today, because we've been talking about short all day. I talked about shorting the futures, all of this. So far so good here, as we really have taken advantage of this short in the market, holding Microsoft, holding Google, and really just watching this Bed Bath & Beyond. that's really where my focus has been. I think a Walmart short also would have been in play there, should have been in play, but we didn't hit that. Other than that, man, yeah, SoFi down to 7 right now. Yuck on that name. This name really off earnings had its day in the sun up to 850, and now SoFi just bleeding down again, man. Wow. Wow. Can I say wow anymore? That's a big move there. Oops, and then my chart crashed. So now we have to look at the daily chart, literally right in front of our face there. There's the move. There's 7, or sorry, this is a 2-minute chart. It was the 20-minute that crashed. There's that 850 top that we were talking about off earnings. You're coming right back in on SoFi. Unfortunately, maybe 650 on a reload if you are long on SoFi. But all right, it's pretty red, that board. I'm guessing it's going to be energy in the bottom right or so, but yes. We'll wait to see where that's going through right now as that's popping off. Our ZEO, by the way, in Canada is doing nice. So let's see what happens here with Brendan at the big screen and some review on Sector Watch.
Yeah, exactly. Back higher, guys, for oil today. So we are looking at positive moves for all of the producers right now. VLO leading the way, 3.6, PXD, MPC, to name a few, 2.5 through 3.5% to the upside. That, unfortunately, is about it as far as positive moves. Agilent here, up 6.2%. Off of earnings today, they reported. So that's the only one really in the healthcare group doing anything of note. ALGN to the downside on 4%, DXCM, DVA, LH to name a few. A, though, standing out. Industrials also very weak, along with all of the travel names. Once again, back to the downside. It's been a back and forth kind of week for the airlines, for the cruise lines, for the hotels, all back in negative territory. Far corner over here, the communications group. There were a few headlines on Take Two, if you remember, TTWO. 2.8% to the downside today. It kind of gave up on an early attempt at a rally and reverse course back to the downside. Tech stocks are leading as far as negative moves today. Hardware, the semiconductors, and the software makers all in negative territory. Apple standing out here, the only one really in positive territory, 0.5%. On the watch list today, guys, we were talking about Apple strength. There it is. Consumer discretionary names, as I mentioned, the travel names down here, all about 4 or 5% to the downside. Retailers back to the downside. That's been very strong this week off of earnings, but BBY, Best Buy, not Bed Bath & Beyond. Target, Etsy, and KMX all leading to the downside. So yeah, pretty red. Unfortunately, about 0.8 right now for the S&P. Back over to you guys.
Yeah, I mean, you say Apple's is still up, but it's starting to give it up a little bit as the market did come back in. Breakouts is so much different from I love pop and fade. I love playing the trend. When you take a breakout or a breakdown, I'm never giving it a limited amount of room, right? So we get back above that quarter mark on Meta, and I'm going to get out of it. But if we play back to the trend here, if it gets up to 176, then this is sort of sell it on the pop, which is what we were doing a little bit earlier. But when we talk about Apple as being relatively strong, yeah, it got back to those highs, and I've been still in this long trade off of VWAP, but not much of a bounce. It got up to close to 174, maybe 173.80 or so, pulled right back into VWAP. So it's starting to give up the ghost a little bit. It's rounding off and looking like it wants to be the shoe that drops. If Apple goes, the market doesn't have much left to hang on to. It doesn't have a lot of hats to hang on to. Tesla, if you took the 900 bounce, well, that worked. I was favoring the short side of the trade with the exception of Apple, but that's bounced off 900 even, 910 cents actually precisely, and then now right back into this 908 area. This is the kind of thing that maybe could get us some juice into that upside. I'm still looking for Micron. Doesn't want to get off these lows very much here. So if it breaks out, wants to take out 61.40, I'll be a little more patient waiting for 62s. But Micron's still weak. The chips not really participating as much in this little bounce that I'm seeing here. Tesla good off 900. Apple, it's been pretty ho-hum. And Cassava Sciences, for the love of... Remember, I said I was going to...
Love of science.
There you go. Love of science. That's what I should have said. And should have come up with that instead of you-know-what. I said I couldn't hold on to the long. And it hit 34.87, up to $35 Sava is. There is going to be a ridiculous short at some point. Is it the 200 period? Is it 36? If it gets through that, you're talking a lot of room to that 40 to 41 area. So it's a big band if it gets through 36, but it's starting to get very top heavy. I'm certainly seeing the spreads open way up every time it makes a new high, which can be a sign that there aren't as many eager buyers at the top on Sava, for obvious reasons up 60%, but it's getting close to the 200 period moving average, which I didn't think was any. We just broke the 50 period yesterday, and that was $10 away, and now you're at the 200. So big move for Sava here.
All right, let's, hey guys, what's up? Let's go to a new position alert here with AMD. We just shorted that at 82 there. We'll take a bid out at 60s, and then we'll see if it can come back in for AMD. But you know what else is trying to go right now pretty nicely as well? We're going to go WTF, because there it goes to the upside for Bed Bath & Beyond. We've been just sort of buying these dips down here at 25, 24.70, 24.80 was our last one. We took it out there at 25.50. Then we just got the out that we said we'd take, man, 25.70. So although we're expecting this to at least, I mean, I'm kind of expecting it to test this 28, 29 and maybe even look at 30, but this has been a good little base here. Just watch out if you are long on Bed Bath & Beyond. We've been getting this long. I do have another bid down here at 24, but we're definitely watching out for this 23.50. If that breaks, then I think it's prudent to think about lightening up on your position if you have it, because there is rug pulls available here. We saw one yesterday from 27 all the way down to 19, basically without stopping. There's a little bit of bouncing up there, and then we halted, didn't halt, but the move halted, and then it came back down again to touch that 18 near the close. So just be careful if you get any sort of a pull there. That's why I'm looking at this 23.50 for a risk side of things there on that name. Microsoft and Google both working as well, as this Google short really paid off. We got taken out, but right back in. That was a good little takedown there to 120. It did go to 119.80, and then just a review on our softie as well on that short. That touched 294 140 right back into there where we should have had an out. So we're going to wait for that as well. But Microsoft's stronger than the market. I like to short Google much more than that. But Bed Bath & Beyond is obviously on everyone's mind as it's coming right back up to the 50 period and the VWAP 2-minute chart I'm working off of if you guys are interested.
Yeah, and as that comes back higher, I keep watching VWAP and keep looking at that 27 because I'm still short AMC, which bounced off this 23.50 not once, but twice. So double bottom, it was a 24 breakdown. This is going to be that key point. If we get through that resistance at VWAP on Bed Bath & Beyond, I think 24 gets taken out. If it rejects it, I want to add to this position in AMC. I'm using BBY as my futures. If it cleanly breaks trend, I can get out of that short and not even think about adding to it. But if it does not and continues southbound, retest the lows, then I'll grab it every chance to get back into some AMC there. Bit of a pullback, and not a bit of a pullback. Sava just made a bit of a top there. Got all the way, look, it got to that 35. I thought it was going to test that 200 period at 36. It decided not to and dumped right back into 30 even. I think obviously if it can hold 30 even, that's a pretty solid buy the dip area. If you want to take a shot, we can get back toward those highs, or it can get back to those highs on Cassava Science. Has been the biggest mover that I've been able to see so far. But by the way, Fubo might have come back. Whoops, still a New York stock. Might have come back from the dead a little bit here with Bed Bath & Beyond. I've been out of it since about 650. Now it's trying to hold that support, or at least get back to that support from the afternoon. That was about 580, 575. I'm looking for this to maybe be a breakout at 6 even, and then you have a double bottom at 560. So Fubo trying to come back here after being left for dead at the open. If it does get through that 6 and Bed Bath & Beyond is still going, this is another one that could reignite. But it's been getting crushed all morning. Brendo?
Worth a note just to keep maybe off to the side for the rest of the day. Some of the other Alzheimer-related stocks popping up on volume. Here's ALZN. Was up about 5%, just came back in, but huge volume spike there through 120. So ALZN maybe worth a look later in the day.
All right, I'm just telling Brad, don't look at these stupid names for trading. We'll talk about that when he goes on in about 12 minutes right there. So, all right, yeah, let's just continue on. There goes AMD. We are actually, I'm at 51 there. How low did we get there? 50s as I typed, or 52 as I typed to Brad. That's okay now for that. Hopefully this can come back in and give us that print on AMD. The only other name, I mean, Tilray. Look, Tilray's the one that I haven't really got any action on, man. I mean, it took it out there. We were not trading high shares. We're going to get back in rate, or not back in. We're going to average in on this one. I'm waiting at 36. No real reason why 36, other than, you know, we did have some areas here that I was looking at as far as the daily chart or something goes, or go back to yesterday. I guess it's not a daily chart, but right into here, that's like 36, 37, right around here. So we'll take a bid and then see if it drops below 30 into here, 28s, 29s as an out. But it looks like we just stopped at 38 and popped a little bit back to 40. Yeah, not much, only 39. So that's still valid there. Sucks that we missed that bid. However, on AMD, we're short 97.80, which looks like a good take on this one, as the futures still stay below the 50 period. So I feel like I'm going to get this 50 right now, and if we do, that'd be good. Here it comes in. We are bidding 51s, so I might switch that to 55 here on AMD, but maybe here it comes. Let's go. Come in a little bit here on AMD. If we can make this quick 30 cents, and you know, we're just kind of scalping this one through. The future's trying to get a downside move, but if it stops at 55 again, I'll be pretty upset. So maybe we'll take a 55 bid. Let's hope we get that 51 as Brendan's over there at the big screen with Money Talks with only 10 minutes left in our show before Brad. What's up, Brendan?
Hey guys, yeah, all quiet so far for currency markets for the most part. Remember, this afternoon we get the Fed meeting minutes coming up at 2 o'clock. So that will definitely, or could potentially anyways, move the dollar right now, holding on to a slight gain, 0.17 back to the upside. The euro higher on the day. The Canadian dollar showing a lot of weakness today, down 0.5%. That's an hourly chart. So right back to those lows from earlier in the week, 77.3, 77 and a quarter. Coming into play this morning, 77.4 right now for the CAD. British pound downside as well, 120.5. Japanese yen, Swiss franc, both in negative territory, along with the Australian dollar, New Zealand. Was it the Kiwi in New Zealand. Also down about a full percent after some data overnight was negative for both of those. Bitcoin, Ethereum, Ripple, as we said, 2, 3, and 1% negative as well. Again, 2 p.m., guys. Fed minutes to come.
That's right. We do get the Fed minutes. Obviously, we're going to look to see if there's any kind of a tone change when it comes to the next rate hike. Last I checked, it was like a 50-50 between the half and then the 75 basis points. So I think you're just looking for signals there. You're going to having gotten the retail numbers in, maybe that's changed their mind about how aggressive they can be. We'll see. I've jumped over to Micron. I just missed Meta for the short, and I like Micron at 62, but this lower high at 61.40, I'm just going to work off of this. The market is heading back lower, and I need a re-entry to the short side of things. And Meta got right up to 175.77. I was sitting like 10 pennies higher. I'm now going to work off the lower high as well at 175.60 and jump back into this party if we can get it. So Micron I've been trying to get for a bit. Meta I am Micron I've been trying to get, I'm in. I'm looking for Meta, that re-entry. And Sava has caught a bid, at least it's trying to catch that bid in front of 30 even. It's got to 30.50. It's still weak and relatively weak and trending back down. I think it's making a bit of a base here. I want to see it level off. Once it's able to do that, I want to look for that little bit of a dip buy and then retrace halfway toward the high of the day, which is at 35. So any target on the log in front of 30 would be all out in front of 32.50 after it put in that death candle. No halt to the downside, obviously, because not sure why it would halt down when it rejects 35 and heads down to 31.
Yeah, these halt, sometimes it's like these halt rules, like I don't even understand. Then we talked about them yesterday with Brendan, so definitely we'll be reviewing those. Okay, so here comes Microsoft. I'm going to put a bid in the 60s and just cancel my 40s because, again, if we get it, we should be pretty happy with $2 in the money here on Microsoft. So let's take that there, we just got it. Okay, that was pretty quickly right there. Let's go fail on you, Softy, today as we just get that bid at 68. There. No, 66, sorry. So like still 66 bid there on that name. Here it comes, AMD again. We did get that. Yes, wow. It's going to be a good day for me. It just sucks that happened there on Softy, that we just didn't hold it a little bit more, but we were able to reload it back down to the downside as this is now $1.50 and still cratering. There's Google at the day's low as well, as that's cratering back in here. There it is. Let's go, Google. A big time move to the downside right now. Yes, sir. A great trade that I just put on for you guys all right now as well, man. Chicken dinner winners everywhere. Look at AMD. We just put that on at 80. It's down to 37 right now. Yeah, good trade there on AMD. Let's see, we're bidding 31s here on this name, so let's see if this can move a little bit lower, and let's go over to Brennan and see what he's up to.
Yeah, day lows, guys. Goldman Sachs just cutting China GDP for the remainder of the year to less than 3%. That just came out there from Goldman Sachs, so a heads up on the overall market. I mentioned some of the Alzheimer's-related stocks popping up. This one, the latest, Longeveron, back on volume to the upside after the move in Cassava Sciences. Heads up on that. We mentioned the Fed funds rate tool. Here we go, a quick look before the minutes. 52.5 on the 75 right now, and then 47.5 on the 50 basis points. So it's back to 75 basis points on the high side, but only just.
Yeah, okay. I mean, that's close enough to 50-50. I hadn't looked at it since it was like in the pre-market when I saw that note. I just noticed that Vinco Ventures is holding 150. That breakout, it ended the day down at 110, but it gapped up and failed 150. It had a breakout earlier. Now you're back above that price. I think if it holds this and holds VWAP, it's likely to make another run at the high of the day. So relatively strong in that space. I did grab Sava. If it breaks 30, I'm out of this one. Taking a dip buy here, and we'll see if we can get halfway back to that 35 level. 32.5 would be the target. But I want to work back into Vinco Ventures. The Micron short that just came in, finally off that 31.50. I will have to take some out in front of 61. This is the low of the day. I'm still looking to get some Meta shares, but Apple, the last long standing and the only thing that was relatively strong, looking like it wants to give it back up. Like it broke out at 173. Will be kaputs at 173. 173 is also where it closed yesterday, so it'll be going green to red. Apple's been trying, but Apple is about to give it up here. I do believe we'll have some of the earnings coming back in a second, but as we go to that in a quick second, I am, because we're at the low of the day, I've canceled my stop to break out long on Walmart. I don't want to go long if it happens to break the high and we're still breaking lows of the day on the overall market. I don't want to be taking a breakout trade, even if it has been relatively strong. Those earnings starting to get a couple of names in there that aren't the retail names, one of which we might be at least a tiny bit interested in tomorrow morning. We'll see.
Yeah, for sure. Back end of earnings reporting season in general, as we've been saying, but still some retail-wise, guys.
I mean, it's still mostly retail because I think Kohl's last time had some moves. We'll get them before they open. Aftermarket tonight, I mean, I don't know. I haven't really cared about Cisco in a while. Yeah, I don't know about tonight, but certainly tomorrow morning we'll get some retail names in there, BJ's and Kohl's to be sure.
You know, watch out for Tapestry. I mean, that's probably a heavily shorted name as well. But yeah, I mean, it's been a retail sort of bonanza to the upside. So you got to watch out for that Bath and Body Works and watch out for some of those names. We saw Target as well. I mean, we're just going to do it again, man. And we're not tanking ourselves here. We're going boom because there it is, another reload there. We got a new position on Apple. We take that short right now at 173.20. And not just celebrating that we have these positions on as it goes. Oh yeah, so Bed Bath & Beyond, we took another out there on Bed Bath & Beyond right at the 50 period again. It was actually 67, 68. So, you know, just noticing that it's coming back in here, right? I mean, you guys can see this. You know, it's not hitting over too much over anyways. Sometimes it'll go, right? These wicks will be high there. We talked about that. And the wicks are everywhere now. So we noticed these wicks earlier sending us to the downside. And I'm noticing the same thing now. I don't think that just went to 2470, but maybe it did. Anyways, we got another piece out. So we're pretty light now on our Bed Bath & Beyond, hovering around 20% of our position, long at 2470. So still in the money. My number one stock today will be Google, followed by Bed Bath & Beyond. So yeah, good trading here today. And if you're wondering about Google, I mean, this name has just been absolutely taken out here, down to 190. I mean, I'm going to take a bid now because I was holding out for a little lower, down to 119 flat. But I mean, this has been such a big move. We might as well get out. AMD, by the way, as well. That goes all the way down to its lows here as well. So, I mean, you want to talk about me putting on some trades for you. AMD, we just put that on. Apple, we put that on. Microsoft, Google. And then the only name that I'm hoping that no one followed, and I don't know why I do this because, like, my day would be better if we didn't. But like these marijuana stocks, I don't even believe in them. So I don't know why I went long this, but a break of 30 and we're going to get out of Tilray. So it is going to be a hit. It's not a big one. Obviously, if you don't believe in something and you don't really like the trade, you shouldn't, you know, level into it. But I thought that this had a chance to go. So it doesn't. Remember, Tilray was up 7 and CGC was up 14. You know, obviously these have come back to life now. So here comes CGC back down to VWAP as well. So they're basically both cut in half on a percentage basis, but hopefully we get that Google fill at 60 here before the show ends, but you know I'm bidding there anyways.
And speaking of bids, if you don't put them out, you don't get them.
Exactly.
Fresh low now on AMC, which it hasn't really mattered what's going on in Bed Bath & Beyond. Once there was a first hint of weakness in Bed Bath & Beyond, AMC just continued its trend downside. It was just the 24 break that we've been able to get. Managed to miss out on the short pop there. When it hit 24 again, I tried to catch it on the way back down instead of on the way up. But I think we're headed to 23 even, where, by the way, 23 even on AMC, or at least that general area, 23 has been this recent wick bottom. So I think there's going to be some support at 23 at least. That's where I want to be getting out of this. It'll be 24 down into 23. We tried it at 25 breakout. That did not last very long. AMC trending down with the overall market as well. In about 15 pennies, I'm out of Apple. It'll be only the short trades, back to Meta, back to Micron, and then continuing to hold on to AMC to that downside. And if Bed Bath & Beyond takes out 24, some of these are in a world of hurt to be sure. But it is 11 o'clock, and as promised, you guys are going to get a wild one for the rest of the day. This market is not going to cease when it comes to volatility, and we've got Trader Prad and Tony locked and loaded, ready to give it to you. Go get them, boys.
It is Trader Pratt and Tony indeed locked and loaded. I'm actually taking some profits right now while we're getting thrown on over here. So obviously it's going to be a fun time in the show. It's going to be a great time on the show. It's Tuesday with, no, it's Wednesday. I'm still in the Tuesday mindset. It's Wednesday with Tony. Wait, did I put my garbage out then? Oh man, I need to message my brother, tell him to go back home, put the garbage out. But yes, it's Wednesday. It's time to have some fun. Let's get the ball rolling.
Let's do this.
Tony,
markets today down a little bit. I think NASDAQ down about 1.5%. R2K down about 2%, seeing a bit of a reversal. We're Well, finally, at long last, in my opinion, volatility today wasn't up much in the early hours, I think, because it wasn't really up much at all, like even at 9:30, 10. Finally seeing a bit of a move, I think, on VIX, heading towards the upside a little bit. Unfortunately, it's like I've been wrong for so long, I just decided to stop shorting it now, and, the moment I stop shorting, the market goes down. So that's kind of how it is in trading, I find. But yeah, VIX at the moment, UVXY, the one I follow, 921, seeing a bit of a spike up 2.5% today. S&P, I believe, now down close to 1%. I haven't saw so S&P's down about 1%. One of the better performers, Dow Jones down less than that. R2K, NASDAQ 100, more tech heavy, pulling back a little bit harder. I think today we might finally see a little bit of a move towards the downside and continued move to the downside, perhaps towards the end of this week as we have Fed minutes. Stronger dollar, as Brendan was talking about earlier. We see the U.S. dollar index, I believe, up quite a bit against the euro, yen, Canadian dollar, and pretty much all other currencies. Stronger dollar, weaker stocks, everything being denominated in U.S. dollars. But we shall see as to whether we get any indication as to how far interest rates will rise towards the end of this year. 2-year Treasury yields, I believe, now above like 3.25%. Perhaps signaling more higher interest rates further into this year and perhaps up next year, although that's to be seen. So weaker stocks for today, but this market, as I was talking about a bit earlier, doesn't really follow much logic. So I wouldn't be surprised actually if this thing just continues to move harder towards the upside the next couple of days. But that being said, even with the most bullish scenario, I think most people can agree that we are doing very much so for a little bit of a pullback, and so I think that's what we might be seeing today. I think for the S&P, we might see the 420 area, 422 area perhaps in the next couple of days, if a more bearish scenario before possibly moving again to the upside, which this market just seems to like to rip. So it'll be a fun day trading today. I think the negative market sentiment has been weighing a little bit on the meme stocks, BBBY, GME, AMC, a little bit more muted, although BBBY was $30 opening, I think, and possibly above 30, if I remember correctly, in the pre-market. So it's dripping today. It's pulling back a little bit, but this might see another second wind later this afternoon. So that'll be exciting to see.
Yeah, Bed Bath & Beyond second win. I'm pretty sure a lot of the traders are waiting for that. That 28 level yesterday, yet to wait to breach that level. And if you remember, the 25 level on the way down after all the craziness, we held 25, 24 for the most part. So today, not being able to break past that 24, still forming a base at 25 the exact same way. I'm sure everyone's watching that one. But a couple positions. I'm actually not trading BBBY today at all. Yesterday was my fun for me on that. I think today I expected a little bit more muted action on it, maybe to the downside, and that's kind of what it felt like. Didn't really have that pops and halts and all the extra nonsense that it was having in it. So here are my trades, as you guys can see on the board. Couple longs, couple shorts all around the board. I'm also short SPY on Amex. That's my future short, basically, essentially my future short. Here's Snowflake. Snowflake took out the low a day from not too long ago. This was the opening drive low at 162, so I got in short around the break of 161 as I missed the 162 break, popping down to 159.70. Took my first tier of profit. Snowflake 87 cents in the money, and SPY on Amex is about the same, $1 to 80 cents in the money, 90 cents in the money at the moment. Just watching a couple positions as they move around. Lots of catalysts still. We have Target with I was actually talking to Sean last night about Target. I saw this article that they were dropping Sixel Pro prices from $900 to $200, but then when I actually opened up Target's website, it was only at like $650 or so. At the end of the day, the point I'm trying to come down to is Target cutting down prices drastically for a lot of their products to deal with the glutton of inventory, the excess inventory that they had. Walmart had to do something similar, but Walmart came out on top of that negative catalyst that they were fearful of, but Target clearly did not come out on top, but they are citing that in the near future they could see a turnaround the same way Walmart could see a turnaround. So today, Target down 3 full percent and has been just going sideways for the most part. If you were looking to short that 178 area near the 100-period EMA, gave you some opportunities. Missed out my opportunity to get back on this trade over here when it popped up, because clearly I don't take pre-market entries. So if once it did pop over here, that should have been my entry. Missed out on that. Now I'm just debating if I want to try and scale in around VWAP. You know how Sharif has a setup called hold VWAP and go? I guess I'm going to have a setup called hold VWAP and die, because Target's not going to really most likely break VWAP from here and go back to the north side. So we're going to see if it's going going to hold VWAP and die from here on out, go back to the downside, as we know that there is weakness in this stock.
Absolutely. Target today reporting earnings. I think they beat on revenue, missed on earnings, as Brad was saying. Cutting down prices for some of their home goods has been, hurting their margins quite substantially too. Walmart doing the same, but honestly, Walmart much more of like discount related, I'd say, than Target, which I believe we were talking about yesterday. A bit more bougie, middle upper class Target customer, more so than Walmart. I think you can kind of categorize Walmart as more of a discount brand, along with Dollar General, Dollar Tree, Walmart, and they have been performing very, very well this year as more consumers look to cut costs, improve savings, especially with higher gas prices. Target, trying to clear out some of their inventory. They had a huge supply chain problem last year, so they way overstocked themselves. Now we have an economic downturn, higher interest rates, and so they're finding it kind of hard to sell out some of their home good appliances and some of their things like kitchenware. I believe they were saying in their last guidance that was one that they're really trying to get out of. But Target today down 3%. I'm currently short this stock. On a technical level as well, I think we might have found a bit of a top over here. We actually hit 171, I believe, early this morning, right at the open market. Quick reversal after the opening bell. Went up pretty much to where we were yesterday. Before now, we pulled back just a little bit. I think the earnings report, their guidance, didn't really say too much, but I believe they're optimistic about heading into the end of this year, looking to dish out some of their remaining inventories for Halloween, Christmas, saying that they did survey 100 consumers and that their consumers really, branded, I think, Target with some of the holiday seasons or something to that effect. And so they expected, good third and fourth quarter, although we'll see that, I guess, in the time to come. That being said, rest of the market today is still pretty muted. S&P now down close to 1%, recovering a little bit. I think we are due for a pullback, so I believe at the moment shorting targets, it's a fair play for the day. I think we might move a little bit lower. I want to see the test of the daily lows, which were at below 174, so aiming for a $1 profit target here. We go below that, 171, where we were right at 930, we're close to it, probably is the next target. We break below that, which I'm not sure if very likely. That's pretty much 2% down for Target, which obviously not a very volatile stock, but if we see a break below that level, I think we could fall back towards much lower levels than that in the days to come. But yeah, I think the muted reaction, I think Target should be a bit lower than this. Obviously following still Walmart's proper guidance yesterday, doing a lot better, but I don't think Target and Walmart really that's close of comparable as some make it out to be. So I'm at the moment bullish on Walmart, bullish on Dollar General, bearish on Target. But yeah, so that's my trade for the moment. Looking at BBBY, hoping to see another pump up. Yesterday at the close, we had a massive rug pull. I'd say S&P pretty much dumped 1%. Near yesterday's close, it passed 2 o'clock. I believe it was around 2:30. But at the moment, I think we're sort of in this like $25 battle zone, which we were talking about yesterday on the show as well. Just having a bit of a struggle breaking below BBBY now, moving just a little bit lower, 24. 24.5, 24.4. Let's see if we can sort of hold this level. Obviously, in the downtrend for the day, high of day $30.
24 about to break for Bed Bath & Beyond.
It's dumping at the moment as I speak. It's fallen pretty much $1 in 2 minutes. Be careful in this one. Wow, let's see if 24 can even hold. I'd be careful getting into this one. Obviously, saw a lot of excitement in the post-market, pre-market, but it seems to sell off, I think, in the regular hours. So be careful when trading this one. You don't want to get rugged. $4 in something stock, I think a couple weeks ago. It's obviously had a very nice rally, up 500-600%. And then some people are figuring they want to jump in short on this thing now. So it's a battleground both ways. There's a lot to be squeezed or squoze, as Brad was saying yesterday. I think short interest now over 100% or close to it. But at the same time, it's
I'll say 50 to 70.
50 to 70. Yeah,
that's a more a good estimate because some websites we have saying 42%. We have some websites saying 102%. So what I like to do is take a median number and go with that. What did we talk about? A long off of 24? Is that what you guys were complaining about, or not complaining, or clapping about? I guess it got a long off of 24 over there on Bed Bath & Beyond, and now Bed Bath & Beyond is launching towards 26. So here's BBBY on NASDAQ, holding 24, not able to break 24. Come on, charts, holding 24, not able to break 24. The 100 period EMA on the 5-minute chart at the same area where it was trying to bounce off of. Now there's a lot of activity coming in. Looks like we're gonna have another fun day at the club today, at the bar today. Bed Bath & Beyond getting excited once again for you retail traders. So we'll obviously see where this one goes to. 26 breaking now. Let's see if we can keep on continuing this ride to the north side. That 28 level is the one from yesterday in off the open that we were looking for. Yes, market, says Sean. Maybe market's going back up over here, which is bad for my shorts. I'm actually going to need to go cover. Oh, you're short. Okay, he's short. So he's that means good for me then. Yes, let's go, market. I got to go cover some of my shorts over here on Snowflake as I'm having more profits on that side. And EAR.NQ, I see people in the chat talking about EAR.NQ. Yeah, I'm also long on that one. Slightly under VWAP at $2.60, giving it the low of the range over here. Took some profits near the high of day. Didn't have the opportunity to punch out more on the high side at $3.30 on the new high of day. But obviously, EAR.NQ is something that we're watching also. The idea for EAR.NQ is they got approval for over-the-counter hearing aids to be sold. So if you are having issues on that side, I think you can just go over to stores and buy some of their technology for hearing aids and so on. So that catalyst coming in from the FDA approval. But look at Bed Bath & Beyond now trying to take over 27. If we're going to have this fun, then let's have some fun over here, right? Let's take the 27 breakout and then see where we can go with this one. If we can get the 27 break, I have my order out there for us.
He's talking about one heck of a reversal here on BBBY. I was talking about just hopefully holding 24. And looks as though we didn't really even test 24 flat as we just moved $2.50 higher. Tested 27. I think we unfortunately got rejected off that. Now hovering pretty close to it. We might just see around 3. See if we can break above 27. But yeah, what a move. This was a 10% move in over 10% move in just 3 minutes. I want to talk about one heck of a reversal. Again, I want to see if we can finally break above 28. This level seems to be yesterday's high of day, or 28.60, I believe. That level, I think, still needs to be tested, but it's very encouraging. I think we might see some higher levels. Let's see if we can consolidate a little bit around this $26 range. I don't think we're going to go straight vertical up to a 28 and then 30, but see if we can sort of hold 26, hold this 26.5 area. If we hold that for a few minutes, let's see if we can make another move higher. But a year ago, that's another name that you guys are talking about here in the chat. I see that this thing pulled back a little bit, 20% move in 10-minute range. Much needed pullback, I'd say. But again, this is a name I think has a lot of momentum. If I remember, this thing was under $1, not that long ago. This was a stock that was $80, if you guys can remember, about a year or so ago during the market bubble. But this has been a very, very underperforming stock. I believe at one point last year, they were under investigation for, I forget if it was accounting or some other sort of thing. Probably not accounting, actually, but they were under investigation by some government organization. This was about November or so, and I remember that when the stock pretty much plummeted from, I believe, $20. But anyhow, it was under $1, if I can remember, for the longest time. Finally pulling back up a little bit on news that I believe Brad was saying, selling OTC hearing aids. With how long I've been at the club, I probably can go there, buy some myself, much needed. Every time I'm take someone's order, I'm like, huh? What you say? Huh? So, I could probably use some hearing aids myself. So that's good news for a year ago here. Yeah, this was 60, 70 cents, I think, just, early in August. What a move, 500% in the short time frame. High of day just a moment ago. Let's see if this can move higher. But yeah, this is very exciting to look at. And I am currently long. 303 is my average. Looks like out of money a little bit here. I think this move was a little bit overextended. But I'll average down this thing. I think this has a lot of room to move to the upside still for a day. Up 47%, very exciting. It'll be something to look at. S&P here, on the other hand, still pretty much hovering this level, not really moving any higher or lower. UVXY, I think, starting to melt upwards. I think that's a very bearish sign for the markets. People pricing in a higher chance that the market might actually move to the downside today, or in the near future. I remember a week ago or so, you had the markets pretty much being red or green, I should say, and the UVXY also being green. I think it was last Friday. The markets really didn't do much, and I think VIX UVXY at least went up around 2% in the last 15 minutes for no reason at all. And people were like, "Oh, it's a sign. It's market's going to crash Monday morning." It kind of did in the initial open, I think, in Australia, Japan, Asia, but in our Monday session, I should say, markets are very strong yesterday, Monday as well. But now finally seeing a bit of a move to the downside, about to break 1% here, test new low of days. I'm still short on target, so maybe I'll be redeemed today with my short positions. Who's to say? But it gets very exhausting being a perma bear. stocks, just American stocks, seem to have a tendency to move up all the time. So, it's
Stonks only go up, Tony.
Exactly. We have Jay
Stonks
Powell.
only go up. No, it's not exhausting being a bear at all. Trust me, I love it. No matter all the hate that I get, all the anger messages I get. Oh, stop being a bear. Go long sometimes. No, I'm gonna be who I am. You be who you are. And let's try to make the best of what we are at the end of the day. So here I am on a bear type of day. I woke up to a message from our boy Laced Up Souls, Mike Crahan, mentioning that, hey, Brad, it's a bear type of day. It's your type of day. Go have some fun in the market. So obviously, as you can see, I only have 2 longs going and mostly shorts, and we're in the money deep on most of the shorts, except for a firm's also pushing back to the downside for me, which I've been waiting for. I took the lower day break on a firm. Now a firm getting ready to descend to the downside a little bit. We'll see how low can a firm go for us in the near future, as the only 3 stocks really that are worth talking for myself at the moment are the Snowflake shorts, the SPY shorts, and the Target shorts. So these are the only trades that are worth talking about, as they are the deepest in the money. EAR.NQ longs they did pull back a little bit, but I'm not worried about it. I'm on the right side of the trade over there. And MRK, we did get a breakout off 91 on MRK. That's where I added onto my position, but MRK now being a little muted on its move, I guess because obviously the day has been bleeding. S&P 500 down almost 1 full %, NASDAQ down 1.5%. So all the longs are going to be needing extra oomph behind them to actually have the power to keep on going through the roofs over here. But for the most part, if you're on the right side of the trade and you know where your levels are and you have your stops out there, you don't have to really worry about these trades anymore. They manage themselves for the most part. So here are a couple of trades that are managing themselves but not really doing a whole lot for me. So Teva SRNE is another one. Is that SRNE on New York? Nope, NASDAQ, sorry, SRNE. Here's another one that's not really doing a whole lot much for me, just waiting for it to start descending a little bit more after having a little pop on SRNE. I think I already showed you a firm, so I'll show you MT at mtchmatch.com. Kind of the same play over there, took the lower day break, took some profits, but now coming back through the lower day to my average price a little bit is Match.com.
Yeah, another name I want to look at, also making huge gains today, Cassava Sciences today, up 43% at this point. News that insider buying from board of directors members sending the stock upwards. Very crazy move for the last couple of days, actually. This stock more recently in news down, I think, at one point 50% in pre-market from 21 to about 11. Not so long ago on news that the Department of Justice investigating them for some kind of fraud, I believe. This stock has been beaten down along with the rest of the biotech sector, but in particular, it's a very fascinating name. You're trying to cure Alzheimer's. I would know from my CRTX long position, that thing's been actually demolished, $121 down to $2. This name was also at around 135, I believe, at the highs. Possible, foreshadowing as to what to come in all these Alzheimer's stocks, just trying to cure something, that appears to be incurable. But we're actually to a higher, closer to 150, I should say, being down quite a bit more recently. But this is a name that can really move on news. People saying that board of directors members don't just buy for no reason. They have to buy. They have the insider information that obviously isn't very public. It should be followed, obviously, but what should be and what is always, isn't always the same. But people taking it as a very, very bullish sign, now rallying the stock 40%. This is a name I might be wanting to get in on. If you look at implied volatility for the stock, it's crazy high as well. I believe they're doing some sort of data readouts in the months to come, I believe. So, this could be a name you wake up to down 80%, or, could also double on you. Who's to say? But trying to cure Alzheimer's, it's very, very, it affects a lot of Americans. It's something that really hasn't seen a lot of drugs come to market for. I think Biogen's, one of Biogen's drugs was approved in 2021. That was the first drug in about 20 years for Alzheimer's to come out. So obviously, if Cassava, if their science works, I believe one critic was saying that, he shorted the stocks, believing them to be fraudulent. But he said if this company actually isn't fraudulent, they should win 5 Nobel Peace Prizes for their science. And so that comes from one of their harshest critics. So this is a very interesting stock to look at. Could explode to the upside, could explode to the downside. Exercise caution in holding overnight. So Cassava Science is very interesting stock to look at today. But besides that, Amazon today is another name. I'm kind of peeved, actually. This name moved a lot, when I was shorting it, and after, I got out of my short call position, this thing sort of just stayed there, chilled. Didn't really do an awful lot. Still hovering at around 141. I believe the stock, Amazon's like the highest P ratio of all stocks above $1 trillion market cap. Obviously, Wall Street predicting very strong potential earnings growth in the future. Amazon.com, the charts here didn't really reflect the post split, so unfortunately, I don't think this is going to be very fun to look at. But Amazon.com, $141. I'm short the entire tech sector at the moment. I believe that the markets are way overbought. We should see a pullback. That being said, Amazon obviously being priced in as a very strong growth stock, despite having over $1 trillion market cap. I think the Amazon.com retail side of this name doesn't really matter so much. It's a revenue generator, not so much the earnings generator. AWS and all the tech offerings that Amazon does. It's a cloud computing, or pretty much at this point, or a company. It's very much tech stocks, not so much a retail stock. Amazon.com, a stock that might be good holding long term in your portfolio.
I'm looking for some stocks to get into. Not really seeing anything going on for myself, honestly. Looking at a bunch of scanners, looking at a bunch of stocks to maybe get into, but nothing that stands out and screams at me that says, "Hey, I'm right here, trade me." If that's the case, no, I don't want you to connect to my headphone. My PC is what I want you to connect to. Okay, I gotta figure this out in a second.
No worries, I can take over from home. Somebody asking in the chat, I think about Apple. I'm seeing a lot of comments here. Someone asking Logan, Tony, do you have puts on Apple? I got some puts on Apple. I've been trading back in the day. I would just it's a NASDAQ stock. I'm forgetting here, but with trading options, I never want to hold like random puts. I think or random calls or puts without. Usually, I do like a vertical sort of position, debit or credit. For instance, let's say you buy a put here, let's say 175 strike. I'd always offset it, by you buy the 175 put, you sell to the 170, 165, let's say. Adds a bit of insurance, by lowering your cost basis, I'd say. And typically, unless you got real diamond hands, I personally don't hold options till expiry. Seems to be quite risky that way. But Apple seems to be doing quite well today, if I'm understanding correctly. It's again, I'm short the entire sector, but Apple up 0.5%. Possibly some news coming out today for Apple. I'm not entirely aware, but no, I think at the moment it's performing quite strongly. I think the markets are coming back a little bit. Target my position, it's the one I'm looking at here, still hovering about the level, but I think the S&P is recovering a little bit if I can just look at it again. But Apple, it's only down, I think, less than 10% from all-time highs at this point, close to $3 trillion market cap. It's an interesting stock to look at. As far as whether or not I would hold puts on it, I would typically recommend against it. I think it's just safer to hold like a put position against the S&P or the QQQ, seeing that Apple makes up such a huge percent of it anyhow, but also because you have a slightly higher implied volatility for when you're long the position. So you have a little bit more decay, pay a little bit more premium for the right to short it. Obviously, Apple more sensitive to Apple News specific events than the overall markets. But I would advise holding just plain call or put positions. Usually, I'd offset it by having a spread. But Apple, very very strong company. Bringing up this name, it actually kind of gave me an idea. The S&P 500 has been performing very very well. Past couple of years. Obviously, a lot of the growth was driven by Apple. So thinking, why don't we have like an S&P 100? Have the largest 100 U.S. Listed securities, that have positive earnings more or less. In an index instead of the top 500, seeing that most of the top 100 are responsible for the growth anyhow. But then I started thinking, why not the S&P 50, the S&P 25, S&P 10? Why not have the S&P 1? Just has an investment strategy. You just put all your money into the largest company in the world. If that were to change, you'd sell the Apple, let's say, you buy to Microsoft if Microsoft overtakes, and you keep doing that, you keep rolling it. I actually haven't backtested the strategy, but I think it's quite promising. If you remember 20 or so years ago, I think the largest company in the world was General Electric, $600 billion or so adjusted for inflation, probably close to $1 trillion today or even more. Obviously poor management kind of gutted GE. They kind of diversified their own industries, which was arguably a pretty bad idea. So that obviously has fallen from grace. Just holding the largest company at all times as an investment strategy, it's something I kind of want to test out. So short on Apple, I don't know if I'd recommend it, but at the moment I think everything's overbought. So I do believe puts should print, but I've been wrong so far. So take my word with a bit of care.
Watching BWV as my new entry right now. I'm just looking to see what BWV can do for us as the market's getting ready to have a little bounce in it. Most of my shorts have retraced, not to amounts that are scary amounts. You know, some of my shorts are only 5-6 pennies out. The shorts that were were in the money more than $2 are now only in the money $1.50 and so on. So they're minutely retracing over there. So not too worried about that one. I just now punched into BWV based on my scanner alerting me that this one's coming in with a little bit of a volume spike. So we saw that volume spike over there, took that break over here. We're pulling back a little bit. I can give it that wiggle room up to this range is low to see if we can get another attempt to take out the day's high on said stock. I'm gonna start addressing some super chats now. Baba, super chat from the morning, or not from the morning, from the starting of the show over here from Sergio Campos. Baba down, talking about 2.4% down today. Yeah, we're now at 2.5, and you're absolutely loving it. Looks like you have a put on this, so congratulations to yourself. Obviously, Baba struggling to hold 100 on the bids to stay above 100 ever since. It's been a while since Baba has been able to really stay above 100 and stick there. And if it's there, if it's not there for too long, there's some negative catalyst immediately pouring down and putting some damage to the stock. So you got to be careful for Baba as an investor or as a swing trader, as a day trader. You're absolutely loving what Baba is doing for us. But here are a couple super chats that are from the morning show that seem to have been missed out on. Deary, can you take a look at Revlon? Lots of talk about FTDs expiring, and it has some great movements. The other day volume and the size of the entire flow. Yeah, you know, FTDs are great to talk about and so on, but I'll just keep it to technicals over here. I don't really care about the failure to delivers and all those numbers. What I do care is about the volume in the stock. If there's volume in there to play with us, then obviously there's some levels for us to take advantage of. All that extra information that, you know, those short squeeze traders have been installing into people's minds are great, but I just don't see any information that I could use as a trade out of on that. The key information tools that you could use off of this is a short float number, and then the amount of volume the stock is trading on a day-to-day basis, how much that volume is today on a relative scale. So if we were to do all of that math real quick, Revlon short float 35%, relative volume 1.3, and it's currently doing 3.7 million shares. Anytime a stock's doing more than 1 million volume, it's one or more relative volume, it's doing a good amount of volume on it. Obviously, there's going to be eyes on the stock. Revlon, not too long ago, a couple days ago actually, was trading around $10, $11, now pulling back a little bit, back to $8, and trying to form a base around 8. Look at how we're holding the 100-period EMA the whole day, ignoring this part right here. Ever since volume comes in, we're holding the 100-period EMA. So obviously Revlon's trying to do good things for the future, for itself, that is. All that other extra jargon, the FTD stuff, if you can make a trade out of that for yourself to help you in the long run, great. But we're day traders over here. Failure to delivers and all those numbers don't really help me make an execution unless the volume's in that stock.
Right on, absolutely. I think as a day trader, it's more or less technicals you have to consider: short-term overbought, oversold, looking for reversal patterns and all that sort of thing. So, I think failure to deliver, that's a great indicator to look at. If you're a long-term investment, which many people think holding GME, AMC, and all meme stocks do care about. But yeah, as Brad was saying, we more or less just look for quick scalps. At the moment. Speaking of which, I think at the moment, BBVY still sitting at the $25 range, stock that I was looking at. Hopefully we can start bringing some higher levels, consolidating, moving a little bit towards the upside. Not so much action as I'd hoped when we first tested 27. Looks like 27 was too strong a barrier to be broken, but at the moment we're still holding 25, which seems to be where we more or less are trending for the day. But yeah, besides that, year ago also not too much action, sort of staying around the $3 range. Up 50% for today still. I am still holding long on Ergo. I believe we should see, another move, major pump to the upside. We break 335, the high of day currently. We should see a lot more action there. But there's a certain, interest I have with day trading. Just, you can trade large cap stocks. You can look for quick scalps, on S&P to QQQ. But also, you can, there's something very, very endearing about, buying some sort of a penny stock that you think could move very much higher. And let's say you put all your money into something like a year ago, you walk away for a good hour or 2 hours, let's say, and for some reason you forgot about your position. You come back, you look at it, all of a sudden your money doubled. It's like, oh, that's quite a pleasant surprise to come back to, just have your money double like that. But I guess that's the appeal of day trading. Some people think it's easy, but the mental stress associated with it, that's something else entirely. I think it's easy working off. You have physical stress and mental stress. I think this day trading thing, it very much maxes out the mental stress. Besides that, talking about mental stress, the S&P seems to be coming back just a little bit, not so much breaking the down 1% range. We are holding quite strongly. Nothing seems to get this market down at this point. Even on a bad day, we're still holding up with quite a bit of strength. Obviously, still trading downwards. I wouldn't go long on this the S&P at the moment, but you guys already know that. And so at the moment, we're seeing where S&P could hold. I see a downtrend here, which I can draw some lines on this chart here, but still holding short on this thing. But I think meme stocks are going to be in play today. I'm looking for more breakouts on something like Ergo or Casva Sciences or Bed Bath Beyond. Taking a look at the option chains again, I think it's been quite interesting what we've been seeing here. Yesterday, I remember we're seeing the $26 at the money calls for August 19th, so that's expiring in 2 days, having a very, very high implied volatility, around 500%. Let's see where it is now. You can, pretty much if you bought that call option yesterday at $6, it would now be $4.51. Goes to show you the danger of buying options. I've lost quite a lot of money myself doing so. You have a lot of conviction the stock's going to go a certain way, and you wake up and lo and behold it doesn't. And if you own the stock, you can theoretically hold it forever. Owning 100 shares of stock is pretty much owning one long call option without an expiry date with a strike of zero. You can kind of imagine it like that. But holding options, obviously, it's a risk mitigation instrument. I like to see a lot of these things as insurance contracts. I prefer selling puts quite a bit. Comparison to buying puts or buying calls. So if you can look at the put option chain here, if you really want to play it safe, let's say, you can sell something like a $15 put at 29 cents. So that pretty much yields you 2%. And basically all this is saying is that as long as BBBY doesn't go below $15 by Friday, when Friday closed at around 5:30, that's the last time you can possibly exercise your option, you yield about 30 or so cents. So for making 2% over 2 days, not so bad. And so just selling short-term put options that are cash secured, I think it's a very, very stress-free way of trading. Data gang represents. So that's what I like to look at when I see a huge gamma squeeze here. Just free option, free money possibilities. But yeah, BBBY still holding very strong. $25. We'll see if it can break 27. If it does, to the upside we go. Possibly see Mars again, and Brad will have that dance floor open right up again.
I'm just counting how many stocks I'm in because Fahad just messaged me. Fahad's like, bro, you're in 89 trades. Stop looking for the 90th. I'm like, yo, chill. I need all of them. I got to catch them all. I'm Ash Ketchum over here today. I got to catch all of these Pokemons. I'm in 12 trades, and I don't think I have enough on the board. So if you guys want me to get into more trades over there, put some tickers in the chat. I'll show you some stocks that I've actually been taking some profits on at the moment. It's called Target. Target pushing down 50 cents in the money. Took some profits on that. MRK on New York. Took some profits on MRK also. But I might have to actually go manage BWV on NASDAQ. Maybe not, because it's yet to actually go down to 380 and really tell me that I'm wrong on this trade. So we'll let the stock move around a little bit more. We have maybe 3 out of those 12 stocks in the negative, and rest of them are all in the positive/flat. So that's what we like to see. Not worrying about management, trade management at all. When you're on the right side of the trades are managing themselves. I got the Lord managing my trade for me. I'm just sitting back and just watching it. I'm watching Jesus take the wheel, and he's got it in control. Coming back to super chats over here, we got Sir Artorius, I'm guessing that's what it is. Thank you, emoji, for $10 super chat. Not sure what that was. So thank you for the super chat at the end of the day, Sir Artorius. Wild Oscar, can we simple traders get filled on dark pool wicks? Enjoy the hot sauces. Chef Henry. Simple traders can get, no, so you would have to use dark pool gateways to get filled on dark pool. dark pool books in general, so you can't even see which gateways those are. Those are called dark for a reason because you can't see them on the level 2 book. So if your brokerage has orders that allow you to route it to dark pool gateways, then yeah, I guess you can do that. But if you don't, then obviously you know the answer to that one. We over here at Day Trade the World have access to some dark pool gateways, not all, but the most liquid ones we have access to. So if we want to use dark pool gateways to go find for liquidity, we could easily do so. But the sucky part is no one really knows where liquidity is on these gateways, as you can't see it. You would have to ping a certain level to see if they're giving you size, and then you just keep pinging that level again and again to see how much size they're willing to give you on that order. You might not be able to get all of your size that you're willing to get or whatnot. So those are all obviously way more sophisticated. I would urge you to not worry about getting filled or getting in or out on dark pool gateways. Just worry about how you can, successfully trade the live open gateway at the moment, because trading the dark pool gateway is you just don't know where the size is. You don't know what's really going on, and it's way more sophisticated. It's very algoed out too. Those orders hit very quick, faster than you do. So just be careful. Don't worry about algo traders at all. Worry about normal gateways, because people like Tony, people like myself can make money using normal gateways. I'm sure you can.
Right on. I think microstructure. Oh, sorry, you're saying?
Go ahead.
Oh no. Microstructure is very interesting to look at. It's crazy how much the market's evolved in the past couple of decades. I believe if I remember correctly, New York Stock Exchange was started back in 1971. 1791, and it was NASDAQ that was started in 1971. I think now they're pretty much on parity, in terms of volume and the listings and all that. In fact, NASDAQ I think has more listings. But in the past, I think, couple of decades, technology really transformed everything, and now things like gateways start to become a problem. When back a couple of decades, you just call your broker on the phone and hope you find somebody on the floor to exchange details with and hopefully make a trade. But yeah, to Prad's point, I think making money is possible no matter what gateway you use. Obviously, you might have a slight edge, with certain advantages. Obviously, Citadel's not optimizing their routing for no reason. But that being said, anything's possible, you know how to trade well. And so some names I think that were also mentioned here, asking me to take a look at. Fubo, yesterday, huge runner. Today pulling back about 10%. So a bit of a, now hovering around 560, 550. Question is, do we see a bottom here? I think this was at, 7:30 earlier today? So, or was it yesterday? But yeah, pulling back a little bit. I want to see a bottom here before possibly jumping in. You don't ever want to be catching a falling knife, and so the question is, when does the falling knife actually end? Good question. It doesn't have to be at the low of the day for it to still be at a downtrend. But what I would see is that should this go above 590, wick high over here, I'd say that's higher, and it would stop breaking the dole of day at 5.6. That'd be higher lows, higher highs relatively for this area past the initial dump over here. Be not a bad area to jump in. So Fubo TV wouldn't really buy it at the bottom here.
$3 in the money on Snow now. Let's
Snow,
go,
wow.
baby. Look at this position. $3 in the money on Snow. SPY now $1 in the money. Absolutely rolling. I have to cut Tony off there because we're taking profits, and I know there's going to be people on the chats who are even though no matter how many times we tell them to trade their own book, people still. I had someone DM me on Discord today. They're like, "Is this where you give out trade signals? Where do you give out trade signals?" Like, I'm not even gonna reply to that message, because if you don't know that the trade signals happen on the live YouTube show, then clearly you're not watching the show. You're only here to leech off the trades and not really learn how to trade. While we're teaching you how to fish, you just want my fish that I caught. So that's my pet peeve over there. It's like, exactly what type of show we are, right? We're over here doing this live on a day-to-day basis. So if you are, for some reason, trading my book and not your own book, here's me taking profits on a bunch of positions, even on EAR.NQ. I didn't like how EAR popped up to 330 and then dive right back, and now we're just consolidating over here. So I'm going to make sure I can take some of my profits and realize them just in case it pushes back. I'm not crying about it too much. On the other hand, MTCH pushed back to my average price, gave me a fill, and is now pushing back down. So we're going to take some profits on MTCH. That's Match.com. Teva also doing absolutely nothing currently. So Teva consolidating sideways. So I guess I'll just have to hold on to this trade a little bit longer. The only trade realistically out of money by 44 pennies. Every other trade's in the money for me. Only trade out of the money is BWV on NASDAQ. And even though I'm out of the money 40 pennies, the range that we're in, I'm not too worried about it. So as long as it's going to be stuck in that range, I guess I'm going to be okay losing $1 on this position. Honestly, though, I'm not okay losing $1. I'll be very real with you. That type of number loss on any stock mentally doesn't sit right with me. But you know, I'm trying to get away from that mentality. Is it part of my setup? I took that setup. Has my setup failed yet? It hasn't failed me yet. When it fails me, it will tell me so very clearly. So I'll just sit on it and wait for that to happen. As Snowflake now pushes back to being $3 in the money. Before we send it back to Two-Tone over here, that's what I call him. I got Two-Tone. You know, he has so many names, man of many names. Two-Tone, Tony Tuesdays.
I'll call you that.
Prastadamus, yeah, I love that one. CYBN from CC Chan, another super chat that got missed out in the morning. CYBN receives a DEA license for first-in-human clinical trial for psilocybin to treat depression, worth buying. You know, there's so many other companies out there that do this. If you believe that psilocybin to cure depression, to cure, you know, CCT, is that the one? CTE, there you go, concussion. That's what I'm trying to talk about. Yeah, for concussion therapy and so on. If you believe that you know, it will get legalized, it will get processed, and the test will be done, and everything will work out, yeah, go for it. I'm the type of person that rather wait for the test to be done and then actually see the proof behind it. I know there's enough proof already, but I need to see the FDA legalization to go through and all of that to go through. Part of the reason why I'm not invested in Tilray or CGC or any of the weed stocks is because I wanted for the legalization to go through. And then when I saw legalization go through, I saw how bad it went through in our country, how the prices of pot has been affected drastically. And that's why I don't even believe in that market anymore, where a legalization in America doesn't mean anything to me. So I fear psilocybin and other drugs that might be helpful for people in the near future could fall into the same realm of issues. So I'm not too excited to see what psilocybin stocks have do. I mean, if you want an example, go look at you know, other psilocybin stocks. I'm not going to throw any names out there. I'm sure you can Google them and see how they moved overall to get an idea on that for yourself. I'm going to wait for that catalyst to come out, and then if the catalyst comes out good and it comes out on the good side, then obviously we will take that. We have a couple other super chats over here. Hugh coming in with the $2 super chat. He's just joking around over here. Says, go Trader TV team. Thank you, Hugh, for that. Not very bright trader, $5 super chat, €5 super chat. Unable to hold the 45,000 life-changing shares from May. 1,000 left, trying to adjust my position. Just hold. By the way, you guys are great. Thank you. I guess you were just talking about yourself a little bit and thanking us on Trader TV. So we obviously love having you on the show over here, and thank you for the super chat.
Absolutely. I like the parallel you drew between you know, those stocks and weed stocks, psilocybin, as well as you know, the legalization of weed in Canada. I was really hyped up, as you guys can remember, back in I think late 2018. You had the Tilray IPO at like $20, and then I think a couple of days it just skyrocketed. It went to $30 billion market cap, $300 a share. And look where it is now. I think it dropped over 99% or close to it. Legalization, obviously, it's you know, as I say, the markets are perfectly efficient, or at least some like to believe. And you know, I think that's where where it kind of stems from. That the you know, you buy the rumor, you sell the news, and you know, if you look at Toronto now, you just have 2 weed stores in every single corner. You know, way too much competition, and it kind of drove away you know, the market, and you know, some of these stocks have been greatly weakened. So you know, I think the market's honestly very great for speculation. You know, if you wait for the news to actually come out, you might have not so good a time. But besides that, the S&P now falling quite a bit. I think you know, really helping Prad's snow position. Now down over 1% now. I think my target has been quite a bit in the money. But the good thing about buying in meme stocks is that they don't really have too much of a correlation with the rest of the markets. My year-ago position, now quite a bit in the money, a couple of cents. Might get out this, you know, might take some profit at the high of day. If we break that, go a lot higher. High of day, I believe, was around 350, 335 still. So it's good to see a bit of revitalization in the stock. I think we pump a bit higher, past 335, obviously then 350 and $4 be the targets to look at. Besides that, very promising now, pulling back a little bit, but we shall see where this one goes. BBIG, another name mentioned very often, in the chat, I think, a couple minutes ago. This thing seems to be breaking new highs, pretty recently. Double top at around the 165 range, pretty close to that, still 160 at the moment, up 42% of the day, so can't blame it if it takes a break, frets up a little bit, and starts rallying again a bit later. But very much beaten down stock past couple of weeks, months. So it's very good to see some of these names see a little bit of life back in them. 42.5% move to the upside, break 165. I'd be very, very interested as a buyer. Let's take a look at where target now is. So I shorted this, a bit higher, close to 175. So at the moment, about $1 or so in the money. Not a huge gain. It wasn't a very large position, but I do think that the earnings were the rally right after the market open wasn't entirely justified. I think the earnings paint a negative picture. Walmart, I believe, was still up for the day. So you see a little bit more of a divergence between these retail stocks. Again, I was saying earlier, retail is a very, very fascinating sector. I think it gets clumped together too often, just one big group. But obviously, you have a lot of different consumers, and you have retail catering to different parts of the market. Dollar General, Dollar Tree, the discount market does really well in hard times. McDonald's was probably the outperformer back in 2007, 2008 during the financial crisis. I think we'll see something similar with Dollar Tree. Dollar General, obviously inflation hits dollar stores very hard, but I think we've seen some price increases over there. Here in Canada, we have Dollar Tree equivalent, Dollarama. That has been doing incredibly well over the past couple of years. I think it's just been absolutely on a tear this year as well. And so you have pretty much everything that's discount, everything catering to the lower income America doing very, very well. Now, higher income America, unfortunately, not as much discretionary spending. So Target, Wayfair still down, I think around 80% from the highs, if I remember. It's, so a lot of retail absolutely got crushed. This is a New York stock, or am I just remembering correctly? It's a New York stock. So, usually when it's tech, I think it's NASDAQ, but you have some exceptions. Wayfair now down 7% on the day, $67. Don't forget this stock was $300 during the peak of last year. Fallen really, really hard recent times. Cash flow negative company. They don't actually have any, net earnings after, taking away their expenses. So higher interest rates will very much hurt this stock. It's been declining quite precipitously. So, with retail, you just got to be careful and you got to know your names. Not all retail is the same. They're built very much differently. You wouldn't ever see Dollar Tree rise, 500%. You wouldn't also see Dollar Tree just collapse like that as well. So retail, it's a very fascinating space. S&P still down quite a bit. I'd be interested in shorting names like Wayfair, I think, in the next couple of days. You want short weakness, buy strength, trade the trend. That's something I've come to understand the more and more I've been observing the markets.
Starting off with the super chat once again that we missed off in the morning. $10 super chat from Chad Fletcher, or CHD Fletcher. I'm guessing that was Chad Fletcher. Thoughts on FOMC minutes coming out today, thinking it has potential to catapult the market to the upside. Yeah, I mean, that's once again just predicting the future, something that I don't like doing, but nothing wrong with creating a theory. Maybe it catapults to the upside, maybe it catapults to the downside, maybe it catapults it sideways and keeps a boring market. So we don't really know. But what we do have right now in this very second is this market coming off. My S&P 500 taking out the low a day, negative 1.22 on the S&P 500 now, and the NASDAQ 1.8. So clearly downwards move on the market for the most part, allowing me to take profits on Snowflake. Here's Snowflake, $3.60 in the money. Here's my SPY shorts, about $2 in the money. Recently took more profits on that side. Target $1.30 in the money. Affirm 50 cents in the money at the moment. EAR.NQ, even though I'm long on EAR, 50 cents in the money on EAR. Match.com has been working again, taking more profits on Match.com. 20 cents in the money on Match.com. MRK, which is a long, coming back down. Don't actually like it anymore. We're going to close this trade completely. TEVA, Teva finally pushed to the downside a little bit, but now trying to see if it wants to get back above 10. I took some profits on Teva. CCL hasn't really given me any opportunities to do anything. Only 4 pennies in the money ever since I got into it. SRNE also doing similar things. We got in, but only 3 pennies in the money, so pretty much putting me to sleep on that side. BBIG, I'm long on BBIG. Still I'm just going to get out. This trade's not going to do a whole lot much when the market's coming off right now. And we're going to be heading into lunchtime very soon, only 10 minutes for lunchtime. And BWV, my only real loser on the board at the moment, but not worried about this position. Later on in the day, I think when volume comes in, we'll see it pop up and we'll take advantage of that pop. If it doesn't pop and it drops, then, we'll just lock our losses and move away from it.
Yeah, I think Fed minutes today will be very fascinating to look at. We have the VIX now melting upwards, along with the S&P down over %. The VIX had trouble breaking down lower in the past couple of days as the markets were surging. Now it's moving quite a bit up. I find that to be an interesting sign of reversal. I think people were saying in the chat, I think somebody mentioned that today might be a huge red candle. I'd like to join you on that belief in that. I'm always a bear, but it's to be seen at the moment. I think Fed minutes could be a catalyst for the downside. I think markets are way overbought. So when you look at the risk-reward side of things, there's just not much to it. It's like finding a slice of pizza on the ground and debating whether or not to eat it. On one hand, you save like $3 for a slice and get a nice yummy slice of pizza that's been untampered with. Worst case scenario, it has been tampered with. You consume some compounds and things might not go so well. So that's the way I like to look at risk-reward. It's just it's worth it. And I think at the moment, the upside just isn't quite there at the moment, how overbought these markets are. All right, well, sure. Buying the markets isn't equivalent to eating like a random slice of pizza you found on the ground. But
why would you do that?
You see a slice of pizza, you're kind of just like, it looks kind of good.
Who does that?
I don't know.
You do that?
Oh, I debated a few times when I was short on my funds from these trades I've been entering, but no, it's okay. The analogy probably wasn't very fair, so sorry, Bulls. But that's the way I see it as a perm bear. I just think the risk reward is in balance, and I think at the moment we will be falling towards the downside after Fed minutes are released. But yeah, UVXY still have quite a bit at the moment. Besides that, I think somebody asked a question, in the chat. What do you do? How do you manage your mentality when you're near your daily shutdown? And so it's a good question. I think with trading, the hardest part obviously is managing your mentality. As I was saying, it's physically stressful jobs versus mentally stressful jobs. Trading isn't physically stressful. You press a couple of buttons, you look at a screen, but at the same time, it's very mentally stressful. You're thinking about it all the time. It drains your energy, and you leave a trading day, a stressful day, let's say, you're very exhausted. So it's quite difficult. But to manage your trades, it's just. I think about like risk reward as well when it comes to closing like a position. You see your positions like pretty much underwater. You're debating whether or not to leave early. So you can do that, let's say, and let's say one of two things happen. You're right or you're wrong. When you're wrong, I find it's like, say I was longing a stock at $5, and I say, my stop loss can be $4.50. I'm okay with that 50-cent loss. But I think the target is going to be about $7 or $8. So very, very good risk reward over there. Suppose it falls to $4.70. At this point, I'm kind of sweating. I'm like, I'm not quite sure about this, but I like to stick to my original plan. And it quite hurts me actually when I'm sure it hurts everybody in this position when a trade that would have been good gets closed out too early, just because you got scared or something like that, and you would have made a lot of money. You have regrets like, if I only held that position, it would have been so good. Life would have been so good. So I think from what I gather now, it's better to hold a losing position as long as it's what you wanted in the beginning. It's what you thought. Just trade your plan. That's the hardest part of trading. The hardest part of trading your plan is when you're losing money, and it's like you're debating whether or not you still want to commit to the position. And so it's definitely something that I picked up over time. I've been trading, not like on a trading floor, but trading casually, I'd say, for quite some time. Lost a lot of money, but I think over time I've learned that managing your mentality. Definitely the hardest, most stressful, and most challenging part of developing yourself as a trader. So something to look at. But yeah, that's something that definitely pick up on longer trade.
They're saying we need to pay you more, Tony.
Pay
apparently.
me more.
And I just want to say, Tony has way too many jobs. He makes enough money. I don't know what this idea about picking a pizza off the floor is. But if that's what's appealing to you, I'm not gonna knock you on that one, right? More power to you. Just be a little careful. Maybe put some hand sanitizer on there. Clean it up a little bit before you put it in the mouth, right?
Right on.
Nah, Tony makes too much money. Trust me. Tony needs to not have a couple jobs so he can stop stealing employment from other people in this country at the moment. Currently, man, still loving my positions. I'm in way too many positions at the moment. I'm just gonna keep my hands calm and not try to enter new positions just yet. I've only made 35 executions today. I'm into 12 different trades, and I'm already 4 times my shutdown. No, 2 times my shutdown, and I'm up another 2 times. So really not looking to do a whole lot over here. Just gonna manage these trades as they keep on pouring in. For example, Snowflake, absolute beauty on Snowflake. $3, $3.50 in the money on that one. It's trying to form a base at $157 as the S&P 500 can't really push too much further than 42.60 at the moment. We're holding up at 42.60 on the S&P 5s. We're holding up at 13,420 on the NASDAQ at the moment. Let's see if the market can start bouncing from here. Looks like that is very much a possibility. So we're going to start closing some of these shorts, capitalize on those moves that we had. So Snowflake done, SPY's done. Targets, we're gonna get out of Target because Target clearly does not want to break the low a day at any point. Affirm, man, kind of the same thing, but we're gonna hold on to Affirm a little bit longer. We're gonna hold on to Match.com also and the rest of our positions. EAR.NQ pushing back towards the high a day. We missed our exit the first time when it pushed up over here, so we'll take our exit this time. And now let's see if we can get the high day breakout on EAR.NQ as the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ market are getting ready to maybe have a decent pullback in it. With this pullback, we should be able to capitalize on BWV, which is now only 30 cents out of the money compared to being 50 cents out of the money. So let's see this one move for us. BBIG apparently a new high a day after I close my trade. So what can you do? Sometimes you miss out on the moves. No, you can't be upset about all of it. The only negative trade on my board that's actually realized negative is BBIG, and I'm only down. How many pennies did I even lose on it? I lost 5 pennies on this trade, whereas I've made $3.50 on Snowflake, another $2 on SPY, another $1 on Target. So don't worry about this 5 cents that I lost.
Yeah, and I think I just exited one of my trades here, close to 330 now a year ago. But unfortunately, I think pulling back a little bit, I got out at actually just in the nick of time. 303 entered, 303.17 exit, quick 5% scalp on the trade. Not so bad, but I think at the moment we're seeing a little bit of difficulty actually breaking above high of day today, 335. It is lunch hour, so we might see some less volume, and with less volume, you don't really see too much of a breakout. I think as we head into lunch, this thing looks to go back to 3, it seems. But there's a lot of movers today. Caspa Sciences a year ago, and BBBY obviously. It's going to be an exciting afternoon today. Hopefully we don't see BBBY up. I'm talking too fast here. BBBY flush these. B's just a tongue twister. Just Bed Bath Beyond, I say. Now below 25. Looks to be moving towards the downside. $30 seems to be the high of the day at the moment. So at the moment, I can see us just sort of trading in this range. 24 to 26 seems to be where we spent most of our time yesterday as well as today. 23, I think 23.5 yesterday was the level we'd like to look at. But we are unfortunately below that level now. We're right at that level now, I should say. So we can see if that holds, consolidates, moves higher around 2 or 3 o'clock. But until then, I think at the moment we're just going to be hovering around 25 or just below it. With the rest of the markets, Fed minutes obviously the thing to look at the moment. We're not going to have any interest rate decisions in the month of August, but we will in the month of September. Question is it going to be 50 basis points or 75 basis points? Oh, I don't know why I'm speaking so fast today, but with higher interest rates, obviously you have a lot of these
getting ready for
stocks,
that Red Hot Chili Peppers concert,
supposedly,
buddy. That's what it is.
Like Brad's right, I do make money from my 2 jobs at work. Somehow I managed to have less spending power from throwing it away on these short futures positions. So
okay.
So I have a bit of a vengeance against the market. So I'm always talking down against it. It's stole money from me. I just look at how much money I donated to Wall Street. It's like, they should give me. It'll be a couple years of tax write-offs at the very least, probably
free
decades. They should give, Wall Street should send me something, a nice package. Thank you, Tony, for all the money you gave to us over the years. I really appreciated that money, even though you needed it more. We made sure we made good use to it. We had a better return on capital.
They're giving you a tax write-off for all the money you've donated. They owe me a mansion.
A mansion for you.
They owe me a mansion for all the money I've donated to them. So, I would like that through my last job in Archegos, through my last job before that in Lehman Brothers. They owe me a whole country for all the money I've donated. Now, obviously, it didn't work there. 2008, man, I wasn't even in Canada in 2008. That's just the meme sweater that I wear for the most of the time over there. Looking to see if I can find any super chats. Don't really find any super chats that I missed on. So it looks like we are good to go on that side. So let's go to we're gonna go to the big screen for, I believe this is happening now.
Hey guys, 12 o'clock. Let's get you caught up on what has happened since last we spoke. The NASDAQ still leading as far as declines are concerned so far today, 1.7, 1.65 for the composite and the 100. 2% here now for the Russell 2000. Individual stocks obviously making moves within 1.28, 1.23 as far as the 1,000, 3,000 go. 0.85 for the Dow, the S&P 0.1 or 1.13, I should say, to the downside. A few things we were discussing. If you joined us in the pre-market, look at the daily chart on Apple. It's so amazing. 130 up to 175. We did put in, those were dark prints, but we did put in a bit of a wick high above 174, trying to hold 173. All fairly quiet, though, ahead of what is to come this afternoon. Again, Fed minutes coming up at 2 p.m. this afternoon. The other interesting move here was Home Depot. There was a number of upgrades on both Home Depot and Walmart. Initial strength got faded there on HD, a little bit more than Walmart. Again, 2 o'clock we get Fed minutes. Great guest coming up this afternoon to tell us what it all means at 2:30 as well. Head analyst from Financial Juice going to be on the show today, guys. Back over to you.
Financial Juice? We're gonna have Financial Juice on. Let's go. Okay, that's gonna be a fun thing. Here's Bed Bath & Beyond breaking 24 to the downside right now. Pretty sure we were not expecting this one. You know, we were thinking Bed Bath & Beyond would keep on playing above 24. We did manage to break 24 a couple times earlier on in the day. And to answer a couple people's question as I'm wiping my glasses off right now, yeah, we might go golfing depending on how the weather ends up being. Hopefully it doesn't rain. It does look like it wants to rain, but yeah, hopefully it doesn't rain. Markets continuing a healthy pullback. Here's Bed Bath & Beyond, though, doing the opposite of what the market's doing, pushing to the downside, breaking 24. Not sure if any one of you are short at the moment on Bed Bath & Beyond, and if you are, obviously you're loving these shorts from. And if you're holding your shorts from yesterday from 28, maybe you're more in the money at the moment. Absolutely loving it. BWV, which was 50 cents out of the money, trying to push up with the market. So just waiting patiently for BWV to do some fun stuff for us. I want to head over to TJX. TJX, where's my? There you go. TJX had an earnings catalyst behind it, but to the downside originally. The stock started off down 1.2% in pre-market. They beat estimates by 3 cents, quarterly profit of 69 cents per share, but revenue in comparable stores came in less than expected. The short setup originally on the day was working, but later on, clearly TJX taking off the high, taking past 768 right now with the market pump up that we're getting. So TJX getting put onto my scanners. Where is it? Did it lose that race? Wow, what did you lose to? It was coming up on the scanner, but now it looks like it died off of that. A couple other stocks that are coming up looks like a Southwest Airlines, LUV Southwest Jet Airlines. Can't really remember their name properly, but they're also pulling up on the scanner at the moment as they're getting elevated, or not elevated, descending to the downside, taking out multiple levels over here. Pre-market lows, your even $1.39, now pushing to 38.50, another good $0.50 level. Let's just wait and see, obviously, where this one goes to. If you look at it on the daily, looks like we could have a good support around $37. It is possible that the stock could drop down to 37. LUV being an airliner, you could always go over to jets.am. This is your airlines ETF. Pretty good indication, pretty good barometer for you to use when you're trading airline stocks in general, so such as American Airlines or your Southwest Airlines and so on. If you're trading them, it's a good thing to take a look at your Jets ETF. The same way you want to look at semiconductor ETFs when you're trading semiconductors. If you're trading AMDs, you want to look at your SOXs and your SOXLs and all the other semiconductor ETFs that you guys like to track on. I miss Microsoft. Yeah, surprisingly enough, I've actually been deviating a little bit from large caps. I'm trying some new stuff over here. As you can see, I've been trading a lot of positions today. I've been trying out a lot of new things. Thankfully, that setup has been fruitful for the most part. Snowflake, SPY, Target, EAR, all of these trades were off that setup, but also Teva, Match.com, and BWV were also that setup, and currently not really doing anything too good for me. I'm not blaming that on the setup though. I'm trying some new things. I'm experimenting. I'm trying to add some things into my toolbook over there, or my playbook, toolbox playbook, and we'll see where that one go too. Had a lot of coffee, Pred? No, I don't even drink coffee. I'm not a coffee guy, but you're probably saying that because my body is moving a lot. It's my leg. I have a restless leg syndrome, I guess. That's self-diagnosed, not really medically diagnosed, but moving my leg around helps me think, man. I don't know. It's just the type of person I've been told enough times by our producers that I need to stop moving my legs. So I will try that, but if that's annoying you, then I'm sorry. Still waiting to see what EAR and BWV will do for myself. And I'm very glad that I closed my snow short and my SPY short, as they seem to be around the low of day. So here's SPY on Amex. I'm now pushing back after my recent close on that trade. Looks like closing the shorts was the right idea, as the market's getting ready to push back to the north side slightly, having a decent pullback in it.
Hey guys. Good to be here. Sadly, it's a bad day for me. I've been getting smoked all day, which is just one of those things that you have to deal with as a trader. Started out first thing in the morning, getting up for the target trade, 6:30, didn't take it, no liquidity. Then I waited for 7:30 for the TJX trade. That one I took, and probably really regret that I took it because I ended up getting smoked. I got smoked big, and the rest of the day has not been as fruitful as yesterday was.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sadly.
Yeah.
Anyway, so today we actually had some good trades on the work account here on BBBY, which you guys will remember was one of the ones we did really well on yesterday. So maybe let's have a look at what BBBY is doing now. Where are we at here? Okay. No, it's not BBBY1. Pardon me, while I get used to the setup. Yeah, so we're below VWAP. We're floating in and around that 24 area. Probably not a good idea to take anything now, and you got to pay for shorts. So we'll probably stay away from this one for a while. But I've got a couple of new ones on my hit list here. EAR, as Prad was talking about, has been making some good moves. It's actually, I think, the second leading gapper on the day, and yeah, actually, it's been overtaken by JCSE. So let's have a look at JCSE. That's actually floating above VWAP, which is kind of what we want in terms of strength for anything that we want to go long for. So VWAP's here at the 310 mark, and we're currently at 340 for that one. So maybe we'll hold off on a long until it dips to about maybe the 320 mark or the 310 mark at VWAP before going long here. It looks like it's creating some sort of compression. I like to call them compression wedge patterns, but it seems to be creating also new higher lows, which is always good for looking at for breakouts. So we'll have a look at that. Next on the list is BWV. I took a good trade off that. That was one of the ones that was basically rocketing up right at the open, right at 9:30. BWV, it's a NASDAQ stock. Took a good trade on that. Sadly, it wasn't with that much size. You can see here, this is the, bring this over. I don't know why it's not coming over. Move out to the 5-minute chart for a second here. Yeah, there's the open. I just need to adjust my chart so that I can see the bottom. Yeah, there's the open. Skyrocketed right off the open, consolidated for a little bit of time, made that bull flag pattern. And I do a lot of reading on technical analysis, and one of the books that I'm reading right now basically posits that the bull flag, once it breaks out from the top of the bull flag, you should have at least equal to the movement that it moved. So if it started here at the 257 area and the top of the bull flag is at 329, you should get that duplicated from this area here, from the 329 area onward. And here, clearly, it did, and it did in addition to that. It made even more than the initial bull flag. So seems to be some ruckus going on back there. What are they talking about?
They're talking about Bed Bath & Beyond, so maybe you want to take a look
let's
at
go
that?
back. Yeah, let's go back to BBBY. Give me a sec to get moving here. Oh, there we go. The breakdown into 23. VWAP's at the 2265 area. I wonder if we may take a nice long off that VWAP area, perhaps with a tight stop. Let's set up our shares. Let's set up our order here into that 2267 area. We'll make that a limit order around there. Prad, you want to have a look at BBY and tell me what you think? Or are you on EPR?
If it breaks 23, it breaks 23. You know, we'll watch Bed Bath & Beyond. I'm sure our viewers are more interested on Bed Bath & Beyond to the long side, and I know that for a fact because every time I short it or short AMC, I get a bunch of death threats coming in from all the apes over there. So either way, 23 breaks will cover it. It's yet to break 23. I'm just looking at a stock from on my scanner popping up at the moment, trying to see what stocks can we freshly get involved in. BWV popping up on that scanner too. No, get out of there. BWV popping up on that scanner too. That's because it's getting ready to go back to the high a day. So let's see if we can actually get that high a day breakout on BWV so we can get extended moves to the north side. But we've yet to see that coming into play. I'm seeing GME and AMC pop up on the scanner as they also push to the downside along with Bed Bath & Beyond. The moves are very similar. I'm actually looking at both of them right now. They're very copy-pasted moves over here. I guess you could call that because sympathy moves is what I'm trying to say. Very sympathy-based moves coming in on GME and Bed Bath & Beyond. But here's Amy about to hit that 10% marker. Anytime a stock hits down 10% on the day, it triggers SSR, which is basically not allowing the stock to get shorted across the board by everybody. You have to wait on the ask, which is on the higher side. The stock needs to go up for you to get filled on the short. Thankfully, AMC doesn't have to deal with that just yet. It needs to go down, hit that 10% marker to find out what if it triggers that or not. I'm watching also on my second screen Teva make a new low a day, so that means new profit target area for TEVA for myself, 17 cents in the money on that bad boy. And EAR.NQ not doing anything, but you know what it's doing? It's holding a beautiful trend line for me. So I'm gonna continue watching the stock as it holds that trend line. And BWV on NASDAQ taking out the high a day, coming in for the $5 push. We're along 468. We're gonna be trying to add at the $5 break. What is the high a day since the open? BWV high a day ever since it opened today. Blue water vaccinations to evaluate platform's potential to develop monkeypox vaccinations. So that was a 2 hours ago news catalyst. So BWV obviously high day 517. I don't want to take the $5 break. I think I take the 520 break if that comes into play and capitalize on a potential swing to the north side off of that. Now I legit don't have any negative stocks on my board. The only negative stock that I did have that I already capitalized on the loss for it was BBIG. And like I said, I lost 5 pennies on it. I've been making tons of money across the board.
Yeah, having a look at BWV, they're kind of a little peeved that we didn't take that long through the 470 mark. Perhaps we could have scalped with some size off that 495 top there, but it doesn't look like it's done. It's been very strong all morning. Let's zoom out here to have a look. Yeah, this is the area we were talking about. Turn on my marker here. There we go. This is the area that we were talking about, but the continuation of the bull flag. So this is definitely a support area into this area here. We're looking perhaps for the break of 5, maybe even a tight short off 5 in case it does want to go downward. We have a 516 high that we can play off of, and the EMA currently is at 470. So a couple of levels that we can identify there, with the 50 also being at 444, the 50 EMA that is. So a couple of levels to identify. Let's zoom into the chart a little bit to get a little bit better of an idea. Let's take a quick long here with a tight stop, maybe at 470. Let's change our share size. We'll take a quick long into that 489. Yeah, we got filled there. Let's Let's give it to around the 7 EMA, which is going to be that 470 level. And if we don't, maybe we'll take out half and we'll give the other half to about the 450 level. We're not sized up too heavily here, so we shouldn't run into too many problems. Let's leave that one for a second and have a look at BBBY. Yep, bouncing off that 23 level, continuing to stay above that 2350. But it is in a downward trend. It is making new lows and lower highs. So this is, for all intents and purposes, in a decline at the moment. And it's not even in a consolidation where you could take a flat top breakout or a flat top breakdown. This one, you can play in a range if you know how to play the channel range. That's not really my trade. So I'm going to stay away from BBBY for a second. Let's have a look at EAR. What's EAR doing? Yeah, consolidating above the VWAP area. Let's pull up EAR and speak about that one for a little bit. So EAR here, this is what I mean by the consolidation above VWAP if it loads. Yeah, so right into this area here we're speaking about. So if we can take perhaps a break over $3.20 or a short below the 305 area, those both are in play. Yeah, there we go. Look at that, bouncing right off the 50 EMA. Let's see if we can take a little long off that one. If it'll trigger us. We'll see. What's Snow up to, Prad?
Pretty much done on this position. Just checking back to see, just satisfying my ego a little bit to see if I got out at the right moment or the wrong moment, or maybe I should have held more. I'm just writing notes about it. But look at BWV right now, boys.
Yeah.
Someone in chat keeps saying, Prad, why did you get out of BWV? I'm not sure if you can see, but my positions show up right there. BWV, I'm long 468. I called the 520 break. Here's the 520 break.
Yeah.
I'm going to add on that 520 break here. We're watching it stock now go to 530. 530 was the high of day. And hey, here we go, man. Lots of volatility coming in, volume coming back into this trade. 540, 550. Can I see a 560? 560 going once. 560 going twice, 560 going 3 times, 560 going 3.5, 560 going 3.6, 560 going 3.7, 3.8. Give me 560. Darn you, man. Like, what's the point of me being an auctioneer if no one's going to bite the bid over there?
Prad doesn't like to use the flatten key, and I don't know why. Perhaps Prad, he really dogged me for using my flatten key. But if we can go to my screen here, I got an excellent in right at that 487 level. Took out the first quarter at the 510, the second quarter at 522, and then I flattened completely for the remaining half of 543. So that was an excellent trade. Good breakout there through the 5 level. We were talking about maybe shorting that. Clearly, this stock does not want to be shorted. It's much too strong. So that's a really good trade there right off the bat. I wish I had that kind of luck this morning. Too bad it doesn't always work that way.
Yeah, so I did mention, BWV. I'm not worried about this position at all. Might have to give it $1 because I punched this high over here instead of taking an actual breakout, which would have been the 520 breakout. I diddled in the middle, and I had to pay the price for it. I had to pay the toll bridge. Some of my mental capital for the stock, had to watch it go out of the money 50 pennies, had to watch it go in the money flat and whatnot. But right now, watching it go in the money, took the breakout of 520. And added to my position. Now my average price basically $5. That's going to be my stop. If it comes back under $5, we'll take that flat exit after scalping out the first tier of our wins already to the north side. If it doesn't go back under 5 and the volume keeps on coming into BWE, then we'll capitalize on it a little bit more. Obviously loving this position as our trade setup worked out exactly as I wanted to. Every time I walk away, I miss the memberships. Looks like that's a you problem over there, Patrick. You got to be in the chat, man. You never know when True Trading will come in and drop $300 worth in memberships. I'm guessing that's what it was. Probably more than that. It's 50 times 5, and he did that 3 times 4 times. So
250 times 4, that's 1,000.
That's like 4 or 5 times where he just dropped 50 membership donations in the morning. So if you want to be in that $1,000, yeah, you're right. I didn't even calculate it. I just did like $300 worth of calculations through a random number.
You got to show up every day.
But yeah, you got to show up. Part of the job is actually being present and getting ready to party and getting ready to dance.
Yes, sir.
But also be ready to know that the party could cancel at any moment. But it's your job to be there at the line with your ticket in your hand and get ready to party.
No question about that. With respect to our ear trade, we got in here, as you guys know, at 309. We took a piece out here at the 316 area, 315 area actually. We took about 25% out. We're gonna hold the rest of it, perhaps into that 330, or even if we're lucky, that 335 area to make a new high of day. Let me just double check. Yeah, that is the high of day. That 335 area is the high of day. We're gonna keep a tight stop on this one. I remember back in the day when ear would run with eyes. Do you remember when they ran concurrently together?
I remember that ears and we were looking for heads and nose.
Yeah, that was hilarious. I don't really know why they were running together, but that was a jokes time. Reminiscing about 2020 and 2021 when all these small caps were like all the hype. And that's kind of what's been happening the last, I'd say, couple of weeks. These stocks have really had a resurgence, and I can't say I dislike it. I love trading these type of stocks. They're very exciting. You can make a lot of money and you can lose a lot of money on them. But if you have a system and you're able to manage risk, I think that these are one of the most rewarding. And that's basically what I started off trading. I started off trading focusing more on small caps, low float, gapping stocks that are up like 30, 40% from the previous close. And so, as my trading developed, I kind of went into other mid and mega and mid cap stocks. But, my bread and butter has always been these ones, but it kind of deviated lately because, they haven't been where they were. And so it's nice to have them back. Having look here at BWV, yeah, so that's, we took out our whole position there and it's going to consolidate between that 550 and that 520 range. We'll see if there's going to be a breakout or a breakdown. It's made a new high a day there into the 560 area, so we'll definitely keep an eye on that one. Let me pull up BBBY is going up a little bit here in that 24-25 area. So let's pull up BBBY. Let's see what it's up to. So yeah, still mostly in a downtrend. For it to make new highs, or I would say perhaps to be on the radar for a change in pattern, it would have to break above this 2460 level to make a new high off that 2450 level here, this particular area. But we're really looking for anything above that 2550 because there was a lot of volume and a lot of movement in this particular area here. This has been a great stock to trade, also super dangerous.
Bears versus Bull, our moderator in chat, two-time subscriber or two-time member, sorry, and a great message. Shout out to Sharif, shout out to Tony, shout out to Prad, and thank you for covering the morning super chats now, man. Thank you for doing the hard work and actually, sharing them. I'm actually in a conversation with Bears versus Bull on Twitter where he tags all the super chats that we're missing out. So that way, the viewers who are taking that time and energy, not only time and energy, but also money for us to take a look at. So we're not missing that out. So thank you, Bears versus Bull, for doing that.
Bears versus Bulls.
Because, YouTube doesn't have a good system where we can do this.
Yeah.
If you're a streamer on Twitch, you know exactly how amazing and how easy it is for you to grab all that information. But part of this fault is honestly that guy's fault over there. I told him to use Streamlabs OBS, but he doesn't want to use Streamlabs OBS.
Are you pointing at Fahad or
no,
Lucas?
Pointing at Lucas. Pointing to Lucas. He hates Streamlabs OBS. If we went to Streamlabs OBS, there literally is an interface that tells you, oh, look, new donation. Oh, look,
that's
new
fantastic.
thing. And you have to click a little check mark on it to be like, oh, I already covered it or I didn't cover it. Technology, but instead, here we are going to archaic systems.
Like a muggle.
But whatever works at the end, like a muggle. Yeah, whatever works at the end of the day works, and we'll work with it. So thank you, Bears versus Bull, for helping us on that side.
That's your world, Prad. I've never used Twitch. That's like a young person's game. That's all you. And you're a gamer
man, there's
too,
some old people on there.
Are there?
Yeah, there's some old people on there making millions of dollars.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
okay.
millions of dollars, man.
I know that's.
If you can be entertaining,
and
you can have some sort of a quality gameplay, you could start getting a fan base. start making some money. I know people making, you know, $40,000 a year just sitting there playing games, and they're your age or you know, even older than you.
Really?
So it's gaming is changing a
That was
lot
a young
these
man's
days.
game. Okay, okay.
Yeah, yeah. I could
Getting
see
educated
you,
here.
I could see you doing workout streams on Twitch or on YouTube and start popping off, my guy. There's actually this guy named Canute, this Norwegian bodybuilder, absolute tank unit of a guy.
Okay.
All he does is fly around from one streamer's house to another streamer's house, and
Really?
he trains them on working out, and that's his whole shtick.
Really?
And he makes tons of money doing that.
Jeez.
So, you know, never discount your age, my friend. You're never too old.
It's a whole
unless
new
you,
world,
unless you
man.
really believe in it. You know, if you believe into it, then you
Yeah.
might as well, you know, dig yourself a coffin at that point.
Yeah.
But age is just a number, fellas. No one's really old. It's all in the head. It's all in the mind. BWE popped up to 40 cents in the money for me at one point. Took more profits, but now pulling back slightly. So we'll just wait to see if this one manages to get under $5. I was talking about MTCH being a little bit painful, but the fact that it's still under VWAP means I'm not worried about it. So I'm going to add to my position over here. I'll add all the way up to VWAP, and if VWAP breaks, then obviously we're going to have more than one loser on the day today. Our only original loser, BBIG, but now CCL, Match, and Affirm are getting ready to put themselves on that board for us. I guess I should have taken some profits on CCL. Honestly, I was late to the game for CCL, and here I am trying to diddle in the bottom of the range, and I'm wondering why I'm not winning. So everything makes perfect sense at the moment. Camp Canoe, there you go. People in the chat know about Camp Canoe. Hey, that's hilarious. A bunch of you Twitch losers in the chat like I am.
So people are talking about the chat's lighting up here about Sava. Let's have a look at Sava. If I can type that in right. I always have this issue with typing in the stocks accurately. There we go. Sava squeeze. I don't know about that. What are you guys looking at in Sava that's so enticing? I see a complete sell-off after that 34, I want to say almost 35 high a day. We're back at 27.50 and we're consolidating within a really tight range at 26.90 to that 28 level. I guess you could play the range there if that's kind of your game. That's not my game. I'm more of a breakdown type trader. But let's have a look here. Actually, no, my chart was off. It's completely selling off. I'm not touching Sava. Let's see. Someone's saying Sava head and shoulders. Let's zoom out here in the 5 minutes. I don't see a head and shoulders at all. I just see a V-shaped pattern. Perhaps you could say that this area here is a left shoulder and that's the right shoulder.
Then, my guy.
That's a huge
daddy
head.
long neck then.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
Holy.
I don't agree with that at all. That's definitely a V pattern there. I don't see anything head and shoulder-esque there whatsoever.
Oh, maybe that's what they're talking about right there.
Right
a little
there.
left and right.
Yeah.
And, I mean, it's a 1 minute chart, guys. 1 minute chart patterns are absolute ridiculous. Not that they won't work, but they're ridiculous. You got to move them out to a little bit of a higher time frame. 1 minute trading in general is crazy. I find that's like
What's your go-to chart? 3
Five.
minute? Five? Okay. What do you use? The 5?
5:15 in a day.
Oh yeah, that's
and
great.
I'll like go to 1 minute every now and then, but I try to just stay on the 5 for the most part. I started off with the 1 minute though. Don't get me wrong. I started off with the 1 minute times, but then it got way too nonsensical. The whipsaws. I'm like, oh, I see a pattern over here. I see a pattern over here. I see this. I see that, and I'm like, I'm seeing way too much. This is nonsense. Why am I seeing so much information that doesn't even help me? Let me filter out that information, move to stuff that actually helps me. You know, sometimes less is more, man. Today, only 46 executions. Usually, I'm at like 100 to 200 executions. Today, only 46. And we're doing decently good today. So sometimes less is more. On a day like today, finally, I've been complaining about a ranging market, trending market and not a ranging market. We finally had a trending market towards the downside. So all you have to do is punch short and just watch it trend for you later on. So thank you to Snowflake, thank you to SPY, thank you to Target, my best 3 stocks on the day. And no thanks to Affirm, no thanks to Match, and no thanks to CCL, which are about to be my worst stocks of the day. Affirm out of the money by 26 pennies, CCL out of the money by 7 pennies, and Match.com out of the money by 26 pennies. Let's go take a look. Actually, let's go to the YouTube spiel, you know, your favorite segment of the day. I know you guys love it when I talk about, you know, hitting the like button and subscribe button. You guys show up just for that. Wow,
Yeah.
3.4K
That's
likes
good.
today.
Okay.
Pretty.
I think we can get to 4.
I think we were at 3.2K when we got transfer over to the closing show. So being at 3.4K now with Sharif on here, that means Tony got 200, Sharif got 200. Now we can get another the elevation of this like counter to the north side. We still have five as Dr. Disrespect would say, we still have 5 million people in the arena. So let's get that like counter to the north side. Would appreciate that. Hit the subscribe button. A lot of memberships were donated today. Once again, thank you, True Trading Group, thank you for that. But if you haven't been gifted a membership and want to be a member, click on the little join button and see what Brendo has to say about it. You get custom badges and emojis to use in the chat if you feel like using that. Obviously, it's not mandatory. It's something that you can choose to do so, and all the money goes directly into supporting Trader TV Live. You know, that camera, we got this camera, this camera, this camera. I feel like the guy from Hot Ones. We got that camera, this camera, this camera. Let's see what you have to say about yourself. But yeah, at the end of the day, multiple ways to support Trader TV Live, and for everyone who have, I appreciate it.
Yes, always. And guys, smash that like button, as Ms. V used to say. Back to our ear trade here. So we took out, we're out of 75% of the position. We entered here at the 310 level. We took some out at 315 and another portion out at 320. Now we're into that 325 range. Maybe we'll give it to high of day. We're hoping for high of day. This isn't typically the time we usually make high of days, but there's always exceptions. That 325, we're going to get out the last piece here if we can. No, it dipped below. So we'll hold off on that one. We're well in the money. It's not going to go against us. We're good. Maybe we'll even add to it if it does continue to break above. Let's see. Above that 330 level, perhaps we should hold and then maybe add right over that 33. That's one of the things I've really had trouble adjusting to. A lot of the gurus that I follow and a lot of the books that I read talk about adding to your winners.
Yeah,
and
well,
that's
you're not in the same realm as them.
No.
So you gotta work with you know, your system. They don't have a shutdown.
But you can't, yeah, I agree. And that's one of the conversations I had with one of the new traders. I told him, I'm like, basically, you have to have a completely different system of trading than you had at home, because what works at home, averaging down and doing other things that are not regulated by the firm, are not doable here. So once you're out of that system, you can kind of trade on your old way. But anyway, you have to have that mentality in order to evolve. If you're not going to be thinking down the road and how I'm supposed to be trading down the road, well, then you're just going to be stuck in a rut. So anyway, let's take off another quarter there. We took off another quarter there here on our ear trade. So these are all our outs here where we're doing real well. We took the initial long off the 50 EMA, the 310 level, and we're gonna wait. And we're gonna try to do what we said we're gonna do, which is let it break that recent high and then add to it with a tight stop. What you got, Prad?
Sean averages down on almost every trade he trades. Well, clearly you haven't been watching him long enough. That is not true. I mean, he will average up to a point, and then it's okay, I'm done. What the problem over there, and Sean and I have actually talked about this. We have kind of the similar issues. We know what level we want to play with, but we will diddle in front of that level earlier just in case the stock runs away from that, because we've seen it run away from us. But that doesn't mean he's averaging into a loser. He's adding all the way up to his line in the sand, which is basically what a lot of traders do. If you're taking that line in the sand and you're repainting that line into a whole new area and you're adding it all the way there and you're averaging into a loser all the way back to that wall, then yes, you're averaging into a loser. But if you have an idea of what your levels are and you're averaging up to that level, and then if that level breaks, you get out, that's not called averaging into a loser, even though you're technically doing that. So maybe you need to learn exactly what setups people are using before randomly just throwing dirt at the wall over there. But here's BWE, man.
It goes.
BWE launching to the north side. We talked about holding this stock to see if it can hold the $5 area. It held the $5. Actually didn't even push to 5. It held 5.20, 5.18, I believe. Yeah, 5.15, 5.18. And now we're how much in the money? 50, 70 cents cents in the money for BWV. Year is now also, woo-wee, man, making money on the long side, making money on the short side. Year is now 70 cents in the money. Appreciate that, Year. Thank you very much. Teva pushing to the downside even more for me. TEVA on New York. So here we go, pushing to the downside. I'm going to take out a little bit more on Teva. So let me actually come back to the adding to the loser idea. Is this adding to a loser? I mean, technically, I'm adding against my last ad, and then technically, I'm adding against to my last ad. But the overall trend of this trade is to the downside. Match.com has been down 4%, even with this minor pop that it had to VWAP. The NASDAQ market is down 1.3%. It's not even at VWAP. S&P 500 at VWAP, but it's down 0.8%. Is this considered averaging into a loser, or is it considered my normal trade setup, which is adding all the way up to my line in the sand? And if that line in the sand breaks, I lose what I'm willing to lose on it.
So our scanner just went off on Pretty. I don't even really know what the company is called. PRTY. It's a New York stock. Have a look here. This was on our watch list yesterday. It was diddling around 2 o'clock for the majority of the day. And then right here around the 12:15 area, it just started going parabolic. And parabolic, relatively speaking, it is a $2 stock. It went up from $2 all the way up to $2.32. This is a good one here. And I've had it on the corner of my eye, but I was too busy with the other two stocks that we were trading. So maybe we'll wait for this one to come back into that 225 area, which is the 7 EMA. And here it comes. Perhaps we'll take along here. We'll put an order for 225 and see if it triggers. Tight stop. We won't give it more than 5 cents. We'll be out if that breaks the 220. So at 219, we'll have our stop. But this is one of those stocks that was running yesterday. It's up 12.5% on the day.
Sorry.
Reading something in the chat?
Yeah. Someone said stop bouncing, and this guy goes, I love the bouncing. Since I'm bouncing, it looks like he's actually sitting still.
Sharif and Prad look like the difference between Marvel and DC, and of course Sharif is Marvel. Oh,
DC, baby. DC all day. Marvel
I don't know
sucks.
what either means because I don't follow either, but
Comics.
Okay.
Like a Marvel superhero.
Yeah, no, I know that.
DC,
but
yeah.
Which one is better?
DC all day.
So
Marvel's
okay.
for children.
Okay.
Marvel's for
Who's
children
in
who like
Marvel?
Mickey Mouse.
Who's in Marvel?
All of the superheroes who are more famous. Like,
okay, so
Iron Man.
Iron Man in Marvel?
Yeah, Iron Man.
I like
all the
Iron
more
Man.
famous guys.
I like Iron Man.
You know,
so
Iron Man's pretty cool. We'll give
yeah.
Iron Man that. Iron
Yeah.
Man's chill. But no, Marvel sucks. Marvel's for children. Marvel's for people who watch Mickey Mouse and they sit in their clubhouse and they're like, oh, Marvel!
Don't talk
DC
smack
is
about
where
Mickey
the
Mouse.
real comics are, okay?
Okay.
But that being said, man, Marvel movies have been on a tear.
Really?
Like Disney knows how to make their movies. Marvel knows how to make their movies. They have this whole universe planned out up to like the next 15 generations probably because they just know what they're doing. Only if DC knew how to make proper movies and execute proper movies, this DC universe would be on a whole different spectrum. You know, Christopher Nolan had his part with the trilogy, and then he just pooped the bed with it. Did not want to be part with it anymore.
Okay.
What's the other director? Xander something. who
NXT
created
Survivor.
superheroes? Yeah, Zack Snyder. That guy killed the movie history for DC too, so that sucked. Anyways, we're not here to discuss movies. This is not Rotten Tomatoes. This is Trader TV Live, baby. And right now we're watching BWV be $1 full in the money. Whoop, whoop, whoop. I'm just free throwing every single shot. 100% win rate at the moment on this stock. Let's go. We got in twice, and we never have to look back. Let's take some more profits. We still have 60% of our size left on said position. Now we're 4 times our daily shutdown.
Jeez.
And absolutely loving our trades today. Thank you. A new scanner sponsored by Trade Ideas. I mean, I'm not sponsored by them, but you know, thank you for Trade Ideas for sending the scanner to my way. And right now on that scanner, number 1 position BWE with 4 races in the winning territory. EAR number 2 with 3 races in the winning territory. And those are the 2 stocks that are absolutely mooning for us. EAR.NQ 50 cents in the money. BWE $1 in the money. Let's go, DC.
Yeah, kind of feeling silly now that I took the last of my position out at that 540 level. Look what it's doing. It's about almost $1 past that. If I was to enter now, I'd be chasing it and kind of dangerous. It's not a BBBY type of stock that it could move $2-3 at a time. So we'll watch as Prad racks up his gains here, and I'll watch and wished that I stayed in it. But yeah, we had a good trade on there. We took, let's see, what did we take there? 490, and we got out at 540. So yeah, a 50-cent move. That's not bad for these type of stocks, especially since it's later in the day, and these type of stocks typically do better early in the morning or more into power hour area. Moving back to our pretty trade, we're still waiting for that 225 level to come in. We're close. We will take that trade. We will let that trade execute if it comes in. I'm kind of looking at the potential for a bear flag here, or sorry, excuse me, a bull flag to develop here and take the rest of it upward. We're not going to let it go too much against us, though, like we spoke. 219 will be our out if it does not cooperate. Let's have a look at Big Tech. What's Big Tech up to? Okay, so Big Tech's making a move upward. Let's look at Apple here. So Apple above VWAP, moving with Tesla, moving with Amazon, moving with Meta, moving with Microsoft. They're all making moves to the high side here. In addition, the ES is also complying with them as well. The ES is at that 42.75 level. So taking back some of the earlier losses that we had from the morning, the ES is above VWAP, and so is Apple and Microsoft. Amazon now touching VWAP. Those are always important indicators for the direction of the market, but it's been flip-flopping all day between VWAP. No consistency with these big tech stocks. Let's have a look at the scanners. What's going on over here? I had one stock, JCSE, that I had pegged earlier, but it does seem to be breaking below VWAP. JCSE. It does seem to be breaking below VWAP. I had a good trade on this one earlier in the day. Why isn't it zooming out? What is it doing? Okay, that's weird. Anyway, we had a good trade earlier in the day at that 335 level. We got out at that 355 level. It was a nice little scalp there. Now it's breaking below VWAP, so we'll keep that one on watch. Let's have a look at Pretty. No, it hasn't triggered yet. We're 1 cent away from triggering. This one's a bit of a slow mover. It's done 12.79 million shares on the day, but it is a $2 stock, so that relatively speaking, the notional value isn't all that much.
Yeah, head, shoulders, knees, and toes. So I actually bought my niece that Pokemon toy that I was talking about.
I forgot to say happy birthday to your niece yesterday, man, when you mentioned it to me. I apologize.
I gave her the little stuffed toy yesterday, and you know the first thing she does, because she's in the little sing-song stage, because her mom sings songs through it all day, nursery rhymes and stuff. She picks up the Pokemon Pikachu, and she's just head, shoulders, knees, and toes, knees and toes. So I was just like, oh, that's cute.
Adorable.
That was really adorable. That instantly she starts, and she thinks it's a rabbit.
Oh, yeah?
She picks it up, and she's like, rabbit. And I'm like, no, it's not a rabbit. It's a cat. It's a Pikachu. It's not a rabbit. It's like, rabbit? I'm like, no, not a rabbit.
Are those collectibles?
It's like stuffed toys.
Yeah?
It's a kind of collectible. Hopefully she doesn't kill it because you know it was a little expensive. It was one of those higher end premium ones.
Okay.
But no, that's cute that she said that, and it made me think about that song right away. While I'm trading the song over here, ear.nq or ear on NASDAQ. Mm-hmm. I'm actually going to close this trade over here, guys. Probably going to be the worst call, honestly. But I don't like the fact that we had this pop over here where I took profits on here. But now we're right back into the day's high range. Not able to really get past the day's high range and stay above the day's high range the way BWV did. This is the type of things that I like to see. But you know Sharif's setup, hold VWAP and go to the moon setup. I know I'm paraphrasing it over there a lot, but hold VWAP and go to the moon setup is working out for BWV and for EAR today. So as long as that setup doesn't fail, I guess take advantage of it and keep on riding it. My opposite side of that trade, which is hold VWAP and die setup, Affirm at the moment has moved to VWAP. Let's see if it starts dying off of here.
I'm looking at Kirk here. It's going off on my scanner, KIRK.NQ. Have a look at this. This is what I talk about when I mean that. So this is a flat top breakout here. So this was the initial move off that 565 level. We got up to 615. It consolidated in and around that 6 to 615 area, up and down, up and down. And there you go. You get the breakout above 615 right into that 640 area. And if you look at the distance between that 615 and the 640 area, it is very similar to that 565 to that 6 level. So that's what I mean by the bull flag or the pennant. This one would be more of a bull pennant, where it basically goes up equal to the amount as the initial move. And so that's what I was reading earlier. And I see that a lot now. It's not a hard and fast rule, but it is something to note and to have in the back of your mind when you are trading, so that you can gauge where you take profits and where you expect the stock to go and take profits along the way. So this one would have been a good one to get into earlier. Now we're going to have to wait to see if it retraces back to that 615 or whether it consolidates, and perhaps we'll take a bull pennant breakdown, or if it continues upward. We'll see where that one goes. Let's have a look back at our pretty trade here. No, we got touched right at that 225 level, but not filled. It had to actually break that 225 level for us to actually get the fill on that. So that is holding that level well. So that gives us an idea that is a key level there that we can keep our eye on. Let's have a look at BWV, even though I really don't want to change this Kirk trade because I have a feeling it's going to be good. Okay, BWV is breaking out of that little consolidation that it was doing. Now it's about to break that 650 level, so we'll definitely want to keep an eye on that. A little bit high to take a long here. I don't feel confident taking a long. Perhaps I would have taken it off that 620, which is the 7 EMA there. Well, we'll wait for that one to develop. It is up 155% on the day, which is just fantastic amount.
Not enough.
I know, we need more. We need more. Proud wants more. There, we could have taken that. We could have taken that off the 7 EMA, but we weren't ready. We were too busy laughing.
It's going to $7.
It's going to 7. Prad called it. Prad's called it. He said it's $7. So maker, do what you will with that.
I didn't say today though.
Yeah.
You know, it could go 10 years from now, but it's going to $7, right? But the reason why I'm saying that is I'm looking at the dailies over here. Look at this. Last time BWV had some volume, it popped up, looks like to $7.12 from that very same bottom of $3.60, which we started off of on today. So very possible that with the volume greater than this period's volume, that we could have an extended move up to 712, a rejection off of 712, maybe a breakout of 712 later on in the day. But keep in mind, right? Wow, it's already 1 o'clock. Time flew by today.
1:45, yeah.
Usually time goes by pretty slow for me, probably because I'm not in too many trades. I'm sitting there in 1 or 2 trades. But today, when I'm trading 3 million stocks, time just flew by over here. Anyways, BWV, it's that time of the day. It's lunchtime, slowly coming to an end. Volume coming off slowly. Sorry, what stock? Bed Bath & Beyond apparently popping up right now. So go ahead.
Yeah, let's have a look at BBBY. It is breaking that consolidation range that it was in for almost an hour or so. So let's have a look here. We have the 200 EMA at that 25 level. So maybe we'll take a quick long here and we'll try to scalp somehow. It could be dangerous, but we got part filled, sadly, so let's enter in a little bit more. And now we're fully filled. So we've got some good share size here. And let's just wait. We won't give it anything below the 24, 25 level. We're going to be out. That is the top of that consolidation range, or maybe even the 240 level. We'll give it some room. This one is a tough stock to trade. It's gone against me several times, and it can go against you real easy. We're going to wait on that one. We're going to see how that plays out. Leave that one for a second and have a look here at our pretty trade. And this is exactly what I thought was going to happen. And I'm so frustrated that I didn't get filled at that 2025 level because literally I missed it by half a penny. It does the exact same thing. This is what I mean, guys. So this is the bull flag. It's going to move the equal amount or close to equal as the initial move. This is the initial move here, okay? And this is the continuation of that move. It'll consolidate. It'll go down into a bull flag or a bull pennant pattern. And boom, and then explodes from there. I love these kind of trades, especially on these small caps, where a lot of people are looking at the same thing. And I know it kind of does become a self-fulfilling prophecy, but that's how these type of patterns work. If people see the patterns, people are more likely to engage in them, and if more people engage in them, it obviously accelerates the movement of the stock. And so that's what we were looking at. Let's go back to our BBBY pattern here, our trade here, because we have to manage that because this one can go against you pretty quick. So we're going to give it to that 24.20 level. We don't want to, get out of this one as quickly because this does have a tendency to move upward and move upward fast at a flinch, but it can do the same thing on the downward. What do you got, Prad?
Right now, I'm unmuting my mic. I'm putting in my headphone, and what do I got? Okay, let's see. So I got into Snowflake one more time. I know I did say I was gonna be done with it. Psych, I lied. Got back into Snowflake, but honestly, man, look at my exit on that position. I'm a genius.
That is beautiful.
I'm a genius. I exited. I got back in at VWAP, and now we're gonna ride it right back to the low of day. Absolute beautiful executions. Hopefully, some of you have the same trade with me over here. At the end of the day, trade your own book, right? Always trade your own book without fail. I don't want to be blamed for you losing on this trade if it does end up being sour. I know what my stops are. I'm not gonna say it out loud, but if it ends up working for me, you'll see me talking about it and taking profits. BWV, I'm still holding 50% on my position from the last spot that I added, which was on the break of 520. So basically 530 was my last entry, and now we're once again $1 in the money on BWV. I think I'm gonna have a stop out. I said I'm not gonna say it out loud, so I'll shut up. I'm gonna have a stop out somewhere in this range over here. I think you already know where my stop is. If you know the type of trader I am, then you know where my stop is. If it gets triggers out, I will mention it to you guys. But firm is the reason why my leg is going at 17,000 RPM right now. Maybe I need to calm my leg down a little bit. Firm is really ramping up the RPMs over there. There's this meme, or not meme, but an Instagram clip about a Formula One driver. He's talking about how 7,000 RPM is a smooth spot where the car loses weight. You just feel like the car has no weight, and you're just like, you're just going at 7,000 RPM. That's where the smooth spot is. So sometimes I feel like that too. When my leg is like at 7,000 RPM, I'm like, oh, I'm really
That's
thinking.
your smooth spot.
I'm processing information.
Okay.
There's no weight in my body anymore. I'm just floating in the space at the moment. But there we go. The more RPMs, the faster the stock comes down. If that's the case, maybe we're gonna go full speed. No, at the moment though, the market did break VWAP. Here's the S&P 500 chart. Did break VWAP to the north side slightly, but we are rejecting off the 100-period EMA on the SPYs here, SPY futures that is, and the NASDAQ market managed to push slightly towards VWAP. Okay, it did manage to push to VWAP. On this side, it didn't apparently. Did manage to push to VWAP, but the rejection coming in around those very same levels. So maybe we get to take advantage of our shorts once again. Snowflake now 50 cents in the money. Let's go, baby.
So we are about 17 cents out of the money on our BBBY trade. We're going to continue to hold it. We're not going to get rid of this one until it breaks that 24.20 level. It is in that consolidation pattern, but this is where I would identify support. If it breaks below this level, the 24.20, between 24.20 and 24.25. Anywhere in that level, I'm going to flatten out here because I don't want it to go too much against me. But yeah, we are looking for that break into that 25 level, which is the 200 EMA. Still peeved about our pretty trade, and as pretty continues to go. It continues to go. It had that 1 minute pullback here, right there at the 24.20, at that 240 level. We were waiting for this one at 24.26. So this one, I'm not going to get over this one. This one is going to hurt a little bit more. Back to BBBY, we're looking to flatten out here, perhaps at that 25 level. The tape is, it's a little slower than it was earlier in the morning. We are getting a little bit of buying coming in, especially in the 2460s. A little bit of resistance here I see at the tape at that in the mid 2470s. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. That is our average. Our average price on that is 2471.5. So here we go. We're about to break through there. There we go. So it breaks a little bit. Maybe we'll take an initial piece out there. Maybe we'll hold into the 25. Prad, what do you got?
People in the chat are talking about Party City. Not sure if you talked about it. PRTY apparently doing some fun
talking
stuff.
about the entire time.
Sorry, I've been just reading chat. So
been complaining about this stock for like 10 minutes.
What you were saying.
I've been complaining.
So yeah, party mooning, man. I think that's what everyone else is talking about. BWV dropping 50 cents to the downside. That's going to be the exit of my trade. BWV, we're done with that position. Successful trade at the end of the the day, no matter what. Number 2 stock on the board is BWV. Number 1 is Snowflake, and I think Snowflake is just going to keep on getting elevated for us over there on the P&L side. Let me quickly head over to my scanner to see what PRTY is doing on that scanner. I'll show you a real quick view of what the scanner looks like. Right?
It's cool.
It's a pretty neat scanner.
I like how it has the logos.
Just a quick little view of what the scanner looks like. It ranks them in a race view. It puts them in a race view so you can see based on relative strength how they're doing. And this is from Trade Ideas. So if you guys have any Trade Ideas accounts over there, pretty sure you can do it for yourself too. I need to learn how to set it up myself. Someone set it up for me, honestly. So if you ask me how to set it up, I will not be able to answer that for you. Someone did it for me. But
a lot of colors.
I love it.
Colors. I like it.
I absolutely love the scanner right now, man. Most of these trades, the Snowflake, the BWV, the EAR, Teva, MRK, SRNE, CCL, Match, Affirm, all of these trades on the board today that you're watching were off that scanner, and Party is on that very same scanner right now, popping off with relative strength, taking out the day's high. I think I have a trade here that I could try and look for, which is, we take that long and we give it to the high day risk of the low of this candle, which is 236. We're going to take that trade and we'll stop us. Why do I keep saying my stops? I don't want to mention my stops. We'll have our stops somewhere in this range, and we'll see what happens from there.
So going back to BBBY, we did exactly what our plan was, and I love to follow through with my plan. We took those 2 longs in and around that 24.71 area, and we flattened out right at that 25. As I described earlier, that was the 200 EMA. I could have made that my first profit target because it did continue past that by about 20 cents, maybe even 25 cents. But with this one, I've just been burned by it, and I've seen other traders on the floor be burned by it, so it makes me a little nervous. I got to tell you, that's one of the things that I plan or I hope to achieve is more patience and more calmness, especially in the face of higher risk trades like this. But hey,
that's actually what I did mention on an interview that I had to do yesterday for Trader TV Live. That's right. I had to do a little podcast interview. Your boy's getting out there. Hey, your boy's getting out there. But in that interview, I had to. Well, not I had to. I was talking about what are my issues and what I'm trying to improve myself on. And patience was number 1.
Oh God, that's just far and away the more urgent of the things that I need to work on at the moment. I mean. If I had held, I took quite a few futures trades today, earlier in the day, and a lot of them were really good trades, but I didn't scalp enough money because I wasn't holding them for as long.
And so that's what. And then you got kangarooed on?
I didn't get kangarooed on it. Thankfully, I'm positive on the futures today, but I could have been up a lot more. And so that's one of the things that you always look back on. And it's frustrating because you always tell yourself, hey, have more patience. Well, hey, be taller. I mean, I don't know how else to do it, right? Like, it is a little bit challenging for me. BBBY, again, I love it. Above the 200 EMA now, holding that 25.20 level. Where do we got? What can we look at here? So we got another key level, I would say, at that 25.90 level. Between that 25.70 and the 25.90 level, that's a good zone there. And then the high of day, from what I can see, is that 27 level, basically. So we got room to move there on BBBY, and we're going to keep an eye on it. Let's have a look at our Pretty trade. What's Pretty doing? Oh, there we go. Pretty's back down. So that is, it's pulling back there. Initially, we wanted to take that long off the 225 level. We may take a long off the top of this peak here, which is that 233 level. Maybe that 235 level would make sense. I think that might be a support zone. There seems to be a supply zone in that area. So if we can if it comes down to there, let's put in our order now so that we don't regret it. And we're going to put it a little bit above. We're going to put it at 236. And we're not going to let it go too much against us. We're going to give it to that 225, that 224 level on the bottom here, which is the crest or the trough of this pullback here. We're not going to allow it to go too much further than that. Brad, you looking at AERC?
Yeah, AERC popping up on the scanners too right now. Party, AERC. We got Veru apparently doing something also near the high day. So taking tester shots on a bunch of stocks over here. AERC, let's see where this one goes to. As soon as I punch in, I'm already in the money on this position. That's what we like to see. We're going to give it up to the low of this candle for our stop. We'll see obviously what happens. Let the stock move around for us. We have not too much size, but we have enough size to maybe take advantage of a great pop if the pop can come. Keep in mind though, it's still that time of the day where I generally don't like breakout trades. It's lunchtime. It has come to an official end. I mean, it's gonna end in about 2 minutes, 1 minute, but it's that time period where breakouts don't have that volume behind it. They don't have that oomph behind it. That's why the last breakout that I took, which I believe was BBIG, didn't work out for me. And Party City, it's struggling a little bit with that breakout kind of setup. The setups that are really working at the moment are trades that I'm getting in that have already worked for me at the same level, such as Snowflake to the downside, or even Target. I closed my Target short because I didn't like the fact that Target wouldn't take out the opening drive low. If you're not going to take out the opening drive bottom after rejecting VWAP, which is, you know, the opposite of VWAP hold and go, it's the VWAP hold and die setup that I'm calling it. If you're not going to hold VWAP and die and break VWAP and go all the way up, then I don't want to be in this trade. So I got out for profit. It moved to the 100 period EMA, and now we're short once again near the 100 period, giving it to the risk of the high day. Let's see if Target will work out for us. It's going to be time for Brendo at the big screen, so let's send it over to Brendo.
Hey guys, yeah, a quick check on what's moving around this afternoon. A ton of volume being traded for the third or fourth day in a row here. Overall, as far as the market's concerned, 10,912 listings in the U.S. marketplace existing on this board, of which 8,005 right now in negative territory, 1,800 or so in positive territory, about 1,100 little changed on the day. Right now, 949 new lows, 76 new highs on the session. I want to focus on this, though. It's been a long time since there's been 4 at the top of the volume leaderboard this afternoon, over 100 million shares traded. 162 million so far for Bed Bath & Beyond. This Ergo still doing significant volume, 143 million. Vinco Ventures on here. Endo as well. Endo International, ENDP, little penny stock, 116 million shares. BWV, great move both at the open this morning and then back to the downside. There's TQs, Fubo's here, Mullen. That's T2 Biosystems for about the third day in a row, 42 million. The biggest gainer down here, that BWV. Hill is a buyout today. Ignore that. And Ergo from this morning as well. Trader Pratt, back over to you.
Trader Pratt back to me, and right now Trader Pratt is watching AERC move to the north side. We're looking for a $5 breakout. Let's see if we can get that $5 breakout. Right now the high day looks to be around $4.91. AERC, apparently Mark is halted. Fubo, what is going on, man? It's like every day around this time, these stocks all go wild.
What's going on,
MARK apparently halted. Penny stock did nothing all day but goes sideways and brings in random volume spike and now halted at 61 pennies. Apparently Fubo doing something fun too. Let's check out what Fubo is heading to. Fubo's not really doing anything fun. I mean, if you're short, then yeah, you're having fun, but it's not doing anything too fun for us over here. Party City, I think, is where all the party is at the moment. We're still holding up. You know, it hasn't stopped me out because I gave it to the low of that candle. The low of the candle has yet to break, so we'll let the stock, you know, slow the party down. Looks like the cops are here. They're knocking on the door and whatnot. So we're gonna have to turn down the volume, make it look like there's not a million people in the house. You know, it's a fire regulation and so on. Once the cops leave, turn up the volume. Drinking. No underage drinking. Once the cops find out that everything's Gucci in the hood, turn the volume back. Whoop whoop. So that's what we're waiting for. Right now, the markets are coming off. So S&P 500 rejecting off of VWAP, NASDAQ rejecting off of VWAP. Maybe that's going to put some extra pressure on PRTY and other positions out there. What is going on, though, with AERC? Popped up on the scanner. You know, this was a little bit of the Boeing setup. Punch first, ask questions later. So I punched first. I've yet to ask the question.
That's a good long,
I still don't know what the answer is, but we'll just have to wait and see. It's a good long, says Sharif, and that's what I want to hear. Let's see if we can continue past $5. Currently 26 cents in the money for AERC. The news for MARK Mark no longer meets requirements to file universal shelf. Oh, not sure I understand that. For universal shelf, I guess it's like they're not allowed to put some items on the shelf, maybe?
I think it's a shelf offering. I have no
offering,
idea.
Yeah. Maybe we can go to Brendo for this, and Brendo could elaborate it.
Brendo is eating.
Brendo's laughing about that, so we'll let Brendo eat his lunch, and then we'll come to Brendo.
Yeah. Yeah, sure,
Oh, okay, yeah, so you were right about the public offering. So they don't meet the requirements to have a public offering anymore. So thank you, Brendo, for the update. So Mark halted off of that catalyst, trying to go to the north side, looks like. Is Day Trade the World looking for new traders? You could do !apply, and you'll get a link to apply to if that's what you want to do. Sean just put in a little paragraph in there. Let me Ron Burgundy this real quick, so I'll read it word to word. Shelf registration, shelf offering, or shelf prospectus is a type of public offering where certain issues are allowed to offer and sell securities to the public within a separate prospectus for each act of the offering and without the issue of further prospectus.
Yeah.
Hopefully you understood that.
Is it similar to a secondary offering? Okay. Yeah, I remember reading something about that back a while ago. Looking at our pretty trade here, it is getting really close to our trigger price, but we're not going to let it do what it did to us at that 225 level, where it touches 225 and then rockets back up. If it does break this 236 level, we are going to chase it into that 240 because we have all the way to that 265 high of day, potentially, obviously. Looking at that more of it's a bigger pullback, I would say. Let's have a look at it on the 5-minute chart and see where it retraced. Yeah, we are close to the 7 EMA on the 5-minute chart, and I like these for 5-minute setups. And typically, what I like to do here, when it is consolidating, when it is pulling back like this on a 5-minute chart, is to take the first 5-minute candle to make a new high, or if you want to be even more aggressive, you can take the first 5-minute candle to break the close of the previous red candle. You know, everybody's got their own ways to do it, but we're not going to let that trade get away from us because pretty is strong here. We started watching it when it was only up 10%. Now it's up 18.71%. So we definitely want to have some sort of participation with Party said A. And now looking back at our BBY trade, it is holding above that 200 EMA, above that $25 level. So we're going to definitely keep an eye on that. Perhaps there's more strength in store going into the afternoon for BBBY, and that would not be surprising at all. This has been a monster. I think that the high of day today is at 27 level. Let's zoom out. We're having trouble with our zooming feature, so instead we'll just flip to the 5-minute chart and it'll give us a better look. Yes, that 30 level actually is where we wicked up there several times into that 30 level. So we've got $5, maybe even more dollars of room to move and onto this. So perhaps we'll definitely keep an eye on that. Kirk is making moves. Let's move to Kirk real quick. It is near high of days at that 665 level. The ominous 666 number is within earshot. Are you interested in Kirk, Brad?
Man, I love that number 666. So yeah, for sure.
There it is.
You see
there
that
it
number
is.
every day, no matter what, without fail. I'm actually going over to. I'm not sure if you saw the super chat. Julio Hernandez coming in with the $2 super chat asking us this, will Apple flush ? I mean, the markets are red and Apple's positive. So will Apple flush is anybody's question, honestly. Apple has been pretty strong ever since that earnings report and hitting that bottom of 125. Apple only dollars away from that $3 trillion mark again. So a very, very bullish sign for Apple. My only positive stock in my portfolio continues to be Apple. So no complaints about that. At the end of the day, though, will Apple flush? I don't know. I mean, Apple could flush to maybe the pre-market lows at best, and I'm saying that because if the NASDAQ market, which Apple is part of and is 1% of, or not 1%, the highest of is like 11%, and it's #1 weighted stock in the NASDAQ basket. If NASDAQ's down 1.3% and Apple's actually on the opposite side of that, maybe it's not the type of day to be shorting Apple along with the market. Clearly, they're not trading in tandem. They're not doing the exact same thing. About 90% of the time, okay, that's just a random number I'm picking out of the air, but about 90% of the time, if I'm accurate, maybe someone can back test this, Apple should go along with the market. They trade hand in hand together, but you have those 1 or 2 random days where they don't do that. So today is the type of day, so just forget about this stock. If you want to trade in beta, which means along with the market moves, I think you could look for stocks such as Snowflake at the moment, which dropped along with the NASDAQ market, popped back along with the NASDAQ market, allowed you to get short around VWAP, and now in the money about 40-50 cents on Snowflake. You got to find out how stocks are how relatively strong they are compared to the market, or how relatively weak they are. And if you are trying to play the trend as your friend kind of game, then you might want to start looking to ignore some of those stocks that are not trading within the market. What is Sean drinking? I mean, just from a quick look.
Cafe.
You didn't even let me guess, bro.
You have to guess what
I was like, just from a quick look, I have to guess what it is. Guy didn't even let me guess. Sean's stealing the fun away from the market over here.
There we go. Okay, so while Prad was...
I mean, look, I'm trying to have fun here, man. Come on, let me have my fun. Boo, party killers. That's agua. That's agua. Agua avec vodka.
It's fun when people troll Prad because he's always trolling everybody else. So he's got to get a taste of his own medicine there for a little bit.
I love having these type of conversations though. So it's not like you're really trolling me. It's like I'm willingly signing up to the fun.
Yeah.
I'm willingly signing up, but when
I do it,
people are not willingly sign up. It's me forcing them into it. That's the difference. That's the difference.
I definitely.
He's
I love
already
wings.
sweating without eating hot wings.
I still will eat the wings though. Anytime you offer me chicken, I will not say no. Okay, cool. While Prad was talking and getting trolled there, we got into a Kirk trade at that 677 level. We scalped out. We didn't really hold for too long here at the 682. Another at 685, and then we got top wick here at 695. So that was a good little trade on Kirk. We missed it. We want to get in that 666 level just because it's 666, and why not, right? So we missed that one, but we've had our eye on it the entire time. We're going to continue to monitor it. Let's move back to our pretty trade here. Yeah, it's definitely, again, look at this. Again, we get wicked right at that 235 like it did to us on that 225 level, and we just didn't get filled. We're not having a lot of success with this one today. Perhaps it's just some bad luck with that one, but clearly it is a strong stock, so if it's on your watch list, you're doing something right. You're following the right stuff. Let's have a look at the general market. What's big tech doing at the moment? Last time we talked, the majority of the stocks for saving except for Meta and Amazon were above VWAP, and that looks to be the case. Tesla above VWAP, Apple above VWAP, Microsoft above VWAP, and the ES actually is bouncing in and around VWAP. So that's an interesting little tidbit going into the afternoon. Perhaps we may have an afternoon rally, Brad.
Yeah, power hour coming in on a sour type of day. Now that would be something. If this market gives back the losses into the power hour, I will be very baffled. I have no words for that if that ends up happening. But anything is possible, right? Anything can happen. Be careful. We do have the FOMC at 2 o'clock.
Yes,
so
yes.
maybe that rally could come into play because Papa Powell might jump on and say, hey, not only is the printer on, we now have 7 printers. So you never really know what happens on that. I mean, all the factors are leading towards a lower rate hike in the future in September. The rate hike tool is predicting a 45 to 55% rate hike. This was 2-3 days ago that I remember seeing. So if that's the case, and Fed's getting ready to not go crazily with their hike and so on, even though they did say we're gonna do everything in our power to control inflation. If that's gonna, whatever. If whatever comes out at the end of the day at 2 o'clock, we will see the market move off of that. A lot of you have been expecting a great rally to come in off the FOMC minutes over there. So if that's the story, then be ready for some of these shorts that we're in to absolutely destroy us, which is like Snowflake, Target, even QQQ shorts could hurt us really quickly. Affirm, CCL, and Match.com have still failed to do anything for me. I'm getting ready to most likely just book the losses on these trades and move on. But man, my stop hasn't triggered yet.
You know what's interesting? Building off your inflation talk there, the Bank of England just increased rates. They had over 10% inflation.
11-year high or something?
Yeah, I think it's a multi-decade high, actually, to be honest with you. I'm not 100% sure. Don't quote me on that. But I believe it was in and around 10%. And the food in Canada was also over 10%, despite the fact that overall inflation was 7.1, probably brought down a little bit by the reduction in oil prices. But I think what affects people more and what's going to be in the minds of, I guess, the FOMC voting members is the actual core inflation. Now, we did see core inflation drop in the United States. It came up below estimates the last time. But looking at Canada and England, and just as two, comparables to the United States, you have to wonder if the Fed will want to take their foot off the gas, so to speak. I mean, I'm not 100% sure how Powell and his peeps are thinking, but I see. What was the odds on a 75 basis point hike in September?
They don't even consider it. They're looking at 45 to 55% rate hike.
There's 45?
I think so. That's what I saw on the tool that I saw. It was like 45 to 55. I was like, how does this even work? I've never seen that number. But it changes on like a day-to-day basis. So let's go to CM. How do I? What do I type again? You did? Oh, sweet. Thank you.
Awesome. Sounds quick with that.
So now, what is this again? Current was 63 to 70. What?
Okay, so an increase of 7 previous week.
This is the different one than I use. Fed rate hike tool. It's the Chicago Mercantile website. There you go. CME website directly. This one 46% to raise up to, what is that? That's a 50% rate hike? No, that's like slightly above 50. Somewhere in this range would be 50, right?
That's bizarre.
So see how it says 53.5 and 46.5.
They talk about it in multiples of 25, 25, 50,
25,
75,
50,
100.
75, 100. But for some reason, they're playing in between those ranges now.
That's new to me.
If that's true. But yeah, we have the next rate hike coming in on the 21st of September.
Okay. Looking at Kirk here, let's pull up the 5-minute chart on Kirk. I'm not sure why it's not. Oh, and there, we just crashed. So you want to take over for a second?
Yeah, Kirk is what you were talking about. So let's go to Kirk. Is Kirk doing anything for us to the north side? I'm not really in it, so there's no reason for me to say us. But maybe some of you might be in it, trying to take advantage of it. Kirk at $6. Looks like 7 had a slight rejection. We're waiting to see if 7 can have a breakout in it. Looks like BWV is going for another run up north side. Let's see if it is. We did close our long on the break of 6 to the downside on BWV, but BWV finding buyers at 550, trying for a round 2 of a break of high day at $6.50 or so. And obviously you saw Kirk not too long ago. Apple showing up on my scanner apparently with relative volume. So, I mean, look at that. Apple trying to take out the high day. S&P 500 also above VWAP now. NASDAQ still below VWAP, sadly, but NASDAQ trying to follow S&P 500 over there. Its half point is 63% chance. A 75 is 37. I see 52 versus 47 now for a half point rate hike. So Brandon sees 52 to 47% for the half point hike.
Got it. Okay.
So that's what that number means. So Apple over here, though, trying to take out the high day and did so successfully. Let's see if we can do that on 175.
Yeah, so let's keep an eye on Kirk here because I wanted to take possibly a trade off the pullback here on the 5-minute high, but the 7 EMA is down all the way at that 656 level. So I'm not sure if it'll make it all the way down there, but in case it does, let's put an order at that 657 level so it's ready to go. Let's have a go here, 657. And so that way we'll be ready for when it does come out. Let's switch back to that 1-minute chart here and have a look. Yeah, it could be breaking above. If it does break above that 695 level, we will go long for the breakthrough 7 and perhaps take our first profit target at that 710 or that 712 level.
Check my chat. Oh, sorry.
You got your eye on pretty, eh?
I mean, I'm just waiting to see what it's gonna do. It did break like a penny by my stop, so I didn't really stop myself on that. I wanted to see like a little bit more, a penny or two break from my stop, so it didn't do that. So I didn't have a reason to stop myself on that one. Let's head to our watch list. If you're not signed up to our watch list, Trader TV Live, you're missing out on tons and tons of free information, tons of stocks that you can watch for and prepare yourself for. So you know where to put your attention, so you're not out there trading, you know, maybe Microsoft on a day like today. Actually, before I say that statement, let's head over to Microsoft, see what it's doing. Yeah, it's range bound though. It's trading sideways. So on a day like today, you know, you can really hunt for those positions that are moving 10, 20% in the direction instead of for a stock that's completely range bound. And you would not be able to do that without help from Trader TV watch list. So sign up for that watch list. You get an email bright and early in the morning. In that watch list, we got Krispy Kreme. Krispy Kreme had earnings report. They missed out on the earnings report. Oh, maybe this is to knock out consumer spending, cutting amid. Okay, this wasn't the stock that I was reading about, the consumer spending and so on. Anyways, but Donut, man, D-Nut struggling over there for earnings report overall, dropping down 11%, triggering the SSR system. For those of you who don't know what SSR is, once again, short sale restriction. You cannot short the stock by taking the bids out. You have to wait on the ask, which means you have to wait on 1287 for the stock to go higher, and that's the only way you can be short on D-Nut on the day today. And this rule is going to be carried on all the way up to tomorrow too. Oh baby, Snowflake, $1 in the money now, pushing back down. We already capitalized $3 move on Snowflake earlier. Now we're getting ready to capitalize a little bit more on that side. TGT, baby. TGT, once again, $1 in the money on target from the 100-period EMA short. QQQ now about to be 50 cents in the money for me. Affirm doing absolutely nothing. So you know what? I'm done with this. Maybe I shouldn't have been. I think that was a bad call, honestly. I think that was a bad call. I thought Affirm would be around VWAP when I pull it up. So I instantly punch out of that one. That was just a little impatient, a little bit of an emotional trade. I thought it would be around VWAP, but the fact that we're not at VWAP right now, I think I punched out a little too early. Let me go to Match.com and actually see what the stock is doing. This one's still around VWAP, not doing a whole lot. But, you know, we have our stop out. As long as that stop doesn't trigger, there's no reason for me to jump out of Match.com. And my only long on the board at the moment, Party City, out of the money 15 cents. Well, wait. My stop didn't trigger, so we're out of the stock. My stop didn't go off, so we're going to manually punch out of that one.
We just got into another position here on Pretty at the 6, what are we at? What did we get filled at? We got filled at 692, and there it is to 7. We'll take out a piece right at 705. That was a good one. We said we weren't going to wait too far. We wanted to get it off the 7 EMA on the 5-minute chart, but it looked too strong. Again, look at that beautiful bull flag pattern there. And so we're going to wait perhaps for that 710 level to take another piece out. We won't let it go too far against us. So we took over 10 cents there. So we won't let it go any lower than that 678 level. If it does, we'll flatten out. We'll get out of that trade. We're already positive on it. But while this one is moving, let's have a look at Actually, let me go back quickly. I got to manage this trade here because it is approaching that 680. That $6.80 level. If it does break that, we're going to get out. We're going to get out on that one. So perhaps we'll put a stop here on that one. So 679, and we'll get out of the remaining shares that we have. And we'll give it to 677 in case there's any slippage there. Moving back to BBBY, I like this stock for the afternoon, man. It is above 25. It's holding above that 200 EMA. It's at that 238 level now with the recent spike going all the way up to that 25 and 3/4 level. We have our eye on that 27 level as a really attainable level. If I was to take a long here, and I'm debating it, I would take a long here off that 25, the break of the 25.50, and I give it 50 cents. You'd have to give this at least to the 200 EMA. It's much too volatile to have a really tight stop on. Perhaps size in appropriately, and there it goes right down to that 200 EMA. So we will take a long here if we can get it with a super tight stop, and we missed it. And we missed a lot of that. That's about 15 cents there. So we'll wait on that one. That one I should have been prepared for that one at the 25 level. What do you think about BBY at this level, Prad?
I don't know why you guys are diddling in the middle, man. The fun was yesterday. The trade happened. Look, nothing wrong with making these trades on Bed Bath & Beyond today, but keep in mind, you want to be taking these look, who am I to tell you what to do, right?
No, what's your opinion?
Do what you do. But my opinion is the stock is in yesterday's range. We're not going to do anything excited in yesterday's range. If I want to have the type of fun I did yesterday on Bed Bath & Beyond, I want to see that 28 break and go.
Okay.
I want to see a jailbreak of 28. I want to see 30 get tested. I want to see a break of 30. All we're doing is hanging out in yesterday's range of 24 to 28 and trapping the longs, trapping the shorts. And guess what? I don't want to be trapped. I understand there's tons of money to be made on this position if you're able to scalp the crap out of it. Give it that extra wiggle room here and there once in a while. For example, if you're getting long at the 100-period EMA, maybe you stop yourself out on the break of 23 or whatever it is, and you get back in on the long side at 24.60 for a possible pop of 26. Everything sounds good. There's no one right answer to make money or one right answer to lose money. but for me, man, I just don't like to diddle in yesterday's range when yesterday was all the move. Yesterday was the crazy fun in it. 300 million shares yesterday compared to how much today? 175, right? We probably hit 300 today too, no doubt about that. Maybe we hit 250 today or something around those lines, right? But 350 million shares yesterday. I'm not expecting crazy moves to come in today. Maybe the stock dies down a little bit, goes back to $13, $12, and then we can have fun again by having it pop. But I'm not interested in these. That's just my opinion, though, guys. Like, you don't have to get upset that Prad's that type of trader, because there's other opportunities for me to take advantage of. I'm taking those advantages on Snowflake. I'm doing that on QQQ, on Target, on Teva, on even on the long side for BWV and EAR.NQ. So understand the type of trader you are. Know that what type of setups make you happy, and I mean that. I really mean that. There are going to be some setups out there that you take it that doesn't make you happy or you don't understand it. Forget it. Don't go for it. Go learn those setups out there that you can understand, that you can learn, and can repeat once again every single day.
So while Prad was talking about diddling in the middle, we, guess what, diddled in the middle. So we took that break off the 25 EMA, that dip, off the 25 EMA, and we got some out at that 25.20 level, and then we stopped out break even on the rest. So that was a little scalp here. On our Kirk trade, we got top wick here at that 703 level, and then we didn't let it go too much against us like we spoke about. We got it out at that 678 level. So we're flat trade basically on Kirk, but we did have a positive trade on it earlier. So we're in the positive on that one. Moving back to BBBY, yeah, it's still just holding in that range between the 25.40 or 25.50 and that 25 level. So we'll have to break above or below that for us to get interested anymore. We won't repeat that trade again. Let's see what the chat is talking about. APRN moving. Prad, weren't you trading APRN?
No, but it did show up on my scanner at one point. APRN on New York. Let's have a look at that. It's
on New York. Okay. Let's have a look at APRN. Tisha Perkins mentioned it. Okay. So yeah, let's see here. Let's move out to the 5-minute and get a better picture. Okay. So it's up 16% on the day. High a day is at 687 level. We're at 625 now. We bounced off the low of day here, which was 540. A couple of good 5-minute pullbacks that you could have taken the break out of, so that's not a bad idea there. We'll keep APRN on our watch list here. Probably I'd be interested in this stock if it breaks that 635 to 640 level, anywhere around there. It is above VWAP and it is above the 50 EMA. Even maybe a dip trade off 6, there does seem to be some supply and support in and around this area here. So these are all possibilities depending on what the stock does. So we'll keep an eye on that. Moving back to our big tech, let's see what the market is doing now. Yeah, continuing. Apple's positive, above VWAP, continuing to make highs a day. I think the recent high of day is 174.78. Even Meta now breaking through VWAP. The only laggard seems to be Amazon, Tesla, Apple, and Microsoft. All above VWAP.
This market's going to turn around.
Yeah, Pratt called it.
This market's actually going to turn around.
Pratt called it.
I'm not having fun calling that, though. I'm not having fun
It
even saying
never
that.
seems to be fun when you have to actually, like, you know, make a choice that you have to live by.
I'm watching this market turn around right now. I'm in short across the board. I'm in a whole red of C.
There's a whole lot of red on your chart
This
there.
market's getting ready to stay above VWAP. S&P 500 is actually holding above VWAP right now. Look at that volume. Oh, not volume, but look at that 5-minute candle trying to continue towards the north side. If we go break 4,300 and we start playing above 4,300 today, why did we even start the day negative then? Like, why did we even start the day negative?
I don't know.
Why couldn't we just keep on launching towards all-time highs? It's kangaroo market back into play again, baby. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Anyways, QQQ, which is your NASDAQ market, pushing the VWAP at the moment. I think NASDAQ is going to really dictate what's going to happen for the S&P 500.
Right.
And by that, I mean, will NASDAQ find a way to get above 13,500 and stay trading above 13,500? We're currently 17 cents out of the money on our QQQ shorts. Not worried about it at all, as I am patiently waiting to see how the market behaves at the 13,500 area. Do we jailbreak past that, go north, break the 100-period EMA, go into the pre-market consolidation sideways over at 13,550, and then reject over here? If we reject at 13,550 on the NASDAQ, then I think the SPYs could easily go to 4,300, even 4,305 or 10, and then maybe reject from there. But I guess we all saw this coming, right? You guys have been calling it out all day. Watch out for the minutes. The minutes will put the bottom in. The minutes will turn the day. Powell will come in and put a brand new inkjet 9000 printer, whatever thing, cartridge in there and turn the printer on. So it is very possible. Here comes the 13,500 break. I'm about to close my QQQs. Get me out.
While you close out, let's shout out Mike Lowry. Kind of sounds like Mike Lowry a little bit.
Lowry.
From Bad Boys 2, Mike Lowry. Yeah, thanks for the $5 super
Where's
chat.
that from?
Oh, Bad Boys 2. Bad
Oh,
Boys.
that's what
Bad
it is.
Boys.
That's a
Yeah,
Lowry.
come on,
That's what it
man.
is.
Come on.
I know it. I've seen it. I've seen it. I just didn't know where it's from. I've seen
Mike
it.
Lowry. Yeah.
Lowry.
So, yeah, thanks, Mike, for that. Appreciate it. He wants to know about AMC. AMC has not had a good day. It had, you know, a couple of green candles prior to the bell, but as soon as that bell rang, it just looked southward. High a day is 25.40. Low a day is just a little bit above 22, and now we're at that 22.35 level. So still in a downward pattern. Let's zoom out a little bit. Let's go to the daily chart on that and see what AMC's been up to.
You can't just say that without saying the starting part.
Which is?
When in doubt.
Zoom out, yes, as Neil always says. And as a longtime viewer of the show, I do know that Neil always says. So, yeah, so here we go. You know, looking at AMC on a daily level, it is in that consolidation pattern. It is a lot big range, 22 to about 27, but you know, not much in the way of breakout or breakdown, kind of within that range. So as Pratt says, and as the other guys say, diddling in the middle here, I wouldn't touch it until there is, you know, either high relative volume or it is breaking out of that 22 to 27 pattern. Sorry, Mike. Not yet.
I'm just talking to Maggie right now. Apparently, we have a new chair. You're good?
I'm done.
Oh, you're off. Okay, so apparently they got me a new chair, the same one that Sean and Neil are sitting on. I appreciate that, guys. Thank you, Maggie. But you know, I would have liked to have my tall chair still, but no more tall chair for me. So it looks like I'm gonna go to the nice, comfy leather chair that Neil and Sean are sitting on over there. Ooh wee. Yeah, no, you're good. You're good. So now you have a comfy chair so you can stop complaining on the live show, Pratt. I guess that's what Maggie wants to say in her message. But no, thank you, Maggie, for ordering that. I'm still waiting for my Trader TV Live hoodie, my Trader TV Live hat, my Trader TV Live shirt. So when are we gonna get that one, Maggie? No, all she's busy. Man, that girl works way too hard. So shout outs to Maggie for pulling the strings in the back end. Without Maggie and Lizzie and all the people in the back end pulling all those strings, Trader TV Live would probably be struggling a little bit on that side. But you know, talking about Trader TV Live, here's the face of Trader TV Live about to come on at the big screen. So let's send it to Brenda.
Hey guys, yeah, quick update for you on currencies as we head towards 2 o'clock. Remember, all of this is going to change dramatically. Well, maybe not all of it, but most of it will change dramatically when we get these Fed minutes from the last meeting. I mean, depending on what is said, it might move the market, it might not move the market. I think everyone's expecting a half point at this point, as we saw the Fed funds tool suggesting a half point is coming, but it's a 50-50 toss-up between 0.75 and a half. 0.26 right now for the dollar, back to the upside today. Canadian dollar, pound, euro, everything else downside. We got some negative economic data overnight. Australia and New Zealand, you can see decent size moves to the downside, 1% plus. For both, 0.89 for the Japanese yen, Swiss franc as well, negative. British pound, Canadian dollar, as I said, back to 77 and a half. Did bounce off that low once again. That's an hourly chart of the Canadian dollar. This low I refer to from a couple of days ago, but back to the upside right now for the Canadian dollar. But watch this coming up 2 p.m. Join us. We'll bring it to you live. Remember, the release of the minutes is simply just that, a release. We get a statement with all the minutes, and then we'll dig through it, see what changed, see if there's anything additional that could move the market. But algos do that very, very quickly. But we'll bring it to you live at 2 p.m. Trader Pratt, back to you.
That's a very good point. You know, that's part of the reason why we say let the moves fizzle out. Let the algos burn people out and burn each other out. Algos burning this algo, that algo is burning this algo. Let them battle each other out and then find the move and the trade. That's because, you know, there's literally codes out there that are scanning chats. They're scanning YouTube chats. They're scanning even the FOMC minutes. As soon as they drop, they read throughout the sheet that drops, and they compare it to the last time whatever the sheet had, and within milliseconds, this AI is able to find out all the different words in the two sheets, and then is able to relate it to a scale as to how important this new word is compared to the old word. So these algorithms will pick up on all of those information, and they will move the stocks, they will move the market really quickly off of that. We've seen this happen multiple times. So try not to get trapped in those random whipsaw actions. Wait for the move to fizzle out a little bit, and then see which direction is the move for the most part. Is it to the north side? Is it to the downside? Then you find your level to punch into. Maybe you take a breakout level to punch into, and then you take advantage of said FOMC trade coming up in the next 30 minutes or 25 minutes over here realistically. Let's see what stocks are moving at the moment. So I was a little scared about my shorts as Snowflake was only in the money 20 cents, but now Snowflake once again 60 cents in the money, Target 50 cents in the money. So looks like I can hold on to these shorts a little bit longer. But Match.com, man, not really pushing for the downside yet, but it's at least not taking out VWAP for me, nor is it going past my stop. CCL, it looks like I should have stopped myself out on this trade earlier, as now we're creating higher highs and higher lows towards the north side. So we're going to run out of this trade. We're going to give back a little bit on this position. I think we gave back how many cents exactly? We barely even lost on this trade. We lost about 13 cents on that position. Whoops. Not that big of a deal. Oh, you're working with me now? Oh, I thought I was by myself for the next 25 minutes. But we have
got you.
Neil over here. We
I got you,
my
bro.
partner in crime, Neil.
I got you, bro. But I know you're celebrating some of the shorts. I think shorts coming in. You're saying, obviously,
Hopefully.
yeah, 13.5 on the Nasdaq, right? Like that was just a bit of a wick high and a rejection. And I heard Sharif say something that reminded me. Instead of like going back over to Meta, he was like, "Oh yeah, Amazon's lagging." Well, then the first thing I thought about was Amazon 142, not because 42 is my favorite number, but because that was yesterday's support. So yesterday we had a bottom at 142 on Amazon. Market flushes, tries to hold 72 somewhat successfully. It gives it up, and it's been not barcoding, but holding the low of the day with 42 as resistance. So on that move to the upside, everything else is booming. My positions aren't on there yet, so I will tell you I am short Amazon at 141.77. I still have the long from Apple this morning. We talked about the one thing that was relatively strong, and it's been Apple. These wicks kind of make the chart kind of skewed, but it was trying to hold above 173 on the breakout. It never tested 71 support. It's been able to hold above 173, which is the morning break, pretty much the entire time. So Apple continues to boom, but the market is trying to rein itself back in. Meta, on the other hand, has been a little bit more of a challenge on the way back. Look, I started getting back into this about 175.50. We had the early shorts, then we took some at 176.50. A little bit at the low of the day, that turnaround, eventually it gave up 175, and we've been back to this as it shows signs of life. This one's getting off the schneid just a little bit. I also have that ear stock. That's the other position. Yeah, it's still not showing up, but that's the other position I have. Just off of this dip into 3. We've been long this one several times since the pre-market, although the last couple after the big down move, look at that. Just not willing to give enough room, stopped it out, tried it above 3, stopped it out too tight. So I want to try to give this one a little bit more room now that I have ear. It really hasn't broken this trend. So this is one that we have to give it, let it breathe is the best way to think about it over there on ear. But that market, a little bit of a pullback in. I think what we could see, you were already sort of alluding to this, is you might not be breaking the range before we actually get to 2 o'clock, right? And then because it's the Fed minutes, there is an odd delayed type of reaction to it where the bots are sort of, as you said already, Prad, like figuring things out and reading through and trying to pick out what's different and what's going to be significant. So I'd be very patient. You know, I wouldn't be in a position where I'd be worried about a tight stop. Like if you're in something following the market and you feel like your stop is going to be really tight, well, you're at risk of getting wicked out. So what you might consider is imagine you have, I'm just going to make an example here. Like I'll put Tesla up. And let's just say for whatever reason, you're holding on to a long in here on Tesla, but it's a tight stop on a break, and you want a 916 stop, and it's at 917. Well, one thing you could do is be like, if you really like that long, you could just have less shares and try to give it a little bit more room, or just get out of it and try to re-enter after the move gets made. Tight stops are likely to get run in the first 15 minutes after 2 o'clock.
Hunters are out there and they love doing their job. So hopefully don't let them do their job by making their job a little bit harder. Know exactly where to put your stops and then give it a little bit more wiggle room past that stops if you can, that is, if your risk parameters allow you to do that too. But a lot of whipsaw actions will come in. These stops will get triggered if you're on the wrong direction. Match.com still showing me some pain on my position, but it's still under VWAP. So we can hold on to this stock a little bit longer. Blue apparently coming in with the catalyst. Blue news pending FDA approval gene therapy. So halted at $6.21. News pending halts. So news pending halts can take a little bit longer than your set time rules, which is your 5-minute halt and 10-minute halt. So whenever the news drops for Blue, it could be halting all the way up to tomorrow. It could be halted all the way up to 340 and then open at right before 340, 350. So we'll just have to wait and see for this stock to open. FDA approval halt, news pending halt coming in for BLUE. People are talking about HSTO in the chat. Even Neil mentioned HSTO in our work chat as it's taking out the high day. Trading near $2.41, created a high near $2.60. It's also a gene therapy stock, so most likely popping up with Blue's news halt pending coming into play, HSTO kind of catching some traction off of that catalyst. Clearly somebody knows something that we don't, right? Somebody knows something. That's the nature of the game. There's always going to be traders out there who are trading off of maybe insider information or some information that that they just heard and they're just guessing. Anyways, insider information moves come into play over here, probably telling you that there might be some information that we need to start hunting and start looking for. 2.3 million flow for HSTO.
More like a sympathy thing, because the float, it's such a small float that really, like, once you get going and the volume picked up, and now it's done like 3.5 million shares, and all of it came in the last couple of minutes. 3 minute will show it a little bit better, right? Like, all of that volume came as it started breaking out towards 2. So it just got soaked up on the halt of a sympathy play. And that's what happens. It's the value of being able to know, like, if you happen to be able to quickly find other names in the group, and then you can sort of hunt for the lowest liquidity one, or as it starts to pick up in volume, notice that, hey, that's a related name, it's got a tiny flow, and then you can be in on that $2 breakout. Because really, the volume crept in here at about 185, steadily increasing. There was a chance to be in that one. So you have to watch really closely for this reopen. There's no way you're not trading HSTO without closely monitoring Blue, because that's going to tell you what's going on. When it opens up, if it opens way down, I mean, HSTO very likely to do one of those, rug pull type events. Not saying that it has to happen, but I'll be watching Blue pretty carefully. And the indicated open on a news halt is going to be pretty useless to us, guys. People keep putting Fubo in there, and I saw someone say, like, moment of silence for Fubo. Like, rest in peace. I don't know. We could pour out a little something for Fubo, whatever you want to call it. This was in the pre-market. Like, I was all over Fubo. It was like long breaks and long breaks and long breaks, then dip buys, and then the market open. It's like dip buy out, dip buy out, and then it's like, nope. We're back through that initial breakout price, give it up. I had an accidental short, which actually wouldn't have been that bad, but I had an old stop in there, got in and out flat. But this one has not had any juice to it. The volume's dying down very quickly. About the only positive thing for Fubo here is it's come a long way. Hey, and it's still above that last significant breakout. So call that 450 to 460 here. If you're above that price, then the move, like the longer term move, kind of isn't dead yet. So it does have some juice. The longer it holds above here, churning through volume, not falling all the way back in below $5, I think that's a decent sign that you could have like a second round or third, whatever you want to call it, second round, third round, depending on how you look at these things. It's not necessarily dead. It might be dead today, unless something crazy happens in like a Bed Bath & Beyond or something else in that space. But it feels like it is dead for today. I'd give it a shot in a couple of days. If it's still holding above 5, then maybe it can make a second leg to that upside.
If you guys remember what I said about BWV, I said the stock is going to $7 and it's going to break 7. Where are we right now? 7.23. Am I in the stock taking advantage of that? No, because I got stopped out on the break of 6. I guess I should have just had my stop at break even instead, because I would still be in this trade at the moment, as it's doing exactly what I said it should do. Break out, go to 712, and then start seeing some rejection around 712. High day 727, and now here come the rug pulls at 712. Let's see us break 7, push back under 7, and really start playing again in this range for BWE. If it's holding 7 on the bids and we're trying to keep on getting elevated over here, look at that volume spike coming in also, almost as high as the volume spikes over here. So it looks like it does not want to get the rug pull around those 712 area that I was talking about and continue going. This is monstrous, man. I had the long over here at 480 and I had to give it about $1 risk for this position. We added at 520, which was the high day. We scalped out most of our exits for $1 in the money, and then we got stopped out when it went back below 6. I pulled up the all-day, the day chart over here for this position to kind of come up with levels. And I did, if you remember, Sharif was next to me. I told Sharif the stock is going to $7. If we have the volume that we did over here today, and we started around the same areas that the stock started over here on that day, there's no doubt in my heart that we're going to do the exact same type of move or maybe even more of a move because it has that type of volume in it. It has the relative volume, it has the eyes in it. So clearly BWV taking out that $7 level, finally coming into my profit target, which was at $7.12, and now I just don't know what the stock is going from here on out. I simply don't know where it's going to go from here on out. Now we're just guessing from $7.12 and on. I expected the stock to reject $7.12, but looks like it's going to maybe go into a halt territory soon with the way it's trying to keep on elevated to the north side.
Yeah, this one is nuts. Looks like another monkeypox name. I checked to see.
It is a monkeypox.
Yeah, I
stock.
checked Sega to see if that was doing anything. It's not. Sega's done. Well, for today, it looks like Sega's pretty much done. But you got my attention. I thrown it on my radar. I'm like you. I went to the daily, and I probably saw the exact same thing that you were able to there, Prad. That it gets to that level, and you're kind of thinking it's going to reverse, but it hasn't really cleared. Like 750 is the next obvious round number when you get to that 720 range that had that previous top. So it's not really through that price yet. It feels like it's going to be. If you get a pullback and you want to be in here, you got to think about like 660, 650, something in that range if it wants to hold that in a bounce and maybe reclaim those highs. And then there's air up there past 750. So this one might not be done. After a parabolic move like this, each one, there's been a consolidation or some kind of a pullback. I'd be looking for something along those lines once again. I don't know if we can get my position board up or whether you have to wait another 12 minutes. Well, here now it's starting to pull back. So I want to watch this for about 660, 650, somewhere in that range. I've been trying to rinse and repeat meta around this 176. It gets up to 76. It comes down to 175 half. If the market rolls over, getting into 2 o'clock here, so I want to make sure we're paying ourselves out, have a relatively tight stop at that 76 level is what I'm doing. And then a similar thing with Amazon. Although I just started into this one, I'm going to try to be getting some out as it gets down toward that 141 even. Market's coming back in, but it's really not going that far. You know, we got to about 13.5. I did take a fill. Oh, I got to take a new fill, my bad. He's like, take a new fill. So instead of just randomly punching into something stupid, I'll go to like some penny stock that no one cares about in a different market, and then there you go. Now everything's piping. Why does it come in on this? Look at that. It's like slowly the shorts are coming in. You can see the longs, but you can't find out the shorts until that scrolls across, apparently. That's a new feature we got in there. I have no idea what's up with that, but I want to go to some relative strength here for a second because I'm in Apple, and I want to trail that going in to the minute release there while we're working the other shorts. But Tesla, high of day, close enough to it, almost green on the session. It's now in that camp of clearly relative strength, and I'm kicking myself because I was looking at that 900 level, and the other day I said if it goes to 900, I'll be on the bid in front of it. Instead, I was just enamored with the shorts at that point and looking for places to go short the market and not go long. And of course, Tesla bounces 910 cents. You're going to get to that 920, it looks like. Strength here is pretty unbelievable. I like that 925 this morning. I'll probably stick to that after 2 o'clock comes for resistance. If the market goes red, I think we have an actionable level for Tesla to short. I'm just really looking at previous high, lower high here at 922.5. Tesla's on the radar, but man, that's one heck of a bounce that Tesla was able to put in. Previously, it was just Apple that was showing that relative strength. Tesla definitely jumping in to that party. And I see people in the chat, it's like, Bitcoin sideways is that? Look, I don't know, I feel like Bitcoin, unless you've been tracking Ether, like Bitcoin has been flat as a trade for quite some time, volatility-wise. And I feel like it's not a bad thing. Like it's a 4-hour chart. Where's your range on Bitcoin? But it's in a nice gradual upward trend. The volatility isn't as crazy. It tends to be following the market as well. So it hasn't been that kind of an instrument. It's just you're not getting those crazy parabolic moves anymore. So look, it's just a different style of trade than it used to be. But you guys have seen that in some of the big tech. The big cap tech has been a little bit different. Unless you're trading right at 930, everything else is just a little bit slower. As I say slower, I want this ear to start to pick up. I wanted to show you what's going on here at $3.16 on ear. There's a big offer at $3.15, but for like an hour now, it's been unable to get through this price. I think once it gets through, should be retaking that high, at least to 330, 335. I'm looking for that 350 level on ear to see if this long can work out. And Prad is getting excited because that chair is coming in. I don't know what he's so. It's a decent chair we're in, but
Chairs is ours.
Same chair as that.
I
Thank you.
don't think it's that big of a deal,
Sorry?
but apparently he's excited about it.
Yeah, no, you can leave it there for now. I'll do it after. Thank you, Maggie. You're the best.
What, you can't switch
Maggie over
chairs
here
live?
rolling a chair. Yeah, you can see her on the camera now. So thank you, Maggie, for this awesome leather chair, brand new chair.
Why
that
don't
I
you
get
just
to
sit in the chair
put my
now? and
buttocks
Tell us
on.
how it feels.
Yeah, do a chair.
Yeah, just do a chair switch right
Chair-
now. See
chair-
how it feels, man. Put it on
chair
for
test?
size. I think it'll be fantastic.
Tell everybody you're giving up a Herman Miller.
Yeah, dude, this Harman Miller is not even a real Harman Miller, bro. Come on.
Of course, it's
Come
a
on.
real Herman Miller.
These are knockoff China Harman Millers, man.
They're real Herman Millers.
They're
Don't
wish,
listen to
they're
this
wish
guy.
Herman Millers, man. But this is so comfy. Finally a back support. I can feel my back being supported. This is a 10 out of 10 chair. It doesn't swiggle back anymore. Oh man, yeah. This is the chair we needed in our life. I don't know what else to say. I'm actually pretty happy with this chair. Let's go, baby. Now we can start making banger trades once again without having to worry about our back not being supported. But CLVS being called out by Brando in our work chat, mentioning that CLVS apparently popping up with the blue news also. So here's that CLVS pop-up that you're watching. We're still waiting to see what blue will end up being off that news pending catalyst. So a little patience on that side, I guess. Another stock that is halted, but not off the same catalyst. It's halted. Halt resumes strategic alternatives, including sale. So Den on New York, I believe is Den. Yeah, Den on New York, opening off of a halt and now trading currently at $84 to the downside, $84.99. A little low on the volume side, looks like, is Den. But what is it on the relative volume? Relative volume 6.29 and 1.6 million shares traded today. It just doesn't look like it did that. But probably because these volume candles are overshadowing these little volume candles to the left side. I want to go to Snowflake. Snowflake, I took more profits on Snowflake to the downside every time we get that opportunity. We've been capitalizing on it. Target not really doing anything, only 12 cents in the money on Target. Match.com also not doing anything. Look at that sideways action on Match.com. So a little bored on this one. And I'm going to close my SRNE trade for profit, I believe. Yes, for profit. And I'm going to close my CGC trade for a loss, as both of these trades are not doing anything for us. Now we only have 3 trades on the board. Snowflake 50 cents in the money, Target 11 cents in the money, and Match.com 20 cents out of the money. KTTA, a monkeypox vaccination stock, apparently being called out. Let's go to Neil.
I was saying, like, they're all, like, if it's a monkeypox stock, it looks like it's just going right now as long as blue's halted. But I keep coming back to, like, what range am I going to play on KTTA that I've looked at for the first time? It's up now, well, like 10%. It's got overhead resistance here on the daily chart. Like, if it breaks 150, that gets pretty interesting. But I keep coming back to what was the one the last little bit, like not Neo the one, but like the monkeypox like champion, and Sega's doing nothing on that. So who knows? Like, maybe it's just going to be late to the party. But if they all start going and there's another leg to the upside, well, this just looks a lot more clean. Like, you're getting a bottom break, and then you can stop out at 24.10 or something like that and play it to 25. I was asking, Tisha was asking in the chat, I think, about, it was Cassava Sciences. Like, is it dead? I feel about Cassava the same way I was sort of talking about, you know, pour out something for Fubo for the day because it looks like it's done. This is more or less the same thing. Like, you got to 35, and it's just all been downside till it gets right back to the morning breakout price at 25 even. If it's going to bounce, it basically has to be here. Otherwise, it truly is going to be done and actually retest that low at 23.50. But you know what? It hasn't broken successfully at 25 just yet. And the reason I answer the question now is it just put a wick off bottom at 25 even. Like, it broke that 25, got a few pennies down. Looks like about 24.70, and now you're trying to head back into the upside. So if you're looking for longs in this thing and you just feel like it's not done yet, you're risking about like 60 cents. There's no volume here, and it looks like the attention is going to some other places, so I don't necessarily love it myself, but you could do worse risk to reward than taking Sava here. I liked it more interestingly above 30 if it could have held that level, which it clearly was unable to do. That blue order is just, oh, sorry, ear. I keep saying blue because I have it up at my other level too there. But that ear, it just chewed through that 150,000 share offer at 315. So that 316 invisible level, this is ridiculous. So it went through that size at 315 just now. and then got to the offer at 316, which had literally nothing on it. Like, there's nobody sitting there. So it's just a bunch of dark pools selling at 15. It gets to 16, and it's reversing. And this has been happening on EAR since, I want to say, about 1:14. So it's going on almost an hour. When it breaks this price, I mean, if you're in the long, you can throw a stop 290, stop 3. And if it breaks that, I kind of feel like we should be headed toward that high. But blue, I wouldn't be sitting there getting in now. Like, I'd be waiting for a dip or just taking it when it breaks, because at some point it's going to have to make a move. If it makes a move down, it's probably coming into VWAP, so get yourself a better price than what I have. Or just allow the break to happen, and then you've beaten that resistance and you can head toward the high. But the longer it coils, the more I'm going to like it. And yes, the market just came down, so Meta finally broke that 175.50. Going to get a bid out in front of 175. Remember, we got 3 minutes to go until 2 o'clock hits. Sean will be back with me. Brendan, of course, as well. And then we get those Fed minutes, Brad.
Yeah, I'm actually debating if I want to close all my positions just because I don't want to get trapped on the wrong side of the FOMC over there. I mean, I'm short. We're all expecting FOMC to come out good. I just punched into an AMD short. I'm actually going to punch out of my AMD short over there, because if there is any stock that's going to whip right off of that catalyst of FOMC minutes, if it's good, AMD will be one of them, along with Apple and all the other stocks over there. So I'm going to try and hold on to my profits, not get whipped out by the FOMC minutes, and then I can get into new positions. You know, nobody went broke taking profits. So taking my profits, every position that has allowed me so far, and taking my losses on a couple of my trades too. Let me quickly calculate how many of I lost today. I have about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 stocks traded today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 of them failed, and the other were positive. But the 8 of them that failed, my risk to reward management on them was so tight that I barely even lost. I'll throw my number out there. Barely even lost $10 actually on them. And the ones that I've won on, I've made more than $10 on it. So my risk to reward at the end of the day, they all add up and they all match my PNL, which is 3 to 4 times my shutdown. So you got to go for, we always talk about risk to reward ratios. How much am I risking on a trade for my potential reward on that trade? So if I'm losing, 1 unit of risk for a possible 2 to 3 units of reward every time, and if I can win more often than I can lose, I'm on the right path of being a consistently profitable trader over here. So we're gonna be patient over here. We don't want to be in positions for the FOMC minutes. I don't want to get an algo to come in and shake me out or burn me on my positions over there. Much happier with doing it this way. Watching the NASDAQ though, trying to stay below VWAP. We can't get above 13,500 on the NASDAQ. Hello? That's not what I'm trying to do. Here's the NQ chart. Cannot get above 13,500 and stay, but the S&P 500, surprisingly enough, above VWAP and above the 100-period EMA. So we'll just have to wait and see where both of these markets go to eventually, in case the market gives us a good swing on either direction. It's already 2 o'clock. I didn't even notice that. It is time for FOMC. We'll send it to Brando, I guess, 15 seconds earlier, so you guys can go have fun on the close. See you guys tomorrow, same time, same place. Ciao.
Hey guys, welcome back. Yeah, we'll get you set here for the Fed minutes, set to come out any second now. We had 10 seconds ago, just a couple seconds ago. So you'll see them come into my monitor window here. If we could go to my screen. There they are. So all participants in the July 26th policy meeting agree to a 75 basis point interest rate hike. We knew that already. I'll sift through a few of these guys and let you know if anything is important, but let's get to the market.